Let's see. This is. I don't expect anybody out there too soon yet. Maybe you'll be coming in here in a few minutes, hopefully, when you know that there is a live on at the time. So, trying to get this set right up. All right. And so we are. It is showing that we are live. And let's see. Here we go. I had to find myself right here on the end. Here we are. Here we are. Okay. Let's see. We go. I had to find myself right here on the sound check. On the end. Here we are. Reverb a little bit. Sound check. And we'll have to turn that down now, obviously, people. Give me a second. Let's turn that down. We don't need to keep hearing an echo here. That would get a little redundant after a little while now, wouldn't it, huh? Okay, well, people, how is everybody? Now, hopefully everybody will see this and they'll start coming on in here. So this is, as you know, my name's Tom Omega. This is the INFJ Experience. And yeah, this was a little bit, we have one watching. Hello, one watching. How are you? Okay. Yes, as you know, it's, we are, let me see, I'm still trying to get set up here, people. Got to get my faculties going right about now. Okay, so we are at this point here. We are doing this. Yeah, we are live. Okay, and we are we are vertical. We are vertigo today. Yeah, like you two said something about going vertical. Yeah, not horizontal, up and down, vertical. That's a different feed going here. Sometimes I noticed when I go on these vertical lives, it's almost like a whole other algorithm kind of opens up at that point. And yeah, so, yes. So, yes, now I'm going to try something new today, people. I'm going to call this an open line live broadcast. Typically now, as you know, the INFJ Experience on this channel, I like to cover personality types, psychology, self-help, self-awareness, self-awakenings, things on that idea. Typically, I like to cover a lot of different topics on here. Now, today, I'd like to think that I could go, well, I'm going to try to be a little more opened up to a few more discussions here. And, you know, pending the questions, if you ask a question, I'll try to be a little bit more lenient on some of these questions. I will try to answer things and not just stick to niche topics. Okay, I mean obviously keep it clean, keep it within reason, keep it let's say respectable. Okay, we'll do that today. Okay, because I'm just trying to talk a little bit, open things up a little bit more to a wider stance here, a wider audience stance. I'm also trying to get the camera just about right here. Okay, well, we have 10 watching. All right, so but typically, as I said, this is mainly it's for self-help, but we're gonna go and expand it a little bit different. Now, listen, you want to talk a little red pill content? We'll do that. We could talk about relationships or lack thereof. Hello, I'm a float in a pool. Well, hello there, Brick Ripsaw. Okay, hi. What is your social security number? Oh, okay. I'm going to tell you that it's ICU812. There you go. Okay, try that. Okay, I did say it was open line. I'd answer different questions. Okay, I mean, hey, but the thing is, you got to remember that, people. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. How's that? Do you believe in aliens? Is that aliens or alvins? Alvins? I'm going to say that's probably aliens. Do I believe in aliens? So far as to this point, there's no proof of any aliens. And if if anything's been hidden, well, there's no proof that anything is being hidden. So I have to say, right now, until they come out of the woodwork, I don't believe in them until they are going to make themselves abundantly plain, visible. I don't go in these hypotheticals until they come out of the sky and show themselves for who they are, and make a big old dramatic entrance and they prove who they are. No, no, I don't. If they want to stay hidden, then they're hidden as far as I'm concerned. So all speculation is no. I need proof. Okay, I'm a sofa king. We, wheat. Oh, I get that one. I'm so fucking retarded. Yeah, I got that. Someone played that joke on me about 30 years ago. He wrote something down. I sat there reading it. I remember that. Yeah. See, I got a whole new. Listen, when I go on these verticals, I get a whole different. It opens up a whole new genre of people around here. Okay. Now, people, if you got any issues, if you got any kind of turmoil in your mind, you got any kind of thoughts, maybe if you feel brokenhearted, feel sad, depressed, lonely, empty, on the verge of doing something that you might want to regret, don't do that. Talk to me. Tell me your issue, and perhaps we can talk it out, and just maybe, we can help you out a little bit over here, okay? Listen, I'm not a know-it-all, but I can help out a little bit here too, okay? Okay. I'm seeing a whole lot of brand new names out here. Lots of brand new names. Now, have any of you heard about the MBTI? Any of you familiar with that? Now, typically, that's what this station is. I do a lot about the MBTI. That is the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator. It basically is. It's about the 16 personalities. There are 16 different personalities that were broken down, that were mapped out about 100 years ago. And everybody falls into different categories of personality types. And that's mainly what it is. So typically, this is what the channel is about the INFJ personality type in particular. Now, that's mainly what this topic is. And we talk about some of the issues that pertain to this type, pertain to our type in particular. But again, like I said, this is an open line today. I'm going to be a little more lenient to some new people coming in here. Okay, Pedro Pascal, please subscribe. Okay, Micro Coconuts, message retracted. Brick. So okay, I'm seeing some different things come on in here. Now, typically, yeah. Now, if the regulars come in tonight. If some of the regulars come on in, and let me know who you are. Now, typically, I do these, and I usually do these once a week, usually on Saturday nights, and sometimes I have regulars too, regular listeners, tuner-inners, YouTubers that kind of join in. So, yeah, but for right now, we're gonna go with a format here of just opening it up a little more. Okay. So if you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation, we can do that. Now, any current events going on? I know that there's some political talk out there. Typically, I stay away from politics. Can you sing Die Die? Can you sing Day Day? I'm not sure what that is. Fudge cake. Your address is Fudge Cake. That is funny right there. Fudge Cake. And do I sing Die Die? It's the World Cup song. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that. I don't know what that is. No, I don't know what Die Die is. I figured it was, I'm not sure what it is actually. I just, no, I'm not familiar with that. Now, I know the World Cup. I haven't really been following it that much. I know it's still in effect. I believe it's down to the quarterfinals or semi. I'm not sure where it is, but I do believe I heard the United States was eliminated out of competition, like they always are. I mean, I don't know how close they've ever gotten to the World Cup, but I know they don't go that far. Okay. But no, that's I don't know that one. But okay. Can I make you laugh? Can you make me laugh? I don't know. Let me see a picture. That might be enough. You know what I'm saying? Hey, with a name like Fudge Cake, that's funny enough. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jeff Epstein. What's good? Short King. What's good, short king? Okay. Who's a short king? Talking about me? Okay. I guess the way my profile is, oh, look at on there. I'm sitting in my chair. I'm looking like a, yeah. I am sitting down, Yeah. And I'm angled in such a way. It's probably the optics is making me look that way, but that's okay. I mean, listen, my height is actually under 6 foot. I am 5 foot, 5 foot 10 and a half, maybe five, yeah, just about that. So I'm not quite 6 foot, but I'm not really short. I'm not really tall. I'm like very average, I'd say. Okay, how how have you been, short king? Oh, okay, we'll go with that, huh? Jeff Epstein. I told you, I know. This is one of those. Whenever I go vertical, I got to remember. I got to get thick skin for you people out here. Tell a wild story of something you did back in the day. Oh, that's a good one. Acid rain. 35, 33. Wow, that's quite a. And hey, acid rain. You want to hear a funny story? Back when I was a kid, I used to be. It was back in the '80s, and I was always thinking about what a cool band I'd like to be in. I always wanted to be in one of those like psychedelic bands, like one of those, kind of like Pink Floyd a little bit, but even more so. Like, Pink Floyd had its own thing. I mean, I was heavily influenced by Pink Floyd, The Wall, and things like that. And I thought how cool it would have been to have named a rock band Acid Rain and spell it the same way you just did, REIGN, like Acid Rain. And so I was actually thinking about doing that, but then again, it wasn't meant to be. It was just a lot of times kids, sometimes you think a lot. Like your Buzz, like you like Budweiser, short king? Okay. Actually, I don't. I'm drinking water right now. Oh, that's really okay. How omega are you, fudge cake? Well, I'm absolute last. How's that? I'd say I only call myself that because omega is the absolute last letter in the Greek alphabet, and that's also the last of the hierarchy types. It's like I put myself last so I can be underestimated. I'd rather do that than call myself Tom Alpha. You see what I mean? Because when you're putting yourself up there, you're always having to show people. When you underestimate yourself, you always can only go look better. You see what I'm saying? What are your low key aura farming by Sigma Mogging? The chat with the your alpha Chad post posture maxing. It's too much. What the heck? What is? Wait, hold on there. Jeff Epstein. If you're the same Jeff Epstein, the guy, I mean, do you really want to be associated with that guy? I mean, that guy, yeah. Okay, what are you low key aura farming by Sigma Mogging the chat with your alpha Chad posture maxing? It's too much. Not sure what that's all about. Um, Humble King Tom, fudge cake. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Humble King. Yeah. Like I said, it's better to be underestimated and achieve, and because you than to think of yourself higher and always and somehow always fail. You see what I mean? In other words, you don't want to put yourself up there as being anything more than you are. Like elevate yourself, because everybody's trying to tear you down, and not only that, every time you fail at something or don't overachieve at something, it's amplified because you put yourself up there, right? See, these are some of those psychological understandings of yourself. So it's okay for yourself to go fly under the radar, be a little bit less, less of yourself. Just put yourself that. Don't be too braggadocious. Don't be too full of yourself, basically. Okay, and let other people grade you, not you grade yourself. Okay, how's that? Okay, okay, short king. you look you. You look goof for 60. Okay. Well, sure. Hey, listen, Jeff Epstein, you have you seem like you have such a really, you want to just make sure you put me down, put me constantly. I mean, that sounds like a little bit of a, of a, what you call a insecurity in yourself. You see, you're trying to project your insecurities, your own insecurities onto me because you have them in your own self, you see. Usually that's what happens with people when they overly do it with others and they try to put themselves, by insulting, cutting you down, degrading somebody else. It's usually the way you're feeling about yourself. That's your shadow function. Carl Jung talked about the shadows, shadow functions. And typically that's what happens when you have repressed shadows within your deep psyche, within your unconscious mind. These shadows comes out in projections on others. All your insecurities that you have in yourself are projected onto others. I'm just something to talk about there, Jeff Epstein. Okay? You said you look look good for 60. How do you know I'm 60? I didn't say that unless you figured it out. Actually, I'm 61. You're about right. 61 now. Acid Rain, come on, man. Stop feeding into dudes trolling. Everyone does the same, just chillin' vibe. Hey, listen, I know that Acid Rain. I am doing that. Listen, I'm chilling, I'm vibing, but I'm also, you know, I'm also just letting it be known that, I'm aware of this stuff. Okay, that's all it is. Okay, so, but yeah, don't worry about that though. I know what you're trying to do. You're just trying to say don't fall into the trap. I get that. It's not that I'm falling into it. Hey, just wanted to make sure it was known. So, okay, so we have 10 watching so far. Hopefully, some of the regulars come on in today as well. Acid Rain had a friend double me on a week-old street trail bike. We ran into some deer that was on the road now. I had a half a gallon of fire water in one hand and a foot kicking a deer as going down a dirt road. Okay, that sounds like an interesting story. When you say a deer, you mean like a live deer or like a deceased deer? You know what I'm saying? One that was already met its match. Not sure how you meant that exactly, but oh, that's okay. So, um, so anyway, people, it's like I said, if you have any concerns you'd like to lay out, if anything like that, you can lay some things out. You know what? As I get a little acclimated, if things go on a little bit, I'll tell a few stories about things that went on with me back in the past. I do have a few series of stories. Occasionally, it's good to get them out every so often. Okay, so. Uh, but anyway, yeah, this is an interesting. These are always interesting though. These verticals, though. That's for sure. Okay. Oh, okay. So we are up to 6 watching. Okay, we're going up to 6, down to 6, and we have a few. So, but like I said, typically, if anybody here typically follows, if you're into like psychology, personality types, if this is what maybe led you, if your algorithm pulled you in this way, that might have been it, or it could be completely random. I didn't actually put any hashtags on this particular live broadcast, but typically the algorithm knows what I typically talk about. Nah, a real one. Nah, a real one, alive. We chased them, aka ran them down, and got right beside it, and just had to. We was on the way to a party. Oh, okay, got it. You're on the way to a party. Sounds like you like to party at uh, a thing of fire water, as you said. Now, when you say fire water, you mean like like moonshine? What are we talking? Just a regular, over the counter whiskey like Jack Daniels? Must be talking about, fire water. Obviously, is alcohol. I know that, but moonshine. Oh, actual moonshine, huh? Yeah, you gotta be careful with that stuff. Yeah, I guess you gotta drink that very. You gotta drink that moderately. Hey, I heard that if moonshine is distilled improperly with like dirty, uh, dirty impurities. Like, you're using the still is now. This is only what I heard because I'm not into moonshine. But if you use like cheap copper, copper that degrades, or you're having some kind of minerals inside these copper tubings, that eventually over time gets into the moonshine as it's being distilled, and it can cause blindness. Now, this is what I've heard. You know, it's very important to get the very high quality metals, like the high quality coppers, like more the purer the copper or the things like that, and the way they're mixed. Because if you go cheaper, things like degrade, and it can cause blindness or things like that or other problems. But then again, moonshine, what is it, like 200 proof alcohol? It's pure alcohol. I mean, one shot of that stuff will pretty much hammer you. Um, yeah, I know that stuff. I mean, I've heard a lot of. I've heard depending on how it's made, it can either be if now you distill it, it can be great, it can be good, or it can be just awful. I guess it all depends on how you know how to distill it. But again, I don't know anything about it other than that. So no wonder your name is Acid Rain then. Uh, I had a funny story. You want to hear a story? I got one from a long time ago. This probably happened back about 40 years ago. I was probably 16 years old. Okay, and I ran away from home. I growing up in the Boston area, as you know, go figure. I get the Patriots on there. I grew up a Boston guy. Okay, I live in New Hampshire now. Actually, this broadcast, as you know, in case you don't know, is from an undisclosed location in the Granite State. Is where I broadcast from. Okay, but that's beside the point. I ran away from home back when I was about 16 years old. Okay, and I'm originally from San Diego, California, and I spent several months just living on the street. I was a kid, 16 years old, and I was finding out different ways to live. I was sleeping in doorways and sleeping in bushes and just things like that. So, and of course, I had to eat out of soup kitchens and you know and but it got me to understand a lot about human nature too. I mean, I was kind of a babe in the woods, didn't know a lot, but I had to learn on my feet a lot about how people are. Okay, but that was beside the point. I finally ran into my oldest brother, my brother Fred. I bumped into him by chance in a bus station, Rayhan bus station. And so he sees me and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And so he takes me home. Takes me home. He's living with his girlfriend. I spent time with him and his girlfriend. So, but now he always took a trip up north. I guess he went to this Rainbow Festival, which is basically at the time what it is. It was a hippie gathering. It was, I don't know if they still have it or not. It was basically, every year there was a gathering, all these like, these hippie types, just rainbow. They called it that because it was just all encompassing. But we went down there and it was, we hitchhiked up there. But what happened was strange. We had a couple of strange rides going up. One in particular, we got picked up by a hitchhiker. I mean, we were hitchhiking, all right, and we went up through Sacramento. We spent a night in like Oakland, and he showed me where like People's Park was and how significant it was and all that. But we started hitchhiking again, and we started going through Sacramento up on I-5 in California. So we got a ride from this guy, right? He just regular dude, just average. He had like an older Nova. You got to figure this was like 1981. So he had an older Nova at the time. It was probably a late 60s model with a couple of tone fenders. It wasn't that old for its time. It was still older, but it wasn't that much older because of the time it was. But the car was in very good running condition. And so he kept giving us ride. He gave us a ride, and at one point, I started realizing that he was a little bit off. Like he started smoking with us, started smoking like cannabis as well. And at one time, he'd light a cigarette. The head of the cigarette fell off, and he picked it up with his bare fingers, and he lit it without even like burning his fingers. And I made a comment about how he must work in construction, but then he just turned around and gave me like this weird wild-eyed grin, like it was scary. And then he kept pulling over every so often. Every few miles he'd have to get out and relieve himself. And sometimes we would get out and sometimes we wouldn't. One time he got out on the side of the highway and he pulled up right next to, like if we were to get out on the passenger side, we would have stepped on a deer, like a decomposed deer. Looked like it had been there for at least a couple of weeks. It was all black and it smelled, you know. You could tell. And I said to my brother, I said, hey, Fred, look at that. So we were looking at it. So he got out, he went to the bathroom, came back in, and I said, hey, did you see that dead deer out there? And he says, yeah, it's been there about 3 weeks. So he knew how long it was there. So there were little things going on that was just didn't add up. That this guy was a little bit off, you know. And pulled over a couple other times, but again, it's things that were being said, things that was being, just along the way. We get out and sometimes he'd stare off into the distance out at a waterfall, kind of looking spaced out. And I had a thought to myself, we shouldn't get back. My brother was older than me. We kept trying to make eye contact, like as if should we not do this anymore, but he just wanted to keep going. But meanwhile, he gave us a ride into Oregon. He went from Sacramento, California, right through like most of Northern California. We're talking hundreds of miles, and we would gave us like hours and hours of a ride though. And at one point, he was driving on the highway. I mean, it looked like he was going 100 miles an hour sometimes. I mean, the guy was, he was trying to terrify us a little bit. Now, okay, so but the seating arrangements were at the time, my brother's girlfriend Dee Dee, she sat in the front seat, and me and my brother sat in the back seat. Now, this was an arrangement they made. Typically, if the girl sits in the front, she kind of talks, keeps the driver company, just kind of like that. That's one of the reasons why they stop in the first place. That's usually the way it works, is that the girl is the draw, you see. And that's the way it was. That was their agreement they made. So she was sitting in the front seat. Now, what happened, I don't know. Whether was there eye contact, was there something going on? Did he read a message from her that was not intended? I'm not sure. But right after we got into Oregon, okay, he pulled over again. He got off the interstate and he went off to a small side road. And then he drove a little ways, and then there was this like opening, almost this pull-off area. And by this time, it was just starting to get dark. I mean, it was just starting to get that kind of purplish hue. The sun was just going down, but it was still light enough to see. Okay? He gets out of the car. And we're thinking, okay, another time he's stopping randomly. He walked around to the other side of the car, and he opened up the passenger door, the other side of the car. And he grabbed her wrist and said, I told you I wanted to talk to you, when he pointed at her. And then she turned around in her seat, looked at my brother and said, Fred, and she was terrified. Absolutely terrified. And I would be too. I mean, I was getting I was nervous too, like what's going to happen here? Now, he had bucket seats. So what I did is I flipped the bucket seat up and I got out and I stood in front of him, and she was still sitting there, and I kind of watched him at this point. Now, she kind of ran behind me and started trying to get away from him. And then he started following her, and he kept saying and then he started talking to her softly, like, I just wanted to talk to you. And then at one point he was trying to put his fingers in her hair, like, I just wanted to talk, And then she's all terrified, calling for my brother, calling his name. So then he's doing this all in front of me, like disregarding who I was. So I kind of pushed him and said, hey, what are you doing? Now, what he did, I'll never forget this. For some reason, because I was young and I was stupid, he figured he was going to intimidate me. He started hissing like a snake. He put his hands up like a cobra, and he just started giving me these psycho snake eyes and started hissing. I mean, like a snake. He's giving me these eyes. And so at this point here, I said, oh, okay, oh my gosh. So what happened at this point there, I knew what he was trying to do. I knew he was just trying to intimidate me. But something within me came out of me that I never knew I had. Instead of being fearful, instead of being intimidated, I became overly, I was going to overly like unafraid. Like I just said, I don't, basically he started trying to grab me, and he started trying to put his hands up on me, and I grabbed him down, I pushed him back. I said, he says, "What's wrong with you?" And then I started saying, "Now you think I'm effing afraid of you?" I started swearing at him. I started giving him the same look back. I says, "I'm not afraid of you, you twisted, sick." I don't know what I can't remember what exactly I said. And then I said, Do you think we didn't see what was going on? We knew there was something off with you. Now you're going to stop pulling this? Are you serious?" And then he didn't know what to do. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking off in the distance, like he couldn't figure out that it didn't work. Okay, he just thought I'd just crumble, like get all afraid of him and run away, and it didn't work, and he didn't know what to do. And so at this point, my sister-in-law was well out of the way. I was kind of, and at this point, my brother was getting our gear out of the car from the other side. This all happened. This all took place in just a matter of a minute and a half. I mean, from the time we get out, it wasn't. I mean, it's not like it dragged on, but it was a quick transaction. So finally, he, I started going. We just started getting up to the road, taking our gear, getting out of there. So he got back in his car, and he starts driving. I says, "Make sure." I yelled up to him, said, "Hey, Fred, make sure he doesn't try to run us over." I thought he was gonna try to gun us and run us over. I didn't know what he was gonna do, so we had to watch him. And now he went back the same way he came. He just went back the same way he came, as if he was gonna go back to California. It's like it was the weirdest thing. He had no mission really. So for the longest time, okay, so we ended up camping way up off the road. We made sure because we were camping at night, so we were hitchhiking, and we had backpacks and tents and our sleeping bags, and we were just camping on the side of the roads, and we were cooking little meals with making lighting fires wherever we went. So we made sure, we said we gotta make sure we're well off the road, and we can't see any kind of fire goes in case he was going to come back. We thought this guy might come back. So we did. Nothing happened. Never saw him again. But we forever remembered him as the hissing man. So for the longest time, when I talked to my brother on the phone and we brought up that story, it was always, "Do you remember the hissing man?" Now, since then, my brother's he passed away 10 years ago. So he's no longer alive. But at the time, that was one of those stories that really never quite I never quite forgot. So okay, Vamp Fox, hello there. Good morning, good evening, INFJ Experience. Hello, Vamp. It's good to see we got Vamp out there. Vamp, I'm going vertical today, as you can see. I just decided to put the phone in and go sideways with it, and usually, like I said, I get a lot of. I think the idea is that a lot of different faces come in here. It's just a totally different algorithm, and way to step up in the situation. Nice story, man. Thanks, Acid Rain. I thought you might like that one. I could tell somebody was asking for a story. That might have been you, so but I thought I'd do that. Dan, go Patriots. Yeah, hey, I've had this T-shirt for probably 8 or 10 years now. I mean, obviously, I grew up in the New England area, and of course, when the Patriots had Tom Brady and all that, they were the Patriots. Bill Belichick. That was they were one of, there was a lot of controversy that went around with them. Are they cheaters? All this stuff, but hey, still, everybody around here couldn't get away from the TV on Sunday afternoon when they were on. You watched the Patriots like it was a duty, almost. Good luck, AJ Brown. Just looks like a little drunk. Oh, who looks like a little drunk? Me? who's looking a little drunk there, Vamp? That's cool. I'm out and about today, even though I'm fighting my vertigo. Oh, you're fighting vertigo? Oh, all right. Oh, that vertigo. Is that for real? Is that part of the migraines? Is that what you're talking about? Because you tell me you got migraines or something too. I've heard, right? And is that what that is? That has something to do with just your perception of like balance. I think it's something on that idea. Something to do with an imbalanced equilibrium. Is that what it is? I mean, we got the equilibrium in our brain that runs from the eustachian tubes within the ear canal, and there's some kind of those cochlear. It's a fluid thing. It's fluid, and I think somehow doesn't the equilibrium get the fluid gets too low or on one side or the other, and there's an imbalance causing vertigo or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the cause is or what the medical condition is, but I think it's something on that idea. But Honey Rose, hello there. Oh, ho there. Good to see you out there, Honey Rose. I know you left a comment on my newest video. I just released it back at 6 o'clock. It was basically all about, if nobody has seen that video, it was basically about how we're expected to go back when we come out of our bunker zones, and when we're always expected to return back to society, emotionally, put ourselves back out there like we need to, because we're social animals. But then I say to myself, it's almost like we're conditioned. It's a cultural conditioning that we have to do that. Or somehow, if you're not, then there's something odd about you. If you're not with people, if you're always living a hermit life. But, the thing is, unless you find the right connection of people, the right people that bring out the best in you, a lot of people drain us. A lot of people emotionally draw from us, just to find that connection. So as long as you have people that you can trust, people that you are close with that don't do that, people that you confide in, and you know them, then that's fine. These are your people. But trying to find new people, trying to weed out the people that don't do that, that gets to be a chore sometimes. It really does. So that's my point about, just coming out of your shell, let's say, and to find like connection. Sometimes it's not always worth it. Only if you're going to keep running into people that deplete us. Okay. But then I guess it comes down to emotional intelligence. We're supposed to be smart enough and wise enough to know that we are strong enough not to let these things happen to us anymore. Okay, and that's part of our whole development in life as well. That's just what that is. Okay. Tom Brady sucks. Okay. All right. Hey, that's your opinion. All right. Not a big deal. You can say whatever you want. And again, like I said, if you're trying to cut me down personally, I can only say that you have a repressed shadow that you're trying to project onto me. Whatever angst that you have inside, you're just going to project it onto the first thing you see and try to bring them down because it's really you that is. You see. Also, never had shit happen, and now they. Well, wait, hold on a minute. Acid rain, the also never did bleep happen, and now they are married and have a good relationship life. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe that was from another comment you made earlier. I'm not sure what the he never. I'm not okay. I'm not really sure what that's about there. Hello, Huns. Oh yeah, that's it. So we got Honey Rose and Vamp Fox out there. Hopefully, we'll see some more regulars come on in. You know who I haven't seen, by the way, in a while? You too, Vamp Fox, Honey Rose. I haven't heard from Hidden Harp. I think because he the last couple of weeks though I've been doing these live broadcasts on a Sunday. This is the first one I've returned back to a Saturday, and maybe his schedule is where he can't really make a Sunday one. I figured that's it. That's all. Either that, or I think he said he's got a girlfriend now. Go figure. When all of a sudden you start getting involved, you get a girlfriend, things change. All of a sudden, you don't see people as much when they're involved in a relationship because it gets tied up with other people, with their people. See, so that does happen, right? Oh man, I don't think the first part sent. I don't think the first part sent. Oh, okay. All right, maybe that's what it was, Acid Rain, because whatever you were talking about, that I wasn't sure. Honey, this is also a bit earlier than usual. Oh, is it? Yeah, that's right. It could be because typically, if I remember right, he had a night job. He was working Saturday nights, and sometimes he said he was even like working, and he would like sneak. Like I used to tell him, don't get in trouble. I hope It's like he would do make comments during his break. I guess you could say so. Anyway, just curious, just curious about that. That's all. Oh, good gosh. Boy, look like I've got a fat gut here. Hey, does this shirt make me look fat? It does a little bit. That's okay. Um, but how was your week, Tom? It was good. It was all right. I mean, it was a work week. Um, I got to tell you though, uh, being that it's summertime, it's July. It was hot and it was muggy up here in the Northeast for the summer. And uh, I've worked in summers many times, many summers I've gone through, but I see them starting to affect me different. They're like by the end of the night after a shift, I'm feeling like I'm just completely exhausted. My feet are aching, my ankles are aching. I'm like, I never used to feel like this before. That I'm starting to feel like, I'm getting old. Bottom line, yeah. I'm still working, still bringing it, but I don't recover as well, and I seem like I feel it. I feel it sometime. But I guess that's part of what it is. Good evening, Tom and chat. Billy the Goat. Hey, Billy the Goat, how are you? Doing a little vertical today, as you can see, going up and down, and got a lot of different people coming into a lot of different algorithms change. They drastically change in these verticals. You know. Hello, humans. Hey, Frog Pond School. Hello, humans. I like that. Hello, humans. How are you? That is Ray from Frog Pond School. And Billy the Goat. Hiya, Honey Rose. So, see, there you go. Some of the regulars are coming on in here, too. I'm seeing that. I do see that as well. Hey, Billy and Frog Pond. Just as a kind of a personal note, people, if you can believe this, if you can believe it, all these live chats, all these live broadcasts, these marathon live chats and broadcasts over the course of the last few months, and you've been part of them. I want to listen. Anybody that's been with me for that long, I want to thank you. And George Porch, there's another one. Hi, George. Yes. Everybody that's been a regular on these live broadcasts, I want to thank you for hanging out with me because you help this channel along. You help it because it's just surpassed the 4,000 hour mark as well. Now a lot of it had to do with me doing these live broadcasts. That helped it out a lot. Okay, I just wanted to try to break these threshold moments, these parts that you had to go with the YouTube is for certain things. And just last night it did. It cleared the 4,000. So it's just a little bit above that. But anyway, I do want to thank everybody for helping the channel do that. So, again, I've got a lot of work I got to do. I need time to do things, time to learn things, but I figure at least with yes. Well, thanks. Of course, no worries. Enjoy your chats. Yes, of course. No, I know that, Vamp. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Hello, Billy, Foxy, Georgie Porch. Yeah. So, all right. So we have 13 watching. I actually opened up this. I've made this a little bit more encompassing. I said that this is more like an open line. Now, typically, as you know what it's about. It's about psychology. It's about our personality type, MBTI, all that stuff. But I also said just for the sake of it, because it's a vertical chat and there's a lot of different people coming in here. I tried to open it up. If people I'd be a little more lenient on questions, okay, about things. As long as they're respectful, as long as they're decent questions, obviously. I would be more apt to, get in conversations about things like that. He will be 50 next Saturday. Who's turning 50 next Saturday? Who are we talking about? Peaceful. Oh, a birthday party. Oh, who's that? Oh, sounds like a fable. Oh, okay, there you go. Not sure what we're talking about exactly, but who's going to be 50? Somebody, maybe I missed the other. I missed what else you said before that, Honey Rose. I did miss that, what you were talking about. Whose turn? George, good evening. Just trying to see if I can. Oh, hey, Billy. But somebody's turning 50. Hey, that's a milestone right there. 50 years old, if that's what it is a major milestone. You're half a century old. I remember the 50 mark. Yeah, every time you got that zero, anytime you turn a zero, that's a milestone. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, the big 60, 70. So these are all the milestones. They really are. But yes, or Wizard of Oz. Oh my. I said I. Oh, oh, honey, oh, you are. Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday. Oh, you're such a youngin', aren't you? Gosh, boy, you're a young little thing. 50 years old. That's it. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. RF, RF, RO, FL. Uh, honey has been around the sun 50 times. Yeah, to get technical, exactly. Yeah, that's how we measure years. Oh my gosh, that's no, that is a milestone though. But my gosh, that's young. I wish I could be back to 50 again. I could knock another 11 years backwards and get to be 50 again. I wish I could. I mean, I had so much more energy, so much more I mean, not to say I wasn't feeling my age then. Of course I was compared to 40 and 30. But 50 is still young, It really is. Funny thing is, I can say that now. When you're already like several years beyond the age that somebody's turning, you can look back and see how young it is. You kind of have to see it from that lens of looking back. Okay, so you leaving us, Acid? Uh, Man, I don't know. Saving something that's censored or something. Anyways, I left. Oh, what's happening now? So, uh, Acid Rain, are you saying that you're being censored or something? Things aren't being going through. I know certain things don't get if it's hate speech, if it's like controversial. I mean, if you're saying things that are inappropriate, they will get held for review, and if they're real bad, they'll just get censored. Period. But if you're not doing that, then you have no problem. But it was nice to see you there. So that was Acid Rain. That was the first time I've seen him in here. He got kind of pulled in because of this algorithm anyway. He stuck around for a bit. He stuck around a bit. So Acid Rain. Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, yeah, 50 is still early. 50 is still not a bad time. It really isn't. So I think Acid was here last one. Oh, was he? Okay. Maybe he was. Was he on that one that I was at Lake Winnipesaukee when I was at the beach and I was out in the live broadcast? And that was a vertical live as well. I did that one on the road. I mean, that was kind of glitchy and everything. It was hard to really see that one. But so 50 isn't bad for men, maybe. Oh, come on. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right about that. Men and women, yeah, we are different. We age different. No, I think we age similar in a lot of ways, physically. I mean, we're different. Physiologically, we're different. I mean, but also psychologically, men are different as well. And I know women are a little more sensitive about certain ages and stuff. Typically, that's true. When women turn 50, to them, it's, they're feeling their age. A man turned 50, he's starting to get into his prime. He's becoming a man. Yeah. Usually, I mean, I hear a lot about this stuff on like certain YouTube channels that talk about that, how women, their advantages, their youth, their beauty, their youth when they're young, and of course their fertility. Even even getting into like their 30s and beyond, their fertility and everything, it becomes advanced maternal age. So 50 is like, you know, even though a man can still keep fathering it well into his 70s. Yeah. So maybe you're right on that. Maybe it's different for men and women. I got to look at that angle. Listen, also, Honey Rose, I'm just trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure I put a nice spin on there. I'm trying to call this young because to me it is. It really is. Man or woman, 50-year-old woman, that's still young to me. You know. So I'm just trying to make it. Yeah, I'm just trying to make it sound like, hey, you're not that old. You know. To me, you're not. Okay. Uh, Probably, if I say sorry, I was in a troll mood. Oh, were you doing troll stuff, Acid Rain? If that's what you were doing, yeah, then that's okay. Nice mobile home. Oh, you can tell I got a mobile home. Yeah. Hey, well, thank you. Look at. I know you're only seeing the corner of my makeshift office that I made. I converted like probably it's a kid's room I converted into my office, you know. I mean, I haven't did anything. It's the way it is. So it's just a small like I said, probably a kid's room, but it's my office and I made this the computer room. That's what you're looking at. So, hey, I think it's all right, you know. I think hello everybody. Amy, hello there. Hi, Amy. Nice mobile home. I got that. Yes, hello everybody. Um, yeah, nice show. Well, thanks a lot. Welcome, Amy. Amy, have you ever been here before? Are you new to this broadcast? Have you, or is this your first time? If it is your first time, I want to welcome you. This is the INFJ Experience. Now, listen, anybody who's steered in here, typically this show is about. I mean, I call it the INFJ Experience. I like to think that we're in we're in sync with the introverted intuitive type, and typically we talk a lot about our issues. We talk about a lot of our our pros and cons of our personality type. Okay, that's typically what this show is, and I will always talk about that. And I like to think that I'm here to troubleshoot some people, you know, talk people off the ledge in a sense. Now, listen, I think a lot of times in our life, being INFJs especially, we have a tendency to have a difficult life. And I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, spiritually, within ourselves. There's a lot of conflict that goes through ourselves in our life, through most of our life. And early on in our life, it can be very confusing because we look around and see other people. We see their face and they don't have the same pains we do. They may have their pains in their way, but they're not as deep. They're not as introspectively deep as our pain. And we know this because we just intuitively can see in their face that a lot of people don't go through the same thing that we do. Okay? And we know this. I've known this all my life that our pain is deeper. It's a lone suffering. It's hard to describe. It's like it's exactly that. It's like being alone amongst people, and that's probably one of the most fundamental understandings of an INFJ, especially, is that they feel isolated, not just isolated, you know, within themselves, but isolated amongst other people. They could be in a room and still feel like they can't connect, like they still feel alone amongst other people. Now, this follows them most of their life. Most of our lives, we feel this way. But there are times in our life where we get so depleted, so empty, so vapid that there's nowhere to look, and it brings us sadness. And sometimes, in the depths of our mind, when we're alone, when we think nobody's watching, we let the tears flow, and they may flow for a long time. I mean, we might stay like that for days too. These are those walls that we put up. This is common with the INFJ, whether they know it or not. They put walls up through their life. They're always guarding themselves. They get hurt. They get betrayed. They get something happens to them. Things they can't understand. Things they cannot put into words. But instead of talking to people, they would retreat inward. Typically, this is what happens. They've tried talking to people. I know I have. People just don't get it. They just don't quite understand what it's all about. So we have no choice but to look further inward to ourselves. And this is usually what our life is. Hydrate, yeah. But bottom line is, yeah, we talk about that. This is some of the fundamental things that we go through. These are some of the more painful parts of our life. And all INFJs, we all testify to this. We all go through this kind of thing. And but the older you get, all I can say is the older you get, the wiser you get, and you start to realize that that lone spot is what's saving you. Believe it or not, things start to change. I mean, spiritually, your polarity has to change. Instead of saying like, "Poor me, I'm alone, I'm isolated," at some point you say, in a sense, this is a saving grace for us because it's allowing us to grow that much that much spiritually stronger, that much more resilient. Because of all this pain that we go through, it sharpens us, it refines us, it forges us into a spiritual dynamo, I guess you could say. And well, listen, I can't speak for everybody. I can't really talk about every single body. I know typically this is what happens, whether we know it or not. It's our own authentication that is in our process. What Carl Jung talked about authenticating, that's what our life is. It becomes a matter of these bouts that we've had. These is all strengthening us. It's making us stronger. It's making us wiser. Okay, but it takes a long time to finally realize that's what it is. Sometimes you have to sit there and ponder what it's all about, and then it comes, and then the realization happens. This is why. This is why you have this. Okay, and yeah, that's just the way we're built. Okay, and also, as you know, INFJ personality types are the rarest of all personality types in the world. They make up between 1 to 3% of the world population, 1 to 2 mainly, which is very rare. And yeah, so bottom line is, I mean, that primarily that's what we talk about. This is primarily what bonds this channel to us, is because I like to also say that this channel is a safe haven. This is a refuge for those who are that go through this. Okay, and they can show up here and say, "Yeah, I'm going through that very same thing. I've had that happen." Well, I'm not alone. You don't feel so alone when you realize there's other people that are going through what you go through. Okay, because so many times we feel alone, and it's not too many times we meet other people talking the way we do. We don't feel alone so much anymore when we find each other. Okay, so that's why I'm here. Okay, that's what it's all about. Okay, let's. Okay, okay. I get a little bit of an introduction as to what the channel really is. Okay, rite of passage. Welcome, Amy. Chug chug chug. My main line was in. Acid rain. Let me see. I'm glad you stuck around, Acid Rain. I'm glad you figured out what was going on with your chat. I'm glad of that. My main line was observation of lip movement when saying a certain word. If so, it was funny thing I dropped in every stream during a doom scroll session. Security gig had me bored in late hours. Oh, okay. What does that mean? Lip movements, saying certain words. Okay. That's. Oh, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but okay, I'm gonna take that as a as a something. Acid rain, bro. I'm so mad. Bro, I'm so mad today. Really letting it out unhealthily, with every RI interaction. So I've just cleaned and stayed to myself. Okay. Well, at least you're recognizing that sometimes. unhealthy with every RA interaction. Well, that's good then. You know, just cleaned and stay to yourself. Yeah, sometimes we get frustrated, don't we? Right? I notice. You know what? Listen. A lot of times I talk about how it's important to be the master of your own mind, and don't let your mind be the master of you. Okay, so many times I think that's the problem we have in this world is that our own mind is what legislates us, what guides us. You know, sometimes we get thoughts and ideas in our head and we act on them. And I mean, sometimes they're good ideas. I mean, sometimes we have to because they're proper good ideas that help us to move forward. But the ones that are destructive, the toxic ones talking about ones that just lead us down bad paths. So many times we listen to that because we think whatever we're gonna do it's gonna be fun in that moment. It's just gonna be a thrill, and find out we've been taken again. Oh my gosh, you're a gorgeous little cuddle bug. Oh, talking about me? Well, thank you. uh, Never heard that one before. Okay. Are you talking about me? A gorgeous little cuddle bug? You know what? Funny thing is, right? A couple of months ago, I had on a blazer, and I had and I was talking, and people all kept saying I look like a gangster and a mobster and everything. Now everybody thinks I'm a cuddle bug over here. Yeah, I guess depends on the attitude I got. Depends on what I'm wearing. I mean, you know, it could be I could be a lot of different things to a lot of different people over there, right? So now I'm all cuddly. The last week, people thought I was like like some hitman or something, like Al Pacino or something. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm sure somebody remembers that stuff going on there. So Key West, Florida, good energy. Oh, okay, Key West, huh? Oh, you're down on the Keys, Florida Keys. Well, I heard that's nice down there. Yeah. Go blanking Red Sox dude. Oh, well, I'm going to try to make sure I watch my language here. But Red Sox, you figure, yeah. I'm wearing a Boston Patriots shirt here. You're going to figure. I got to be honest with you. In the last 5 years, I haven't been really into too many of the sporting things as much since I got divorced, especially. And it's been 5 years since I split up with my wife. It was 5 years this month, believe it or not. I mean, since we split up. And then the divorce took place later on in the year. But it was 5 years since we split up. So since I split up and don't have really a family, I've noticed things have changed. My whole thing changed. My life changed in so many ways. And but I haven't really got too much into it. But I just wear the shirts and stuff. I still got them. So there are tunnels up here. There are tunnels up here where Al Pacino did some of his work. Oh, okay. All right. Where he did? You talking about up in Saskatchewan? You talking about up in Canada, Honey Rose? See, I remembered Saskatchewan. You so must be talking about that then, huh? Hey, wasn't he in that movie Insomnia with Robin Williams? It was a Stephen King movie but it had something to do with him being up in like Alaska, and he was there during like the summer trying to investigate like a murder. Meanwhile, there was a serial killer or a murder up in Alaska, and tunnels of Mossajau. Oh, all right, tunnels of Mossajau. Now I don't know what that is exactly, but I just know that I know he did that movie Insomnia. I thought it was Al Pacino was in that one. Maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. There was a movie. It was about maybe 15 years ago. Robin Williams played the bad guy, and I thought Al Pacino was like a cop, but he couldn't get to sleep. He had insomnia, and it didn't help any the fact that he was in Alaska, and it was like 11 o'clock at night, and the sun was still up, and he couldn't sleep. And so that would really mess with your head up there in Alaska. This time of year, yeah, that they don't see much sun nighttime. The sun just kind of circles around and it doesn't go down. So, Moose Jaw. Oh, okay, Moose Jaw. I've heard of Moose Jaw before. Moose Jaw's Gosh, that I've heard of that. That's a big city. Is that in Saskatchewan? It's I know that I've seen that on a map one time. Moose Jaw's in Canada. Oh yeah, Tom. Tom, too many. Tom, too many. You give a dollar. Seldom do you spare me a dime. Do you not like me and my rhymes? Oh gosh, listen. No, of course not. Let me see. What did I miss? Listen. If I am, I'm not doing that. I like your rhymes. Of course I do. Let me see what. If I'm gonna find a previous. Listen, I'm looking for you, Ray. I'm looking for a previous. What you said earlier. I seen you make an introduction earlier. I said, "How you doing?" I said, Frog Pond School. Yeah, hello, hi George. And let's try to see if you wrote anything after that. Uh, okay, that's the only thing I'm seeing that you wrote since you came into the chat. No, of course not. Of course not. Tom, so many. Tom, too many to give a dollar. Seldom do you spare me a dime. Do you not like me and my rhymes? Hey, can I just ask you a question? Did you just come up with that? Did you just come up with that whole rhyme thing? Yeah. Um, it must be. No, I don't do that. No, I'm not trying to do that at all. Listen, I guess a lot of things have to do with just me being kind of scatterbrained a little bit. I tend to, I know I got a lot of things I want to do for the channel and things like that. But sometimes I just don't always, it's not anything personal, absolutely not. But, oh, you know what? I know you wanted to send me a book one time. You had written a thing, and what I got to do is get a P.O. box. That's what I got to do. I do have to get a P.O. box and put it on my main description page. In fact, there's a lot of things I got to do with my main description page. I got to clean it up and put if anybody wants to donate to the channel thing for the page, I got to do that. See, there's a lot of little things I got to figure out even how to get links to go into how people could donate a dollar or so to the channel. And see, that's what I mean. There's so many little things I keep putting off, and that's me. So if anything, it's not the fact that I'm neglecting anybody. I don't like anybody. It's just the fact that I'm very scattered. That's all it is. But I wouldn't take that personal. I mean, that's just me being me. I mean, I'm still at the point now. Yeah, I work a lot of hours during the week. It's almost impossible to. I work, and then I get ready and come home. I just get ready for my next day, and that's about all I got. And then I got a few hours in the weekend. I try to get things done, and usually it's not a lot of time. So I spent time doing these lives, and I try to get a video out here and there if I can. And I mean, I should be more consistent on those, but but as far as that goes, I just try to do what I can. But no, absolutely nothing personal with you at all. I'm gonna have to, when I do get that, I'm gonna have to do that. That's on my list of things to do eventually, is to get a PO box and have it sent to my closest PO, post office here. I mean, it's not advisable to actually put my actual mailing address on my thing, and it's just not a good idea. So they recommend you don't do that. So you need a PO box so people can send you things. Okay. So that's what it is. LOL meant Al Capone. Wow, tired and hot brained. The Devil's Advocate was my favorite Al Pacino role. Oh, okay. I don't know if I've seen that one. I'm not sure if I did. All right. So Tunnels of Moose Jaw. Yeah, Moose Jaw. Okay. So that was the name of the movie, Tunnels of Moose Jaw. I'm surprised I never heard of that one. Yeah, I never heard. I know Al Pacino he does a lot of. He's made a lot of different movies over the course of years. I guess he takes a lot of times in between his films. He doesn't do a lot consecutively. I notice he takes he does it when he needs to get back into his the rhythm. Like he does one every couple of years. He does a movie, a different role in a movie. That's just his style. I think he needs a lot of quiet time. He's introverted. He's an introverted, intuitive type, you know. And I think he needs his solitary time. So he likes to. He kind of he has his own pattern, his own schedule to do his movies. So Al Capone did some of his underground what stuff in Moose Jaw. Oh, Al Capone. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Hey, I got a funny story to tell you about Al Capone. Well, this is what my ex-wife used to tell me. Now, way back, as you know, I'm from New Hampshire here. When I lived up in my 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 wife, my ex-wife, I should say, she was born and raised in New Hampshire. In fact, her mother and father were. Well, mother was from New Hampshire. I think her father was from Montana, but I mean, he moved and settled up here. But the point was that she used to visit her mother's parents' farm. They had a big farm in up in Sandwich, New Hampshire, and I guess they were very self-sufficient on their farm. So they were farmers probably back in the early 19 teens, right up until like the probably the 60s or 70s before they got old, and then their kids took over the farm. But I guess her mother had almost 11 siblings, and some of them even passed away. But my point was, okay, during the time of Prohibition, my point of the story is this, is that Al Capone himself, either himself or he had representatives, used to buy ingredients for moonshine from her grandfather, my wife's grandfather. This is what she told me. They used to literally go to his farm up here in New Hampshire and pick up supplies. Maybe it was corn. Yeah, it was probably corn was one of those. It was something that they were picking up supplies for the to get the illegal, let's say, moonshine or the booze going. And so but that was one of those stories that the grandfather had before Al Capone was really anything notorious yet, you know, before he made his mark with you know what I mean? He was going to different places, and one of them was my wife's grandfather's homes. So I don't know. So little stories she used to tell me that she heard down through from her grandfather as well. That was the story. So Tony Montana. Oh yeah, say hello to my little friend. Yeah, he was that was Scarface. Yeah. Yeah, no, Al Capone did some of his underground what stuff in Moose Jaw. Yeah, he did a lot of shady stuff a lot of places, didn't he? Yeah. He always made sure he was out of town. Anytime something went down, he was always far away from the event, and he had his henchmen doing stuff. That whole St. Valentine's Day massacre, I believe that was what year was that? It was on St. Valentine's Day. It was 1920. Oh, was it 27? 1927, and they took all these mobsters and they lined them up in a warehouse and they gunned them all down with machine guns. They just laid them up on a wall and mowed them down. So and then and then I think they actually got cute and funny, like, and they threw a little card on the bodies that said Happy Valentine's Day or something, and that's where it came from, you know. But I guess it was pretty gruesome because they discharged hundreds of rounds with their Tommy guns. Remember those old Tommy guns? Barrel clip Tommy guns? And they just mowed them down. Yeah, it must have been quite a scene. I can only imagine. From what I heard, to this day, that wall, that bullet-ridden wall has still been preserved by somebody saved that wall. And they have it as a memento, you know. I guess you could go see the wall and say this was it, and see all the patterns of holes all over that wall. It's still there. Yeah. Message retracted. Oh, okay. 1920. Oh, was it 1929? Okay. Honey Rose. Thank you for that. If it was 29, then I was trying to remember if it was what year it was. I said 27, but I know we got the right day because that was it. But 1929. Okay. All right. So he did some underground stuff, some shady stuff there, right? So I don't know. I guess sometimes you hear little stories in through the course of your life, and you realize, somebody had a little piece of or heard a piece of history or a story from somewhere. And that one I just told you about my wife's grandfather in the farm. That was just another piece of that. Someone tells me it was actually him that visited there at least once. He must have came to New Hampshire and he visited over there to get supplies for his business. His business, if you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So we have 11, 12 watching. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically what we got going on there. Oh wait, a frog poem. What did you write since then? T-shirt idea for girls. Say wet on the front, dry on the back. Wet on the front, dry on the back. Okay, you mean like it'll just say wet on front, dry on back? Like it just says that across the two? Oh, okay. Well, like the old wet T-shirt contest, huh? Yeah, I know. That's another thing I gotta do. Like I said, this I got to tell you the truth, people. Doing this YouTube thing, I thought, and when I first got started, I thought, I had all these goals to meet. I said, okay, I'm going to try to get this, that, get these things activated. They started activating, and I thought, okay, I reached these goals, and then I thought, oh my gosh, this it required hours of me sitting in front of a computer figuring certain things out that I was putting off. I kept putting things off, saying, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. And then sometimes you do that enough times and it just, you realize you're almost like, you're almost giving up on certain opportunities. I'm guilty of that. I got to tell you the truth that sometimes that's the way I've always been. Maybe it's just me. I could blame it on extroverted sensing. I could blame it on, well, it's just my type, my personality. I don't know. I'm going to say sometimes I get a little bit frazzled on things, and oh yeah, see, look at that, Ray. He's crying over there. Oh, all right. See, that's what I'm talking about, Ray. Yeah, I shouldn't be doing. Oh wait, no, that's. Oh, I see what's going. No, that's not even Ray saying that. Somebody's doing that. Somebody sent you a Christy? Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. All right. I thought it was a pretty good idea. Actually, Ray's very clever. Ray's got he's a poet and he don't even know it. I know, like you never heard that one before, Ray, I'm sure, right? Yeah. But bartender. Hey, bartender from 114. I've seen that name before. How you doing there, bartender? I've seen you on a chat here before. That's all. So, but that's funny. Sounds like somebody's trolling you out there. Whoever Christie is there. I hope that could be a troller out there. Richard Miz, for God so loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Jesus said, I am the truth, the way, and the life, and no man cometh unto the Father but through me. Yeah, I believe that was John 3:16, if I remember right. That was quite possibly one of the most famous. Um, that was quite possibly one of the most famous passages in the gospel. I do believe that was the John's gospel. Actually, John's gospels. He was a good writer. He had a good way of. Well, I mean, the way it was interpreted, anyway. I mean, but that was a pretty good read. The gospel according to John was one of the better. Why are we praying? I don't know. Somebody just randomly put that in there. It was just very random. You ever see those people that are in the stadiums? There used to be a guy in the stadium. Hey, get this, right? I don't know if maybe I'm dating myself a little bit, But there was this guy in a stadium back in the 80s, back in the 70s and 80s. He had this big old afro wig that he wore. It was like one of those multicolored. It was like yellow and green and red. It was all multicolored, like a clown thing. It looked like one of those clown afros. And he used to wear glasses. And he always had a shirt that said John 3:16. Or he held a sign over his head. I'm trying to remember if he had a shirt or he always was in like, but it almost seemed like this guy was everywhere. Like he was at every sporting event. And he always was, he just flashed John 3:16. And he had the wig. He had like the colored clothes. So he drew attention to himself. And of course, the cameras couldn't help but to get drawn to him as well. And then he always had that John 3:16. And John 3:16 is what Richard Mertz just said. That's basically what that message was. And but the funny thing is, you couldn't get away from it. You watch Wide World of Sports, you'd watch one of those Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier boxing matches, and that guy would be out in the stand somewhere. And you'd see him out there with that afro, and he'd always have this sign or the shirt on. Or he had another one that said Jesus saves. Remember that? That was another one, just Jesus saves. I think he wore the shirt that said that, and he had the sign that said John 3:16. Yeah, just a little history I seem to remember. The stadium man, Honey Rose remembers this. Hey, Honey Rose, you remember this guy? There you go. So they called him the stadium man. The Roland Stewart, also known as Rainbow Man. Okay, that's the guy I'm talking about. Now he was like a household. He was everywhere. Everybody knew that guy because you couldn't not know him. How he afforded to get all the tickets for these sporting events, I don't know. But this guy seemed to be at it. And not only that, he traveled. He was at different stadiums, and usually it was all these primetime channels too. If it was a primetime one, and he was there, and he was somewhere in there, and he was always in the middle of it, just there all the time. No Google. Oh, you Googled that. Oh, you Googled that as I'm telling you about this. Okay. See, I'm Googling my own mind because I remember this stuff. You know what I mean? I remember my brothers. Now, listen, I had 4 brothers. I had 3 of them that I was close with back growing up. And sometimes we'd watch stuff. We'd watch football on TV or whatever. And we couldn't help but to say, hey, there he is again. Hey, we saw that guy last week. And it seemed like you couldn't help but to say, hey, I can't believe it. That guy looks the same. What's he doing? Now he's in this city, in this stadium. And then next week he'd be in a different city, in a different stadium. He'd be everywhere, So, but you're actually Googling that. So he's in a Google. It was Rainbow Man, huh? Wasn't even born then. Wild. Christie. Yeah. Was 10 in 1987. And I'm in Canada. I get it. I mean, it was more of an American, maybe it was American primetime, like Wide World of Sports, maybe Monday Night Football, when things like that were going on. But he was just everywhere. It just seemed like. And he got, like I said, he drew the attention, and he got his word out just subtly, and he was all around the place. So I bet you there's a video. There could be even a YouTube video just on Rainbow Man. Hey, and they might show you clips of where he was. You look that up. In fact, now I'm curious now to see Rainbow Man from the 70s and 80s. And that'll tell you like how long he was. But it seemed like years he was doing it. And he was always there. And he, like I said, very recognizable. PFF, now YouTube tells me you are live. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, and the algorithm, right? It should, right? If you're a subscriber to this channel, I mean, that should tell you, that should notify you whenever I go live. I know sometimes I'm very random. I don't give a lot of advertisement for it, but I do tend to do that. Remember That's Incredible TV show? Yes, I do remember That's Incredible, Georgie Porge. Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to remember. They always did like some bizarre stuff on there. They just did the stuff that, yeah, that's incredible. They did it, yeah. Hey, I remember this one episode. This guy, he was all flexible. He he was real tall, kind of thin, and he had this way of contorting his body. He was like super like flexible, very very flexible and all that. And he somehow he got himself into like this 18-inch square like glass box, and he stayed in there for like almost an hour. I don't know, maybe. And I seem to remember he climbed in there, and he it took him like 10 minutes to get in there. He put one leg in there, and he kind of put his butt in there, and he kind of put his back in, and he just kind of like walked himself in there. And then the thing had a door. The thing had just a glass door, and they closed the door and they kind of latched it a little bit. But he had to stay in there a certain amount of time. And he did. And then I guess they said he could regulate his breathing and all that. And it looked like, I mean, like I said, he wasn't like he was a small guy either. I mean, it would be one thing if he was real small, like, and did that. But he was like a tall dude. I mean, he was like over 6 foot tall. He had like long legs and limbs, but he was flexible enough to contort his body into shaping into that 18-inch square box. That was quite an incredible feat. I never forgot that. I saw that on That's Incredible. I must have been, I don't know how old I was, 10 years old maybe. So we're talking mid-70s. But I absolutely remember that show. Jethro was in the house. There you go. It's been an hour and a half. It's late. Yes, there are videos. Remember That's Incredible. It's been an hour and a half. It's late. What's late? Is it getting late for you? Oh, I don't know what that means. Such a 70s, 80s show. Yeah, that was very 70s, 80s, definitely. Hey, mister. Oh, I see. So, but, yeah, funny thing is, I remember a lot of I mean, I spent a lot of time watching TV when I was a kid, especially in the 70s and 80s. In fact, I probably watched a little bit more than I should have. But I got it out of my system because then around the 80s, I hardly watched TV. I stopped watching a lot of TV. So, Honey Rose, the notification that you are live is late. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, didn't know that. George, you get a chance to watch that documentary? Oh. Okay, so we have 11 watching. Yeah, I had some plans. What I had to do today, I stayed home today. I mean, as a matter of fact, I had a couple plans to go do a couple things, and then I just got up, and then I had like some things I had to read, like some, bills I had to kind of pay and stuff. So I'm sitting here for a few hours doing that stuff, and then I kept saying, all right, I'm going to go out and buy some gas, do this or that, and it never happened. So now I got to do it all tomorrow, because that's my last day off I got. So, but oh man, okay, I'll watch it now. Okay, talking about a documentary to watch though, huh? I need to get some ice water. Okay. Well, it's good to see how some of the regulars are coming in. That's awesome. Some of the actual regulars are coming in. I noticed that it jumped up quite a bit as far as like viewership goes. But now, listen, if anybody has any questions, I decided to be a little bit more encompassing. As you can see, we're talking a little bit about random stuff today. I don't know if this is small talk. I don't know if this counts as small talk, talking about the stadium guy with the rainbow hair or not. But I don't think that's too small talk, because these are memories that I've had, Small talk is, talking about weather and stuff, yeah, but I mean, I just things that I remember. So it sounds like we got similar memories out there, though. I wasn't even born then. Wild. Oh, I see. Christy won. So if anybody's has any interesting things that happened to them this week, I've also I'm looking to wait and see if Hidden Harp's coming into this. I haven't seen Hidden Harp in a while. I brought him up earlier. It's been a couple weeks. All I can imagine is that yeah, he's probably he's busy with his life, and he's doing he's doing things that are just taking away some of his time, and that's all right. Uh, like I said, he's probably got a girlfriend, and typically, I know one thing when I finally do get a girlfriend, that is if I do get involved. I know that typically things change drastically with me. You know, I think he'd mentioned that he was seeing somebody, but typically when I get involved with a girl, yeah, I notice a lot of my energy goes toward a relationship, which it typically does anyway. It just changes a lot of your life, and so things you typically do, people you hang out with, sometimes they take a back seat. You don't see people you hung out with too much because you're seeing your girlfriend all the time. You know. Oh, Hidden Heart came back at the end of last week. Oh, okay. I must have missed that, Jethro. Thank you. I did. I must have. Maybe he came in back at the end. Well, that's okay. I'm only saying it because I haven't seen him for a couple weeks personally. But then again, the time schedule's been different. I've been doing a lot more of the Sunday ones. This is the first Saturday night I've done it like a typical regular time that I used to do. And I'm doing the Saturday night one, but so I guess it's just I'm a little bit out of sync with my timing as well. So there you go. It looks like I got a. So Hidden Hearts come out at the end of that. Okay, well that's good to know. All right. So I was gonna do a video. I was thinking I'm trying to get some ideas about videos. One of them I wanted to do about just focusing on being an INFJ man. Okay. Now listen, I know there's a lot of men out there, a lot of INFJ men, and I know is because INFJs are rare already. Being INFJ, we're already rare, man or woman. We're less than 1 to 3% of the population. Now you start throwing in an INFJ man, and it's even less when it just becomes just distinctively a male INFJ. And now it turns into like maybe zero point 0.5 to like zero point 0.8. It's like less than 1% of the world population. Now, that would have to be the absolute rarest of all personality types in the world, period. Okay? And, but I'm going to eventually do the video about it, but I want to talk a little bit about that. Maybe you could talk about some of our experiences and how maybe we as men with this personality type and how the challenges we've had and how in some ways it's made us more it's strengthened us in some ways and has it hurt us in other ways, you know. I mean, I think there might have been some short-term ways that it hurt us early in our life with some of our self-esteem, some of the way that we view ourselves, because we always seem to be, we get that sensitivity about us. I know coming from my own stand, that sensitivity was probably the biggest hurdle to overcome, being an INFJ man, because, typically being emotional, having sensitivity, having those feelings that typically are not conventionally masculine can cause a lot of challenges. So I guess with me personally, I had to evolve. I had to evolve a stoic presence about me, got to be more, had to bury that sensitivity as much as I could, you know. I know I've told you that about the story before, but that's one of them. That's one of those things that I think we have. And I think another thing is, I think because of that, our FI, our introverted feeling about us, we got a very low opinion of ourselves too. Sometimes we think we're just not good enough. We don't measure up. We tend to be a little bit more depressed because of that. And so these are some of the drawbacks that we have because of this type. Being a man with the INFJ, it causes a lot of these different things, because we want nothing more than just to be accepted, to be liked. I mean, there's something in the back of our mind that wants to be regular, normal, wants to be like just average. I mean, average, but maintain their own individuality at the same time, you know. But there's a challenge there. Finding that fine line. It might come in small doses, where you could keep it up for a short time. You could play the role of being, like everybody else, but you can't maintain it forever, for obvious reasons. These are some of the these are some of the things that I went through growing up with that. Is that you just couldn't quite maintain it for long, okay? And sometimes people saw behind the facade. Some people didn't like what they saw. Some people, once they saw the real you, you'd see people ghosting you, or they vanished, or you'd hear they started talking behind your back, you know, little things like, thought, oh, I thought they were cool, but now they're weird. Then you get labeled with the weirdo. And then you see people you see them from a distance looking at you with those puzzled eyes, you start getting that read of that look in somebody's eyes that where they're saying, oh, there's the weird guy. And it's that kind of a creepy looking, they look at you like with a puzzled look. I got to know that look well because it was all universal. And I'm sure that steers me into that. We probably all know that. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, people that look when people they look you in the eye, or they look at you from afar. They're not saying hello to you. They're not saying anything. They're just noticing who you are. They know your history. They've seen you after a while, and they give you that that look like, they're just, trying to see and you know what they're thinking. And say, okay, now they're doing it too. They're not smiling at you. They're not liking you. They're giving you that, oh, there's the weird guy look. I get that a lot. I do. I have gotten that. But that's what happens, I think, in the course of our life is that, yeah, we try to keep that up. We want to, but we can't for long. And then somehow the real us just spills out some way, and then they see it for what it is, and then all of a sudden we're ghosted. Yeah. Now, I think that could be true of women, too. I mean, that's not just a man thing, but I think that's in general what we go through, is that whole trying to be accepted and not being able to keep it up for long and being ghosted in the long run. Yes, just because society says feelings are not masculine doesn't mean they aren't human. Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, we've kind of defined them of being like, I know that's the traditional stereotype. I know the world changed in a lot of ways, especially nowadays. I know in the last 20, 25 years, they're trying to redefine what masculine is. You hear a lot about toxic masculinity. You never hear about toxic femininity, though. I see plenty of toxic femininity out there myself. But that's never the problem, when that gets toxic. It's always the masculine. That's funny how that works, isn't it? But I know that society tries to try to reshape our whole definition of what that is, and they try to make. I know society's trying to do a number on men in general as far as redefining them, but somehow human nature kicks in at some point, and it just will not allow that to happen. Maybe society may culturally try to change us and become more like a little more sensitive, a little more feminized, all this, but deep down, the whole internal awakening of us won't let that happen. Eventually, we will turn. We don't conform the way they quite want us to, I guess you could say. Because bottom line is, collective consciousness can only go so far. It can only keep the charade up so long before human nature just finally starts correcting itself. At least sometimes that's the way it happens. It should happen that way, But those are some of the challenges too. About being the INFJ man, especially myself. I think I suffered more with it as a younger man than I do now. I think as a much younger man, you wouldn't, if you saw me 40 plus years back when I was a teenager, you would not recognize me. I was basically me, but my whole development, who I was, the way I think, my strength was all different, you know. But I guess that goes without saying. I think we're all like that. I think we all had to have a lifetime of discoveries that mold us and shape us into who we are. And that's part of our life. But I was to the point where, I mean, I was very sensitive, and I almost was like afraid to talk about certain things because I knew I'd well up certain topics or you know, would make me well up, and I knew that, and I almost knew that it was going to get me in trouble if I did that in front of the wrong people. So I tended to keep my mouth shut. I think I got quiet for that reason, just so I wouldn't steer into something that was going to compromise things, you know. So we have Jesse Herbert. Jeff Ackery had a bit of cringing when suddenly recalling past behaviors, actions, Fox, past, etc. He called its regrets Tourette's. Even had that. Jeff, who's Jeff Arcuri? Jeff Arcuri? Am I supposed? Is that somebody? I don't know who that is. I'm not sure who that is, but I would imagine it's somebody with a YouTube channel or something like that. Well, it sounds like he's talking about his own issues he had to resolve as well, like I'm talking about, right? But he called that Tourette's. Now, Tourette's, is that when you tend to blurt things out? You say things that are, you know, just blurt, you know, like say bad words that involuntarily. Is that what it, or is that when you start twitching your face? I know that's like sudden movements or something. Well, I should use that one. I get it often. Yeah. Okay. They coined the term toxic masculinity as a way to start a witch hunt. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, they called it toxic masculinity. That was a way of just making any kind of you know, masculine gesture from a man was somehow toxic. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all completely blown out of proportion. They tried to say that there was an over-aggressive toxic masculinity. It was the aggressive part. It was the one that would, you know, the hurtful part, the violent part of it. I mean, that's what they try to. So they try to put on the most vicious part of somebody's character and say that that's toxic. Of course that is. If a man is overly aggressive and abusive, yeah, of course, we can all agree with that. But I think they were starting to blur the line a little bit and say that even just raising your voice was into that category. That you standing your ground was toxic now. You see, they were blurring the line as well. And but the thing is, like I said, it never seems to go the other way, though. Tom, do you ever notice yourself changing from an introvert to an extrovert when you go out, when people talk to you? Sometimes I can, yeah. I think that I can play it off a little bit. I noticed that there are times I can. Now, were you talking about my moments at the beach last week? I mean, I was on the boardwalk and there were people like walking behind me, and there were a lot of people in that scene, if you're talking about that. But I was at West Beach. I can go to crowded places. I mean, I can go to. I mean, just because I'm introverted doesn't mean that I can't go to a place. I mean, I've been able to do that most of my life, where I could temporarily fit in, and I can be sociable if I have to. I mean, gosh, I could literally go into a karaoke bar and then just put my name up, get up and request a song to sing, and sing a song, yeah, and sing it damn good too, yeah. And, you know, just be one of like, wow, that guy's got a good voice, you know. Yeah, so I do that stuff. I have those moments. I do notice though too that there comes a certain point though, at that point, a few hours into it, I start crumbling. It's almost like when, you know, remember when Cinderella had to run out, midnight was striking, and because her carriage was turning back into the pumpkin, remember that? And she had to run out. She knew she had a certain amount of time. She could play it off. Well, I think in a way we're like that. I think we have that way we can go to grand ball. We can be extroverted, sing karaoke, get up in front of people and do a speech, and do a presentation, do a great one too. During a certain, certain peak that we have, it's a peak. But from what I've noticed, then too, there comes a crash. Sometimes it comes at a cost, and this is something I think that we have to be aware of about who we are, because from my experience, I noticed that there can be a crash. Sometimes I go to parties or I get invited to cookouts and things like that. I might be hanging around doing, hanging around with friends, whatever, for a little bit, and all of a sudden I noticed I start getting out of place. I start feeling like a stranger. Like I get jittery. I kind of start moving around a little bit. I don't. And at that point there, I know it's time to leave. I started realizing that I feel like I'm kind of almost avoiding people. I'm kind of like almost reverting inward without even leaving the room yet. I've told you, I think I've mentioned that before, but these are little signs that I've noticed, like just by watching myself and how I start collapsing in a sense, how I start feeling like the coach is turning back into the pumpkin. Okay. And you start feeling that happening where it's like, okay, Cinderella had to get out of the ballroom. Well, so all of a sudden I'm starting to feel like I'm going to crash. Yeah, because it's short-lived. But I know, yes, I do see that happen quite a bit. Okay, I think we're all capable of doing that, you know. But it's up to us to know that crash, to know how to regulate it so we don't end up overdoing it. So, what do you mean it's a projection? Yeah, I hate that, Billy. What is that? What are we talking about? Well, where are we? Oh, I should use that. Do you ever notice yourself changing from an introvert to an okay? So like bartenders said. Oh, what did bartenders say? There is just toxic humans, no separation of men and women. Yeah, it should be. No, I agree with you there. It should be just toxic people in general. It shouldn't be toxic masculinity or femininity, because in I see a lot of, if you want to say it, I mean, there's some women out there that call themselves feminists that are extremely toxic. But the thing is, like, we don't hear a lot spoken about. We don't even hear that term being thrown around of toxic femininity, and I see a lot of that out there too. And I think it's just as destructive, if not even more so, than toxic masculinity. I mean, maybe not more so. Maybe it's probably on the equal end. But if we're going to talk about one, we need to talk about another. You can't just say one's bad and one isn't bad. You got to kind of spread them out the same way. So, okay. That was a good point, though. It's just toxic people in general, right? Bartender said there, right? So, what do you mean it is a projection? Okay, I don't think that question was asked for me. Billy the Goat, talking about projections. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I just thought that was something interesting. Again, I'm trying to come up with some ideas for a couple more videos and all that. So, I mean, I like to start putting a few out. So, so anybody, if anybody's curious to know that, if anybody's curious, as of last night, I finally just broke the 4,000 hour mark. I mentioned this earlier, but few of the regulars have come in since then. But I've actually broken the 4,000 watch hour mark for the channel. And then of course it's like when I go to like the page, one of the pages on my YouTube, it said, you have opened up a new earnings path. So it makes you push a couple of buttons and add a couple of things in there. So now, they're saying that ad revenue now is something that they'll put toward your, So I just thought you'd like to know that. But I do want to thank everybody for, now listen, a lot of that has to do with these live broadcasts, me coming out here. And again, like I said, the regulars, my friends out there, and I love you, my friends. And I want to thank you so much for being there for me, because you really made this work, and you know who you are. Yeah, I know you know who you are exactly, right? So, I just wanted to thank you all for hanging out with me and making that all happen. Really. Topic ideas. Do you go into crowds? If so, how long does it take to recover? Oh, hey, that's a excellent question. I see you, see me. Hello there. I see you, see me. Yeah, I'm watching you. I love that name. How are you? Good to see you out there again there. All right. Um, I notice that usually I have a couple hours that I go into a crowd, or if I go into a situation, and it depends on how much, it depends on what the energies are too. Okay. You got to factor in what kind of energies you're going into. I mean, are you picking up on like some really toxic energies, loud, obnoxious energies, troublemaking energies? Like you go into a nightclub, you can keep it for a little while, but part of me just wants to leave because, I mean, energy vibe of it. Usually, I don't stick around these places. I just sense it. I sense trouble. I sense like, just troublemakers. And usually I don't want to stick around just for that reason. But there was a time in my life when I was younger. I mean, I was kind of like defiant, you know, challenging. You want to f with me? Go ahead, And I might start a fist fight over something, or just maybe get to the point where they wanted to and back them down because you know what I mean. Just to test the waters. I mean, I was a little bit more. Let's just say my shadows were a little bit more hidden, and they had chips on their shoulders. I did. I had a couple shadows that had chips on the shoulders. I had to integrate those things. I really did. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. This was way back 20 years ago. I was the guy that was always challenging, and but usually I backed it up if I had to. So, but I get to the point where I didn't like those environments anymore. I really didn't. You know, so I stopped doing that. But so it depends on what kind of if it's uh, if it's energy where it's like calm and peaceful and tranquil energy, people are just lounging and they're trying to just relax. A relaxing energy, I can endure that longer. So it's the way you pick up the energies. So it depends on your environment, but usually it's a couple hours either way. All right. But sometimes I just go to a friend's house or cookouts, and if I do, usually I get 2 or 3 hours. But then sometimes I notice I'll end up sitting in a chair and I start quieting down. I'll sip my beer, or I'll just sit back and I'm quieting, like I'm trying to. It's almost like I feel like I said you're almost like going into your mind in front of everybody because you get quiet, and I've had that happen too. But these are little signals you have to know about yourself. And once you find out your type, you find out, okay, this is what an introvert, this is probably your signals. These are things you have to know. Maybe early on in your life, you didn't know what they mean. You just thought you were getting tired and this and that, that kind of thing. But then you have to realize, okay, this is you telling yourself your batteries are wearing down. Your life force that you had is depleting a little bit because you're having enough. And, and so you have to just understand your cues. Know if when's the time to leave? When is it time to leave? That's my answer to that. I'd say, Honey Rose, is that, but that's a very good question. How long does it take to recover? Um, yeah, I've actually overstayed a couple times where I wanted to stay too long, and I'd start driving home, getting drowsy at the wheel, like have to pull over and actually like take a nap in my car. I didn't want it to get to that point. But usually I feel like I take a little bit longer in the day. Like I won't go out as long the next day. I might stay in a little bit longer, do things around the house a little bit more. Just do my own thing. So yeah, it takes. I do notice I recover by just staying home like an extra day, the next day. So I end up paying for it. I think we're all like that. So um, I'm going on a barbecue on Monday, and I'm already planning on escaping after I get a burger. Are you? Okay, yeah. So you get your burger, you hang out for a bit, and you're already like cutting out. Well, you just yeah again. So we got to know our limitations. You know. Hey, like Dirty Harry said on Magnum Force, a man's got to know his limitations. You know? Well, INFJ's got to know their limitations as well. So that's part of what we have to just know. But that's what we're here about. That's what we're talking about. Good plan, honey rose. Yeah. Sneak in, grab the burger from under the table like a cat reaching for a snack, and sneak out. Yeah, usually if you just walk out and you don't make the announcement, people don't even know you've vanished until they just look around and say, "Hey, where's Tom? Hey, well, where is he? He never said he was leaving." So, part of me though, if I'm invited by like the house guests, like friends of mine that have the house, you have to tell them you're going to leave, just out of respect. You don't want to just leave their house. That's rude. I think that's rude personally. So it depends. If you just walk into a place, so you weren't really in, you were just kind of walked into, you can leave whenever you want. But if somebody invites you and you say yes, I think out of respect, though, you let them know, hey, thank you for everything. I had a wonderful time, but I'm going to take off. Even if it's early, I do that. There's an art festival every year that I can see from my window. I walk, I walk in for 5 minutes, come home for an hour to prepare better, then went out for another 30 minutes. Oh, okay. So you kind of had to get a scope. You had to get your bearings. You had to go there. You walked there for 5 minutes, kind of scoped the area, came back home, came up with a plan, came up with a whole little scheming plan of where you want to go, and then you went back. Okay. So yeah, that's your planning thing. You had to make sure you have it all scoped out and planned out. Yeah, boy, that's very calculating. Very, that's for sure, huh? Okay, hang out by the exit, be friendly to people. Once they are all distracted, slip out. Yeah, yeah. I think you just got to do that. You just kind of drift away sometime. Now that's how they got me to go barbecue. Lure me with a burger. Yeah, you gotta, as long as it's a nice burger. Yeah, burgers can be so good though. I mean, nice grilled burger, especially charcoal grilled burger with the nice flame broil, and put a little bit of raw onion on there, lettuce, a little bit of pickle, onion, a little relish. Okay, cheese. Okay, I better stop. I better stop doing that. Huh? Oh, I'm talking myself. I'm going to talk myself into getting hungry over here. I can't do that stuff. Actually, I don't even eat that much beef anymore. I do. I will sometime. I'll eat a burger occasionally. I can't eat them all the time now. I had to start watching what I eat, especially like red meat. There's things I had to stop eating. I don't eat a lot. I don't even eat a lot of French fries or fried foods anymore. Anything with battered dough, very rarely, if not ever. So I had to get. Yeah, I know. That's why I said I better stop. Now everyone's hungry. I would turn the burger into a meat sauce. I think we all like to eat. I think that's one thing that we all like our food. I mean, I know I like when I'm hungry. I like to eat good stuff too. There's certain trigger foods that I got that I think. Yeah, I know. Just the traditional hamburgers are one of them. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, Jess Hebert. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is good stuff, man. Takes courage to be genuine. Uh, wow. Well, I want to thank you for that. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I want to thank you so much. That's very kind of you. All right, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Well, that gave you a nice big old bright message too. So good stuff. It takes courage to be genuine. That's what I think is all about. I mean, listen. I mean, I think that's all what this channel is. I try to be myself as much as I can. I just try to speak from my heart. I think that's the name of the station is INFJ Experience for a reason, because we don't just live life, we experience it. It is an experience that we go through in our life. It is. And that's why it's called that. And all I can do is just speak from my own experiences. But I thank you so much for that. Okay. So, but Billy, my best friend, knows if I'm giving you a thumb on that one too. I just gave you a thumb on that. I appreciate that. Billy, my best friend, knows if I had food, I'll stay for a bit, but she doesn't expect me to mingle, as she knows her food won't go to waste. Wow. Yeah, that was yeah. Wow, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, yeah, that was nice. Very nice. I'm always pleased when you know. Appreciate that. So, um, yeah, but as far as just like I said, the best thing you can do is be yourself. And I mean, sometimes I think I like to do show prep here and there. It's like, well, what do I do? We got to talk about topics and things. I think there's certain topics that we all relate to, certain events that seem to be strictly our plights in life as our type. And all I can do is just like say that I only know this because I related to everyone. I would watch these when I first found out the type, and naturally I was watching YouTube videos. I was consuming YouTube videos and as much as I could on this whole thing, trying to figure myself out. Trying to even figure out if I believe this. How could this be me? Oh, how could I be this rare? Are you telling me I'm less than 1% of the world? No way. You go into a state of denial. You tell yourself you can't be this rare. There's no way. But then you tell yourself, but I've always known there was something not quite right. No, not quite. I wouldn't say right, but just different. You've always known your whole life you had something different about you that was, and again, you knew it because you looked at other people's faces. You could just see the way other people reacted. They didn't have the same internal strife as you. You just knew deep down when the lights were out when they were in the depth of their mind, they weren't going through what you were going through. You just read it in their face. They didn't have what you had. And you knew nobody else like it. Then you start seeing YouTube videos and you start hearing, like Wennis. Yeah. Oh, she led it. She was the first one. She really introduced me to it. But I'm telling you realize that there are certain fundamental things that we all go through, and the main one is, like I said, our isolation. I mean, these are some of the more debilitating ones, and of course, having to learn how to just regulate ourselves, just understanding what introversion is. But these are some of the things that we have to come up, just have to come to grips with, basically. Yeah, that's all. So, Honey Rose got someone like that, but he lives down in Tennessee. I would think, yeah, TN is Tennessee, right? Yeah, that's good, Vamp. Wow, that's a good friend, Vamp. Yes, Billy the Goat. There you go. Nice. So, yeah, I would think, yeah, Tennessee is, TN is Tennessee, I would think, huh? Okay. Uh-oh, what'd I do? Wait a minute. Gotta get my live back here. What'd I do? I accidentally bumped out of the live here. So go back to it. I just accidentally, oh, okay. I get into a dark mode here too. Yeah, but that's something we all have to come to grips with is the fact that we all have certain fundamental drawbacks and certain fundamental strengths that we all know. But you have to always remember too, what I've been trying to work on too, especially, is knowing that when you finally realize that your dominant function, your introverted intuition, and there's only two personality types that have the dominant, INFJ, INTJ, the only two that we are dominant. That's a primary function. Now, when you realize that, all you can really do is start trying to say, okay, if that's what's dominant, if that's your best strength you got, then I'm going to make sure it's as best as it can be. I mean, I think right along through the course of our life, we've known it without really knowing it. I mean, we've been reading faces, we've been reading, feeling rooms, feeling environments, feeling situations our whole life. We might have thought everybody was doing that, but they weren't. Yeah, they weren't doing the same thing we were. Again, you could read it in their face. You thought they were, but you just knew there was something that you could read the air that it was rare what you had. But at some point, you start realizing this is your dominant function. All you can do at that point is take that information and say, okay, and just be aware of it. Be aware of it, and just make sure that you are fully aware of it, and just know that that's going to be the one fundamental thing that's going to guide you. I mean, since then, I mean, I've been, you know, especially since I've discovered the MBTI type and found that I think that's one thing I've had to really focus on is say, okay, I'm seeing the whole pattern there. I see that dominant function. It is definitely always been there, but now that I realize it is what it is, I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to fine tune this even more so. And I think that's all we can do is just to finally, figure out our own mind. But again, like I said, the best thing we can do for ourselves, as Carl Jung did say, is becoming who you were truly intended to be. Is the privilege of a lifetime. I believe he said that's how he said that. In other words, individualization. I couldn't say that for a minute there, could I? But that's basically our what we strive for, is just to find our true selves. And again, I think our whole life is just fragments of getting to those steps. We start off early on, knowing that we're in conflict with what the world is trying to tell us to be, without knowing this for word, without actually knowing the words of it. We know we're not intended to be who we are, that we're intended to be something deeper, something more refined than we are. We're just trapped in this. We're just trapped in something that we're confused about, and it holds us back in so many ways. But I just know one thing. The one thing I had was it was just like all of us have. The one thing I always seem to have was that introverted mind, because we always end up there, whether we want to or not. The one place we always end up to is going to that spot in that mind of ours, that place in our mind, that place of solace that we try to find. Okay, and that's basically, that's basically the essence of who we are. But the funny thing is, like I said, if it's a rare thing, let me tell you something. Wait, so having this level of what introspection isn't as common. Again, because a good majority of faces, you're not seeing it. You can just read that nobody else has it. And I've been starting to see that especially. That's what I mean. Tuning in this introverted intuition and understanding what it is and what you're capable of, and understanding what your strong point is, what your dominant strong point is being able to read and actually like just seeing a certain twitch, a certain glimmer in the eye, a certain smirk in somebody's face, and knowing what they're thinking. And knowing the depth of what people are going, thinking, and also by reading the feeling you're getting at the same time, you start fine tuning that stuff. But you realize nobody else has that same level of introspection you got. That's strictly something that you are. Like it's fine tuned. It's honed in you somehow. Yeah. And not to say anybody can't do that, but it seems to be that's what you rely on more than anything. Of course, there's drawbacks. Of course, and we talk about all the drawbacks to that, but at some point you have to realize you have no choice but to accept who you are. I was actually reading another thing too. I saw a video. Sometimes I see these videos, and one of them in particular talks a lot about Carl Jung and his his findings and his teachings. And he's a lot of things like I noticed that I was saying that Carl Jung was saying 50, 60 years ago about how the first one of the first steps an introverted intuitive type needs. Okay, now he didn't have a word for it. He didn't call it INFJs. He was basing it on himself. But that the introverted mind as it is, the one that suffers, the suffering soul type, okay, as he called it. Um, I mean, he basically said that that was part of the individualization of who they are. That suffering was all leading it to them, leading them there, leading them to their authentic selves. But I guess what I'm getting at is Carl Jung. He said that at some point, though, acceptance. And I was saying this like months ago on a couple of videos. I said we have to finally accept who we are. We can't try to be more sociable. We can't try to be like everybody else. We've tried. At some point, you have to say, I'm me. Yes, I'm introverted. I'm isolated in my mind. I'm geared this way. I'm built this way. And this is just who I am. At some point, you have to accept who you are. This is your first point that you take. This is your very first step into accepting your authentication, though, is that you have to. Because if you're not accepting anything and you're fighting it, what are you doing? You're rebelling it. If you don't accept it, then you're not conceding to it. You're not saying you're trying to fight it. If you don't accept it, then you're trying to be something different. If you don't accept it, you see, it's like you don't want to give it up. Now at this point here, you can start fighting and going against your own grain, but it's only going to cause you to become more frustrated and more you're actually going to be basically you're going to be running against your own grain in a sense. I'm not just trying to think of the right words, but yeah, but I think most of our life we do spend that. So at some point it has to click into place. You've tried everything and you have to just realize you are built different. Now you're finally getting a blueprint to your mind. And what confuses us more than ever, what really is the hardest thing to accept is the rarity of it. I mean, when you look around at other faces and read them and they don't, they're not like you. You can read it, you can tell. This hurts. It can be hurtful and it can be isolating because you're the only one and you don't fit in. And yeah, see, these are the fundamental things that we go through. These are some of the things that we all can relate to. And my whole life was spent like that. But I heard but again, we had videos saying exactly that, talking exactly that. But that's what our life has been up to this point. But acceptance. Even Carl Jung said that's the first thing you got to do. You got to stop fighting at what it is and start accepting who you are and embrace the fact you are solitude. Embrace it. Because you'll find strength there. Ultimately, you find the strength within yourself. You'll start understanding that your isolation in your lone spot becomes your greatest fortress. It's where you belonged all along. Okay? And so you might be interested accepting as part of the grieving process. This interesting. Acceptance is the grieving process. Billy the Goat, how are you, Billy? Yes, the grieving process. That's a good way of putting it. Billy, you're very intelligent. I talked to you on this show before, and yeah, you were quite intelligent and very insightful. And ours is shaped by the FE and how things mesh. They're shaped by the TE with how things look for the right word functions. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So you basically saying you have to accept your own. What did you say before? You had a way of putting it there. Okay. I'm trying to think of what I just read something that Billy said that this might be interesting. Acceptance is the part of the grieving process. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what it is. Well, you get to a point where you grieve so much, you think eventually, you're going to find your way, but it comes back. And part of accepting is knowing that this is your life. You don't grieve as much once you've accepted yourself internally, and you accept that this is your life. You don't grieve as much. I noticed that it actually brings a little bit more peace in your mind because you're no longer in conflict with that because you have accepted it truly. Okay, that's why it's important to do just that. You're absolutely right. That's why it's an important step, but that's the first major step too. Um, I had talked about the acceptance, the awareness of it. Yeah, you have to be awareness of it, the awakening and the assimilation. I had like these 5 A's or something like that. I had videos that were all like guides to that. But yeah, the acceptance is the first thing. But it kind of opens the doors to all the other ones because right away, once you've accepted, you let go. You're not trying to swim against the grain, swim upstream, up current, like everybody else. You're not doing that because you're not built that way. Now you're going in the trajectory, the current that you are geared for in your own self, and that's when it becomes more peaceful because you're no longer fighting the current. That's the acceptance part. Very good, brilliant observation. I want to tell you that, there, Billy. So start studying the Myers-Briggs ladies, and you'll have some video topics. Yeah, I've been meaning to do that. Jethro, you've been telling me that for weeks now. Start looking at the Myers-Briggs ladies. I actually did see something go on not long ago about the Myers-Briggs ladies and how after Carl Jung mapped out the basics of the types, the introverted versus the extroverted, thinker versus the feelers, that kind of thing, right? I do know that Carl Jung had the different personality types, but no, but the Myers-Briggs ladies, they basically mapped out the whole combinations. They put them into the combinations, almost like combinations of a lock. They put the 16 different personalities, and I think that took them a long time to work out these combinations as well. And that's when it took shape that it is now. So, and then of course, you know what? Actually, that movie you had recommended, I watched the thing about the MBTI and about the tests and all that. I started watching that. Now Frank James was in that, and he was doing his very first video. There was a lot of Frank James in there, and they were talking about all the different types. But what happened was that video that you sent me was just like the first 15 minutes of it. It wasn't the entire thing. It was only like, and there was a lot of commercials into it. I kept trying to advance past the commercial, and I only saw like first 20 minutes, but I was starting to watch that. So I didn't see the whole thing, but I did see enough of it to know that, you know, that it started with Young, and then of course the ladies took it over and did the combinations, did all the real science things, and put all the things together in there. So, and in the peace comes from letting go, another part of the grieving process. And the peace comes from the letting go, another part of the grieving process. Uh, well, also too. I mean, your real peace. I think peace also happens when you've gone through the dark night of the soul. I mean, that's all part of the process as well. And then again, Carl Jung talked about that because he'd lived it. He lived it. And at one point, I feel like I lived it too. That point where you have nowhere to go. But it has to be a point in your life where you know you're prepared for this. Again, I think INFJs, we're geared to find this whole thing. I think this individualization is very. I think it can happen to anybody, but I think INFJs especially, maybe INTJs maybe, but being the way we're built, being that we're so introspective and we change within. It's an internal change. It's not external. And that's where we're so geared for this kind of individualization because we're built that way. But my point is that the dark night of the soul, that time when you are pulled into the darkness, and this is one of the most. It can be one of the most lonely, most vapid, most empty, desolate moments of your life. In fact, it is, and you have to go through this, and you have to navigate through it, and it may take months. All I can tell you is that even Carl Jung said, but what's happening is you are killing your ego. Your ego, the what you've known, what you have been conditioned to be in your life, what the world molded you into has to just undo. It has to unravel. Okay? And so what you're going through is you're facing all this in uncertainty, uncharted waters, not knowing where you're going, just knowing that it's vapid, it's empty. You're like in a desert with no water, or just barely enough water just to sustain you, just enough to keep going. You know, you're in a raft in the middle of an ocean with just enough food and water to stay alive while you bear the brunt of the storm and the waves, but you're not sinking, just enough to stay above float. But unsure where you are and where you're going. This is where your soul goes. That's the dark night of the soul. And anybody who's been there, I'm sure I think we've all dabbled into this. Listen, I know we have. I'm hearing fireworks outside back here, people. Don't mind. Maybe you can hear these or not. I'm not sure. Somebody's lighting fireworks back there. I mean, a couple mile away or so. But I think we've. Oh my gosh, Jesse, another one. Oh my gosh, you didn't have to do that. Could your comments? Could your comments on synchronicity? Could you comment on synchronicity? Yeah, okay, absolutely. Let me do that in a couple minutes. Let me finish up this whole dark night of the soul. But yeah, I want to thank you again, Jesse. Thank you so much for that. You're very charitable. Appreciate that. But bottom line is, yeah, dark night of the soul. Listen, I think we've all, if we haven't passed through this, I mean, maybe some of us have already gone through this, some of us haven't, but as INFJs, this is something that we will experience in our life on our journey. Okay, but you're being groomed for it every time you have your bouts of isolation and your bouts of sadness and depression and loneliness. These are your small ways of preparing for this night, the dark night. Okay, because this is the big one. You have to. But after this main one night, and you go through this, now it may take weeks or months, and you have no choice but to persevere. I know I've talked about this before. I hate to be sounding like a broken record, people. I've talked about this only because it's so important. And whoever hasn't gotten this message, that this is part of your authentication. It's not the part of it. This is your whole, it's the essence of where you have to go through to find this. Now, all I can say is that when we talk about finding peace, is that at the end of this, it just kind of like, it just happens. You just realize one day, I mean, it might be 3, 4, 5, 6 months. It might be months that you have to persevere. Now, again, what I'm talking about is all internal. It's in that spot that you have within yourself, that empty spot, that isolated spot that you have. Typically, it's isolated. Imagine that feeling tenfold. Yeah, imagine it more so. But the thing is that, again, your soul, your ego is dying. It has to die because it has no choice but to somehow, it has to die before it can be rebuilt. It has to go, it has to before you can authenticate and rebuild, you have to forget what it was that drove you. But what happens is when your ego starts to die, the things that saved you, the things that filled you, let's say you liked, you had certain friends and you did certain things, they lose their appeal. They no longer become fun anymore. When things start just losing their excitement to you, these outer stimulations, these things, this is when you know that nothing is there is going to sustain you anymore. You have no choice but to look inward. But again, INFJs, we are built to sustain that. I only know this because I've been through there. I had gone through there, and I remember the aches that I went through. But I do remember eventually, it's just without even a big announcement, without even a big thunderous, you're done, you're through. It doesn't happen. You just realize you're not hurting anymore. You realize the pain is gone. Eventually, you say, the crave that you had for somebody, that whole ache that you had to find a soulmate, that whole ache you had to find fulfillment from from things, from company, from something that was external, it's gone. You just feel filled. Okay? But again, it's part of what we need to find. That's the dark night of the soul, but that's the piece that's ultimately what you're led. But then I'm also seeing these videos too talking about what happens after the awakening. When you start going into these realms of, you've already found peace, you found some kind of clarity, you found some kind of you found peace in that way. But and sometimes in a way your soul starts to, let's say, you get kind of bored in a way. Now I even came up with a couple of videos about how I felt numb. You feel numb. Sometimes you feel like you don't know what direction to go in. You kind of, that whole idea of being on a raft. You're not feeling the pain of it, but at some point you're not sure where you're gonna go, because everything that you knew about your life, everything that saved you, everything that filled you, your ego, has now been kind of just taken from you. It's no longer sustained you because it was not you. It was never based on who you were. It was not your authentic self. It was what you were conditioned to be. Now you've been kind of taken from that. But you eventually have to just understand that there's a numb feeling where you still go to work every day. You still have to, pay your bills. You still have to maintain your life. It's like you still have your life. But you feel like you're almost in a dead zone, like not a dead zone, like I said, a numb place, a kind of a void. Like you're not really sure where you are because but your nervous system. Now in this video, I can't remember what it was. I probably have to at some point. I got all these great visions. Like I want to do a commentary on this one. Basically, it's saying that when you find the state of awakening and you've already gone through the dark night and you go through this it's your nervous system, your whole mind nervous system that is recalibrating, rethinking, relearning what it means to be who you are authentically, because it's never been that. It's like you're trying to feel your way around again in your own kind of naive world in a sense, but spiritually. Like a child. Eventually, let's say a child is learning their world. They're seeing, like, they're finding out what leaves are, what they feel like, the greenness, maybe caterpillars. You ever been a child and you're fascinated with little things? It's kind of like, in a sense, you have to find that fascination again, all over again with your spirit. Not so much internal, not externally anymore. But it's that whole awakening. You see, you have to be reborn, where that whole fascination. So it's almost like you're recalibrating. Your nervous system has to change and has to recalibrate to find these things spiritually after that awakening. This is the numb part you go through. And I connected so much. I can't remember the video. There's a few of them like that just talk about Carl Jung stuff out there. Maybe they're on your feeds as well, but there's a lot of different stuff out there. And I was like, fascinating. Some of these videos I see out there are like, wow, that's exactly where I feel like I've been, Okay, could I comment on synchronicity? Well, I got, listen, I kind of steered into that, people. I was kind of hoping I'd steer and jump down a rabbit hole again. Oh, okay. Maybe, I'm not sure if you've seen this, Jesse, but it's funny his comment about synchronicity. I just put a short out a couple of days ago. And if you've seen it, and I don't know if it started with I got the white rabbit. Now listen, anybody who watches my my live broadcast, I use that comment, jump down rabbit holes quite a bit, don't I? I do say that. In fact, I know I do because it's one of my, I've been doing that for years. When I say jumping down a rabbit hole, it just means what I just did. You're going to get into a conversation that's just like you're going into Wonderland, rabbit hole, right? So I'm out doing my job a couple of days ago, and I just happened to, I'm at a stop that I do every day, 3 times a week. Excuse me, 3 times a week I do the same stop, and I go around the building, and there's some like trees. There's a little farm that's back beyond there. So I saw this white rabbit. I saw it last week too, but then I saw it and I thought, oh. So I break out the phone and I take a little video and I started talking into it, and I made a short out of it. But I basically came down to being like a synchronicity in a sense. I said, is this a synchronicity? I'm always talking about jumping down rabbit holes. And what do I see? There's a white rabbit on the lawn as I'm driving my truck. And I'm making it I'm trying to make the short entertaining. I'm saying, now this is a critical moment. What do I do? Do I chase the rabbit? Do I chase him down the rabbit hole? What do I? So I was talking about it, and then I started just kind of reciting like it's late. I'm late for the very important date kind of thing, and then I kind of just was talking from my truck about what synchronicities were. I said synchronicities basically are. Oh, good night, Billy. Okay, he's going tonight. But basically, synchronicities are just that. They're when you're things start, you start seeing patterns, or maybe you think of a certain sequence of numbers. Maybe you see a certain number at various places, and you might see a code or a number or something, a phrase that you repeat that you'll see manifest like I did, and it's just you have to wonder what exactly it means. But I mean, that's something Carl Jung also had came up with as well. And he said that occasionally we have these moments in us where we seem like we've either seen it before or we predicted what we were going to see, like a certain pattern, a code, a number sequence, something that was set in your path randomly. But again, Carl Jung also was about dream interpretation. He could interpret dreams, and he had a way of looking deeper into understanding meanings behind synchronicities. Now, whether or not, I mean, I suppose you can get good at this. Maybe he's a psychologist, and he had a way of deciphering these kind of codes. But he'd look deeper into it. And sometimes his patients would tell him about certain things, and he'd see the synchronicities. But I think they must have some deeper meaning, some kind of a deeper connection to something that, I mean, to me, it's like it's very mysterious. But after what I did was I ended up saying what I'm going to do right now is I got work to do and I have a life to live, and I can't chase this white rabbit down the hole right now, because I mean deep down in my heart I knew, okay, I'm making a short here, I'm making this funny. I talk about rabbit holes, and I like to go down them like on the show. But I knew there's also reality. I mean, I'm still just seeing a white rabbit in the grass over here. Whether or not it's a synchronicity, I didn't know. But when I actually said I have to move on now and I'll have to see the white rabbit another day, and I left the situation, I knew, it kind of dawned on me after. It's like, well, was that the answer? Sometimes reality is where you have to be. My choice was basically not, was to just mosey on and do my job like I would. And I mean, I was just making it a funny little story, but Carl Jung did have a way of interpreting these happenings in a deeper way. Like I said, they had certain subtle meanings, but again, I'm not too good at exactly how to interpret them quite, but But that was basically what it is. That's basically what the synchronicities are. Is that they're random things that we really that are hard to explain, like codes and random events that reoccur. But and most of the time they're hard to explain why, but they're there. Kind of like a deja vu. How many times have people, we call that deja vu. You, for some reason, you might randomly, and I've had several. I'm sure we all have. I'm sure we all have had deja vus where we think we've, for some reason, you can't remember where or why you're seeing it, but you might just you might turn a corner, walk into a room and turn a certain way, and just as you do, your head sees a certain pattern on it, but you've seen it before. Almost exactly. In fact, the thought you were holding in your mind at the time you were seeing is exact to that deja vu. Again, it's unexplainable. But you tell yourself, I've seen this before. I don't know how or why, but I've been here. I've seen that. But you can't really put and it's very random. Sometimes they're just random. They don't really seem to have much rhyme or reason to them. Now, is that somewhat of a synchronicity? I mean, they call that a deja vu. I mean, that's a French word for what it is. I mean, it just basically means what it does, but somehow I think the mind has little ways of seeing things, patterns, before they happen sometimes. And in so many ways, it's hard to explain exactly what they are. 11 is a big one. Yeah, I've heard some about 11. 11 on the clock constantly. So yours is 11, George. Okay, nice. Now, did you ever question what that means? 11, George. Do you ever like ponder what does it mean? Do you ever think about what it is? I mean, seriously. I mean, there's got to be some like answer to that. I mean, I've had little things like that happen in the course of my life, little synchronicities. Sometimes they're so subtle you just think they're coincidences, or we chalk them up to coincidence. Just things happen, but is there something deeper to them? Carl Jung thought there was something deeper. Again, he, in his vast wisdom, he found ways of interpreting some of these things. He based it on other things that his patients would tell him about other things, and he had ways of interpreting these things. In numerology and spiritual traditions, 11 is considered an angel's number, really, that signifies spiritual awakening, new beginnings, and heightened manifestations of power. Wow, that's deep. That's real deep. That's well, there you go. So now, George, you're actually seeing these 11s. You see that yourself. Now, Honeyverse just said that that's what that means. 11 is an angel's number. Spiritual awakening and new beginnings and heightened manifestation power. Just the stuff we happen to talk about on this channel, isn't it? This is what this channel is all about. This is what we show up here to talk about. What we're all about here. Google. What is now? So are you saying you found that on Google? Oh, Google is okay. Repeatedly seeing this sequence, such as on a clock or license plate, is widely interpreted as a cosmic green light, confirming you are aligned with your soul's purpose. Oh, well, I'm glad you're putting this in these words. I really am, because I didn't quite see that. I knew it was something to do with some sequence that had a deeper meaning. I didn't quite know exactly. I'm glad you're filling me in. Thank you. That's why I need you people out there. You fill in the gaps sometimes. I don't know everything. I mean, I know a little bit about them. But that's something that confirming you are aligned with your soul's purpose. I think I heard that somewhere. Maybe I heard that on a video. I can't remember where I heard that, but yeah, I heard 11 is a thing. Victor Ode channel, actually, but I see it all the time. Well, there you go. 1111. You heard what Honey Rose is saying about that. That's an angel's number right there. There you go, and that's in alignment. But let me ask you something, George. Now we're we're all on the same path. I think we are linked in a lot of ways, and I think we're here for a reason, and we seem to gravitate to this for a reason. Now, do you experience a lot of do you feel as though you have this awakening? You feel like you're on this path? And if you do, I mean, yeah, that would be good indications why you're seeing this. Okay. Now, I'm going by what Honey Rose is saying about that's an angel's number, saying that you're in connection with your awakening. You know, you think that has something to do with it? I mean, that's a good possibility. You know, but the thing is, with me and the white rabbit there, and the little jumping down rabbit holes comments I make, I was just trying to throw that in there as it's just a funny little skit, like a little, like hey, this is what is this what they mean by a synchronicity? This is my phrase, and here's a white rabbit, and he looks like he's waiting for me. If you ever watch that short, he's sitting there. He's kind of looks like he's just kind of sitting, like he's resting. He's not moving, and he's watching me. And I said, look, it's almost like he's beckoning me to chase him. I even said that, like he's daring me to chase him. Yeah, jump down the white rabbit hole there. But I just wondered. I said, being that it's just my phrase, and I saw that, it just seemed kind of, and I do mention a lot of times, I see a lot of rabbits. It seems I see tons of rabbits in Manchester lately, but not white. That's the first white rabbit. That's the only white rabbit I've seen. Now that thing, he was bigger and all white, pure white. That's the first white one I've seen in a long time, probably years. Yeah, it started with my awakening a few years ago. My Kundalini awakening, I mentioned before, but these synchronicities have slowed down in recent years. Okay. So I think that's right. I do remember something about I hope I'm pronouncing it right, the Kundalini awakening. That's a type of awakening. It's something to do. Is it something to do with what I'm talking about? Is it kind of like that? What we're, like the dark night of the soul, passing through that? Is it kind of like that, or is it different? What is a Kundalini? Just curious. Again, I like to know these things. I'm not sure what exactly that is, but I'm sure that'll. But no, see, I mean, if you've experienced that in 1111, maybe there's something. But you say that they've slowed down in the last few years, but early on you were seeing these things more frequently. You were seeing these things for what they were. Sort of spiritual. Yes, dark night of the soul as well. I had a bad one. Did you? Listen, I think the reason you said you had a bad one, I think they're all bad. I mean, I don't know if they're painful. They're not pleasant. They're very, very vapid. It's just like I described before. It's all spiritual though. It's all internal, what you're going through, but it's painful. For some reason though, when I went through that dark night of the soul, I realized that now there's physical pain, there's emotional pain. We go through pains in our life, and typically we always relate it to being like external, like relationship pain. You get over a breakup of a girlfriend, a somebody, and you got that pain of losing somebody, or pain of losing your mom, or pain of losing a sibling, somebody close. Now that's very painful. These are external pains. These are like pains but that dark night of the soul, it's completely different. It's not like it might be triggered by these things. You might be triggered by losing a loved one, or a divorce, or losing a significant somebody. It could trigger these. It'll put you into these modes where it leads you into this. Absolutely, it happens all the time. But in the course of that spiritual depletion, that vapid soul, that dark night, it's a pain that's hard to describe because it's not physical. It's nothing it's spiritual. And it's not like breaking a leg. It's not like cutting or burning yourself. It's more like you feel a heaviness. I felt personally, a lot of times I felt like a tightness in my throat. Like almost like not a strangling, but like like sometimes when you're upset, you're on the verge of cry. You're on the verge of tears, and sometimes you get choked up. I was getting this tightness in my throat all the time, quite a bit during that whole thing, and it just seemed like it was. I always knew that there was something coming out. Something was having to be hashed out, thought about, and of course during these bouts, let's say, sometimes they were accompanied with memories of things that I had done, things I've said, things I, did in the past that I was not proud of, things that I was not necessarily happy with, things that I had to be forgiven for, in a sense, repent for. Part of it was like, now they talk about repentance in like, the in the Christian faith, and like especially with Catholics talk about, repentance, facing what you did and actually being forgiven for them. And I think in some ways too, like, well, while you're going through these, you're going through a true sense of repentance because things bubble up, things that you didn't resolve, things you did not, feel wrong for doing, things you've done that you didn't quite face come into this. They start during these awakenings as well. That's when I noticed the throat would get tight. I'd start reliving certain things I did, feeling bad for what I did, like almost like bringing me to tears, and then all of a sudden the throat would clump. But bottom line is it's a pain it's hard to describe. That spiritual, vapid, empty pain is like it's almost more excruciating. It's almost more excruciating than physical pain in some ways because it's cutting you into your soul, you know. But yeah, but that's something we have no choice but to persevere. Yeah, but you survive that though. But the thing is, it's cleansing you too. You're you somehow you're changing, you're cleansing, you're you're basically purifying in a sense because your soul is dying. I mean, not your soul. Excuse me. Your your longing ego, that toxic ego, I should say, the prideful ego is dying. Yeah, this channel's great. Randomly landed here. Oh, thank you. Oh, Jesse, thank you. Is this your first time here, Jesse? Yeah, I'm here. I usually do this once a week on Saturday nights, usually around this time. We do that. I just happen to be going down quite a few rabbit holes tonight. Speaking of rabbit holes, that's what I do. But I'm glad you like that. Then, but see, the reason you're testifying to this is because it's relating to something that you're going through in your life, and this is why you like this because you're understanding it because this has probably been your life as well. Now, unless you're that personality type that if this is what it is, but you're finding it relatable because I think we all find it relatable. That's why we're here. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here. Sort of spiritual. Yes, dark night of the soul as well. Had a bad one. There you go. Yeah, I think they all are. Okay, if they're true, authentic dark nights of the soul, and you went through it, then you've experienced that. But let me ask you something, George. You said you had these visions of 11:11 and synchronicities, things like that. Now, let me ask you, I mean, have you, things have changed for you though, right? I mean, have you felt more peaceful? Have you felt more like just, I mean, I'm going to guess you did. You felt more free, like a weight was lifted off you. Like that whole pain of emptiness, that spot that you had that was empty is now filled. Like it's not empty anymore. I mean, that's all I can say is that it brings you to a level of peace when you survive through it. And I can only imagine that if you did, yeah, you must have that level of peace now. Okay. So But anyway, I'm glad it helped you. I'm definitely glad that you went through that and you found that out. But anyway, so that's a little bit. You asked about synchronicities, and I'm glad that we had that little bit of a talk. But anyway, Jesse, did that help out a little bit? Do you have anything about synchronicities that you're curious about? Because, or was it because I put that short out? Did you happen to see that, or I was just wondering why you, in particular, asked about synchronicities, because it just seemed that I put that short video out a couple of days ago. It's like last week I just did that. I thought that might have had something to do with it, but so glad you did, Jesse. Yeah, no, that was good because again, that's just definitely no. Also, Honey Rose, yeah, you filled in a couple of blanks there too. You came up with a couple of quotes there about what that is that I didn't have readily available. So I'm gonna say you help me out on that one as well. So. Uh, yeah, but I mean, but bottom line is to get it all back to what we were starting. Listen, this is all. I think INFJs, in particular, in so many capacities, uh, this is something that we go through. These these uh, these dark nights of the soul. These things that these are typically our path into finding our authentication. Now, you got to understand too, as INFJs too. I mean, listen, I know I can testify on my own, and I think all of you know that all our life we want to know who we are. We're just naturally trying to figure ourselves out because we've had that confusing life. Listen, this is nothing new to me. Well, before I knew what MBTI is, it's about 4 years now. It's roughly 4 years ago I discovered MBTI, discovered this INFJ. I didn't know what it was. I just knew it was these letters. I'm like, what the heck is INFJ? What is it? What is this, right? And I started looking more into it, but it's been 4 years, just about that. But way before that, my life, I mean, I've been searching to find out the mysteries of who I was because again, I've been not quite like anybody else and didn't know anybody like me. So I've always tried to figure out my own self. And as confused as I was, as lost, as painful as it had been for me, as depressing as we've all had it, yeah, this is what leads us to want to figure us out because we don't want to live like that. Nobody wants to. I mean, we felt like we had no choice though. We had no choice. This was our life. It's just part of what we were. And so I think bottom line is we're trying to figure ourselves out, trying to find our real selves anyway. And I think that's the plight. That's the direction that we have as INFJs. Now, again, I think the awakening and this whole transformation, being that naturally INFJs are introspective, and I think also INFJs typically have a very loose, let's say, a boundary between their consciousness and their unconsciousness. In fact, because of the fact that we're so into ourselves, into our own mind, into the depths of ourselves, typically a lot of other types, let's say, have a very rigid like boundary between their unconscious and their consciousness. Okay? Now, I actually got to give credit where it's credit's due. I heard Lauren say this, Lauren Scapola. I just heard her. She blew my mind the other day. She said something. She says, INFJs have this mind where we have a very like, she described it as being like most personality types, extroverted types, that they have a very thick wall between their unconsciousness and their conscious mind. Okay. All these shadows they repress are deep in there, and they're deep in their psyche, and they're kind of hidden, very, very hidden. Now you get more of an introverted, intuitive type. You get us. And she said that it's like saying they have a wall between their brain, and you can't get past that wall. Now INFJs have more like not a wall of brick, more like it's gel, like where we can kind of reach through that gel and kind of get into our unconscious mind. I heard that. I says, "Oh my God, she just said this so brilliantly." It's stuff I've always known. I kind of knew it, but she put it in a way of saying, "My gosh, she's beautiful, brilliant." What she just said, and it's true. We do because we're so introspective. that barrier between us unconscious and consciousness is thin, okay? And it's true, because when you really want to think about it, and when we finally accept ourselves, again, when we're having to accept who we are as INFJs, as introverts, we are, we also have to accept the fact that these dark hidden shadows, these repressed shadows, these things we're ashamed of that typically people bury and just don't, that they have a wall up around, they're gone. We have the ability, after an acceptance, to reach into that other side a lot easier and get a hold of these shadow selves and face them better. Like, their repressed memories aren't as repressed as some. We can repress them to an extent, but at some point that introspection has got to work with our acceptance of who we are and understand that we have to face these shadows, no matter how awful they were, how pervert we might have thought they were, how twisted, mangled that we thought they were. And we have to pull them out and face them. Okay, bring them into the consciousness. Okay, it's and being that we're introspective, this is something that we do quite regularly, and we should be able to do this. But again, that's all part of your authentication, is the integration of these things. You have no choice but to face these things. And being that we're introspective as we are, this is our whole laboratory. This is our psychology. Our inner mind is our laboratory. It's basically what we were born to do, to figure ourselves out, because that's our quest. That is our quest. But we have tools here. We do have certain people mapping them out. We have, and they are there to be held. Okay, but that's all part of your authentication, is to finally face these things. But as you face your repressed demons, okay, your repressed shadows, you got to understand too that the reason you have to do that is because typically when you repress things and you hide things, you bury things, you're cowering from them. You're fearful from them. Oh my God. Oh, Jesse. Well, thank you so much again. Gosh, oh, thank you. Ask about synchronicities just because you mentioned Carl Jung. New to your channel, but it resonates so far. I think synchronicities are just a lighthouse, letting us feel confident despite a dark nights. That's a very well poetic way of putting it. Very descriptive way of. I like the way you said that. That's beautiful. Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for that. Okay. So that's basically what it was. Okay, I mentioned Carl Jung, new to the channel. It resonated. It's just a lighthouse letting us feel confident despite a dark night. Okay. Yeah. So sometimes you're seeing like little patterns and synchronicities. It's ways of just knowing that you're not alone in a way. Like somehow that somebody's guiding you along. You're seeing certain connections, patterns as you're in these dark nights, and knowing that somehow something outside beyond you is leading you. Is it a confirmation of that? That something, I mean, yeah, maybe it's like, I guess you could think of it that way. Yeah. That you're being led and you're seeing these patterns. You're not feeling so desolate out there, right? Yes, Jess is very generous. Yeah, I want to thank Jess very, very highly for that. It's very, very kind. I'm glad you're liking what we're talking about here. Okay, but like I said, I mean, but so these shadows. Again, I mean, I know we're talking about shadows. I'm talking about a lot of things that have to do with our consciousness, but integrating these shadows is highly important. Basically, it's a way of like bringing them into the consciousness. Now, again, if you look at some of Carl Jung, I mean, he said that there were several different archetypes of shadows in there. There were repressed shadows. We have inner child shadows. There's several. Whether or not there's several different ones, or one that's just kind of has many different facets to it. I mean, I'm going to say that it seems there are different ones. I mean, because our inner child is in a sense an archetype in itself as well, and it's like a shadow in itself. And typically, if we buried things within our trauma of our past, if we've had deep trauma, deep scars, and we've tried to bury them, the way we bury them is this. I mean, when a painful thought comes back from a childhood, let's say, and you have no choice but you want to stop thinking about it. Let's say you do something to forget about it. These are ways you repress it. Is you're trying to bury these thoughts. You're trying to bury what the pain that it caused you. You're trying to just forget about it, pretend it didn't happen. You're thinking that that's the way to end it basically keeping it hidden in a corner, but you're really not. You're really not. You're actually keeping this thing alive. In fact, if anything, you got to think about it. You're keeping that child that has been hidden, that had been neglected, that had been put aside. You're doing it to yourself over and over again. The more you repress that shadow, you are just keeping your own shadow, or your own self, like that child, unprotected. You're doing it over and over again to yourself because that's what you knew. That's what was done to you, but you thinking you're forgetting about it. But you're only just squelching what's coming out. And of course, things always come out in your sensitivity. Things like will trigger you that have something. You'll be triggered. You'll be putting projections onto people, and the little thing that this is how you know this thing is alive in you because it will come out at odd times. Okay, but again, even these repressed childhood traumas that we got to bring them out into the light instead of running from them. Even if, let's say, you were violated and it was painful and it was just horrible, and you never told anybody, you have to face it. Not relive it in a way where you're reliving the pain of it, but just understanding what it did to you. You have to at least face it, bring it out and say, okay, look at for what it is without shrieking it. You have to put it into the consciousness, because the more you keep it into that unconsciousness is when it's going to be hidden. But as you do that too, you got to think about it. You are now becoming your own parent to your inner child. When you start understanding that you are facing these things, your inner child, instead of keeping your child repressed, keeping that child, your inner child, let's say, in a state of like being isolated, being alone, crying in a corner, let's say, then you're basically doing that by keeping it as a shadow. By taking that child, you're finally giving the love to your inner child that you've never given. You understand? You're finally becoming the parent to your child by accepting this into the consciousness. In a sense, that's what you're doing. So these are things that are imperative. But once you've seen that for what it is and understand that, you have to come to the realization that when you were young, you were naive, you didn't have the way of computing. You didn't even understand what it was. You probably didn't know what was going on. Whatever it was that was hurting you, whether it was abuse, whether it was neglect, whatever it was, whatever trauma it was. At that time, you thought it was probably normal. You thought it was just, that's the way, this is the way, the way life is. This is the way parents are, whatever it might have happened. But as you realize you grew up, you repress that. But somehow it's got to come back into the consciousness. Basically, that's a Carl Jung talk, was a teaching. But again, it's all about facing it. And again, you have to face all the wicked little innuendo-y thoughts that are in your mind. You have to see them for what they are, not run from them. You have to look at them all over again and for what they are, even if they're painful. Even if they were twisted, perverse, convoluted, you have to just look at them and say, this is why all this, but you're keeping these twisted things that you want to repress in your mind, and they're going to keep going in that unconsciousness, until you bring them into the consciousness. But once you do bring them into there and you face them, then things are going to start bubbling up. But in a sense, you've in a sense, you've taken your inner child and you've come to grips with yourself. You've become the parent, the true parent that will defend and protect that inner child. Again, these are things Carl Jung used to say. This is his way of interpreting this. This was his way of presenting that kind of thing as well. LOL, just checked how long you have been live. 3 hours and 11 minutes and 1 second. Oh, tonight? Have I really? It's been 3 hours. Yeah, see, these 3 hours go by quick, don't they? They really do. They really do. They go by very, very quickly sometimes, you know? How's the audio? Everybody's hearing me okay? Because I'm just on my regular microphone on the all I got is the phone right now, and the phone microphone just set up, and a little camera holder. I would imagine I sound all right. Um, so all good. Thank you. I figured that. History enjoyer. McGregor's getting his ass whooped. Oh, are we talking about Hugh McGregor? Is that cage fighter? Oh, that dude there, McGregor. Yeah, yeah, he's a little Irish dude, man. He's tough though, ain't he? Yeah, don't mess with those Irish dudes, man. But he's getting his ass whooped though, huh? Oh, that's too bad. Hey, I heard you perfectly, surprisingly, and I'm in a busy restaurant. Oh, you're in a restaurant right now, Vamp? What are you having dinner or something like that? You and your partner having a dinner out there somewhere? Now, what do you got me in an earbud or something? Oh, well, so you had a restaurant and you're just hearing me there. Huh? Well, that's kind of cool, right? Yeah, here I am, just doing my live, you know. But anyway, yeah, no, that's awesome. We got the oh, see now that's what we call a rabbit hole when we just went down. Having lunch out, yes. Oh yeah, that's right. It is lunch. It is probably Sunday afternoon lunch for you out there in Australia, on the land down under there, right? Uh, I'd love to see that place. I'll tell you, that's one place Australia looks so cool. Hey, you know what? My brother Jim, I told you I've told you about my late brother Jim. Anybody who's knows this channel knows I've talked about my late brother Jim. Okay, yeah, he should be he should be 68 years old as of last month. Should be, but he's not. But anyway, that's one thing. He used to talk about Australia when he was alive. Believe it or not. I think he saw things like, Crocodile Dundee. There was a time where back in the 80s, and there was a lot of things coming out of Australia. Now, we didn't see a lot of Australia since before that. It was kind of that, land down under. It was like halfway around the world, as far away from the United States as we could go. But, but the thing is, this movie started coming out. Remember Mad Max? Remember Mel Gibson's first movie, Mad Max, came out? And we saw the one in the theaters that they dubbed the Australian accent. Now, they were speaking English, but for some reason, back in 1980, they thought that the American audience would be better to hear an American accent. Now, here you had Australia, and of course, it's different. It's still English, but it's got its own dialect, its own lexicon. But they dubbed it into American English. But we saw Mad Max, but of course that movie was like cool for its time. It was brutal, it was savage, and it was like a kind of a dystopia. Gas was there was gas shortages, and I thought that Australia was like the perfect place to do that movie. I mean, it was just the deserts of Australia. It was like really, so that movie took off. That's like a cult classic, is Mad Max, and that was, like I said, Mel Gibson's first movie. But my brother Jimmy, maybe it was stuff like that. My brother Jimmy used to talk about, moving to Australia, where he'd like to visit there, and he was getting to the point where he thought that place was too awesome, And well, just thought I'd bring that up. It just made me think of that, you know. He used to talk about Australia all the time. As I say, I'd like to go visit there. It's like, well, my brother Jimmy said that. And Jimmy's been passed away since 1989. Yeah, I lost my brother almost 37 years ago. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but it's been that long, you know. But you know, it's Pokemon Go Fest Global this weekend, but I didn't attend yesterday, and I had vertigo, so I've been challenging. It's been challenging, but I need to move around. Doctor said it just take it slow. Oh, that's right. You told me that earlier in the broadcast. You had vertigo. That's right. I heard that. That's right. Vertigo is. I'm saying I think it has something to do with your loss of balance or something. It's something to do with the equilibrium and the sense of balance you get. And I think I wonder if that's tied into migraines as well. Yeah. Sounds like you got some things going on there, Vamp. I hope sudden dizziness. But yeah, see, that's what I mean. Sudden dizziness. Okay, then that's. I wonder if you have a fluid imbalance in the the ear canals. You know, I know that's where your equilibrium is. It's something to do with there's a level of fluid that kind of generates in there. I mean, is that have something to do with it? Maybe there's not enough fluid, or they're imbalanced between the two ears, and that causes that. I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just kind of trying to troubleshoot it a little bit. So I'm thinking of it more like an engine. I think of the human body. Sometimes all I can do is equate it to being like an engine, you know. And we have parts in an engine, you know. We got parts and we got organs in our body, and it's not much different. A little different, you know. Of course, there's differences there, but sometimes there's fluids and things in like the engine that just get a little bit out of whack, and it causes things to run too hard or too slow, or pull to the right or pull to the left, kind of like vertigo. So I figure maybe it has something to do with the equilibrium, being in a little bit, being in there, you know. I don't know. Yeah, honey, it's pretty freaky. Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes, my sense of balance is hard. Like stairs are challenging, and walking up and down. My partner's insisting me on that. Oh, you're having a hard time going up and down stairs, huh? Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. Um, Listen, Honey Rose. I mean, excuse me. I'm Vamp Fox. Edith, can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm only concerned. Have you ever had a brain scan? Have you ever had anything? Have you ever had any, just CAT scans or anything? Because, I mean, I'm thinking something that's not very. I don't like what I'm thinking right now. I don't want to say it, but I just wonder if you ever had a doctor look at you on a CAT scan or a brain scan and looked at things. Because I hear some of your symptoms you tell me over the course of things, and I mean, to talk to you on a serious note, I'm just wondering if you ever had that, because, if it had something. Vertigo came after my migraine, which was the first. He has been nicknamed my drunk fox. Yes, I have had a scan, and it shows clear. So it's, oh, okay, so you are clear then. There's nothing, okay, so it is clear. I mean, you don't have anything like something that's not doesn't belong in there, nothing like that. So you're clear. Okay, so you did have the scan, and it's clear. Well, that's good. So it's hard to really lay down what's going on. You don't think it's stress or anything like that? You don't think it's stress related, or I mean, again, listen. Typically, we're a stressful type of personality, and sometimes things happen, and I told you I used to have migraines when I was married. I had a series of them, and I only had them when I was like in my marriage. And I told you I had a very stressful marriage. So I wondered if maybe Are things going on in your life causing extra stress, causing extra worry, causing these things? Because our mind can do things like that too. We should know that. I mean, if that has something to do with it, I don't think it's nothing is stressing me out at the moment. Like I'm currently having time off of work. Okay. Oh yeah, well you probably have to if you're if you're if you're having vertigo and stuff. It probably not really able to focus on work as well. Probably have to take a little leave off of that. Vamp, what's the food like over there? Oh, I can only imagine what kind of food they probably. I can only imagine. Could it be iron deficiency? Hey, wow, honey rose. See, we got a bunch of doctors over here. See, listen to this. Listen to some of the wise inputs that we have of this of these of all of us. All right, listen. Iron deficiency. My gosh, honey rose, very very brilliant. I mean, listen. I don't know if it has something to do with what symptoms is going on. But that's a good possibility. Not wise, just old. Oh, don't no. Hey, I told you you're not old. You're very young. 50? No, you're not old. I told you I'm old. You're young. Okay. Um, sometimes too much iron can be a bad thing too. I mean, if you take I don't know, iron, you have to almost purposely take too much of it. You know. But I know women typically crave more iron in their body, in their diet than more men. I know that's something that women need. Has a lot to do with the fact that they have their menstruals and they lose blood a couple times. Listen, I mean, I'm not trying to be graphic, but I think it has something to do with it. But there's iron in the blood, and usually when you're on the menstruals, I guess a lot of your iron is being depleted in these things. A lot of the iron is the nutrients is being taken from those. So women need more of that kind of stuff. Men not so much. Men we're built differently, you know. So little things I've noticed over the time, but you have iron nearly every day. Nearly every day, yeah. But do you think you're taking too much iron? Listen, Vamp Fox, Edith. Okay, I'm gonna call you Edith because I'm talking to you. You know, every day might be too much. Okay, you might want to find out. I said, that, too much of something is not good either. Okay, overdoing certain vitamins and minerals is just as bad as taking not enough of them. Every day is probably too much. Maybe you only need to do that once or twice a week. You might want to look into that. Ask, if you have any questions, that could be part of it. Now, I don't know if it affects like brain things and like, I don't know if it has something to do with that, but I mean, that's another thing. Iron is one of those very complicated things where you have to, too much can be very bad for you. If you get too much iron in your body, yeah, it can be bad in the blood and it can cause all sorts of bad side effects. Just like any critical mineral you take, too much vitamin K, too much vitamin A, any of them is not good. You have to have a certain amount of them. That might be something to look in. You say every day, that might be too much. I mean, I'm just saying, unless you had a doctor prescribe you that specifically, again, you might want to look into that. Okay. See, I'm just trying to figure this thing out for you. Okay. Graphic. Hope you're okay, Foxy. I have concern. Yeah, definitely. But you see, you see what Honey Rose did. She threw the iron deficiency in there, and right away, that's kind of, that got us into thinking that you're on it every day. See, that was good though that you threw that in there. See, during those times of the month, my partner ensures I have iron, as I get really drowsy, tired if I don't. Oh, okay. So it's especially during those times of the month then, huh? Yeah. Well, that's what I'm making the point. Yeah, I know typically it's more important with women to have iron, but if every day might be too much. So hopefully you look into that a little bit. Hope you feel better. Loss of blood causes drowsiness. Well, are you not anemic? That would be Usually loss. Oh yeah, well, okay, menstrual. That's what I mean. That would be it. I would think so. Loss of blood causes drowsiness. Yeah, loss of blood can cause a lot of things, especially depending on how much you lose. But yeah, listen, I do have a disadvantage. I've never been a woman. I've never gone through the menstrual cycles. I only know what I read about it and hear about it. But yes, I do know that during the course of the menstruation, it could be days worth. You could be losing probably several pints, I think, within that time. I mean, I don't know exactly, but yeah, I mean, maybe ladies can tell me. I mean, so, listen, my wife, my ex-wife, I should say, she used to tell me she was a heavy bleeder. Okay, listen, I've been married to her for 20 years, and obviously, I remember the bouts when she gone through her cycles, and she told me that she always was a heavy bleeder. Now, she didn't specifically tell me how much, like like give me like how much quantity came out. But I mean, I could say from heavy bleeding that yeah, she had quite a bit that she lost. But you know, but the thing is, what she used to make up for it when she ate steak, she ate her steak almost like raw. I mean, she'd eat like steak practically raw meat. I mean, just a little sear on the outside edges and pink in the middle practically. You know, she wanted it very, pints. Yikes. Yeah, well, like I know what's quarter cup is a lot. Pints. Yeah, I mean, you think about that. You're going through this, and as you're depleting that kind of blood, yeah, you're having to make up for it. But yeah, being that iron is part of it, and of course, there's a lot of other like things that spurn that, and I mean, a lot of leafy green vegetables are good for that, for just getting natural. Do you ever think about getting natural iron? Like spinach is good for natural iron. There's certain other things, like I think even just anything with leafy greens. I remember when my wife was pregnant with my son, she used to eat a lot of beet greens. And I guess there's a lot of iron in beet greens. There's certain vegetables and just the greens. She'd boil them down and eat them just, the stems and all. She was craving that stuff though when she was pregnant, I remember too. So, yeah, that could be part of it. So I can't have rare steak. I have to have it medium. Oh, okay. All right. Blue, that's how my mom liked it. Get me a cow, I will eat. What? What? And ride the rest home. You like that's one thing I've noticed though too, right? I mean, whenever I dated girlfriends and stuff, I always noticed that they craved very rare meat like steak, and I had to conclude that it had a lot to do with that because of the fact that they lose so much iron, they lose so much blood during these times, and yeah, they have to make up for it. So, are you getting enough vitamin D? There's a good question for you. Personality pill, vitamin D. That has a lot to do with things too. Yeah, to lack of vitamin D, that's part of your calcium and stuff. Yeah, it could be some kind of vitamin thing. So I think it's in what you're taking. If you had a brain scan, there's nothing in there. It's an imbalance of your diet. Yeah, it's a good possibility you can look into these things. Okay, might be an inner ear. I said that earlier when I talked about the equilibrium in the cochlear. That's the inner ear right there. I was talking about that earlier. How maybe there's those the equilibrium is all in the cochlears of the fluid in the ear. I did say that earlier. That could be it. That would cause stuff like vertigo. That would definitely cause a sense of dizziness. Okay, but also dizziness can feel like a sense of like being like not having a certain amount of blood nutrients going to the brain, or not enough blood to the brain either, just not enough getting up there. So a lot of different things. Okay. Well, yeah, I started streaming 3 hours ago. Wow. uh, Now, listen, you wouldn't mind if I go use the facilities, would you, people? If that's okay with you, I'm gonna take a little walk and go use the bathroom, restroom. and I shall return. I mean, after all, 3 hours sitting here is gonna take its toll, right? All right. Ah, all right. I'll be right back, okay, people? Don't go anywhere, all right? Please stick around. Maybe this is a good time for YouTube to show a commercial break, okay? So hopefully we can sink one in right about now, okay? All right, we are back. We are back again, and hopefully we got our commercial break in. So we got that when I was out and about. We still have 9 watching at this time. Okay, let's say hello to the 9 watching. So yes, I have a premium account, so I don't watch ads either. Personality pill. Oh, okay. Hope so, Foxy. I got YouTube Red. I can still stand YouTube ads. They're the worst on the planet. Yeah, you know what? I listen. I know YouTube ads are. One thing I like about YouTube ads, but you gotta kind of almost be right in front of your screen when you're. Is they always give you the skip ad. The little line goes by and they show you about sometimes 3 or 4 seconds, and you can hit skip and move on to your video. If you don't do that, you hear the whole ad. I do admit that though. The ads are like that, but they at least they do give you the option to skip through them. And but again, you got to be right in front of your screen. You got to be tapping that thing. Sometimes I'll be up doing things like watching a video, and maybe I'm cooking something or whatever, and I got to kind of walk over to my tablet and tap the skip button, you know. But you know, I guess it's better than just. It is a way of skipping through it. So, but unfortunately, that's how YouTube. That's how YouTube carries the. That's how YouTube has sponsorships, though. That's where the money's flowing through the whole YouTube venture. As much as we don't like the commercials, don't like the ads, that's where the money is, though. And unfortunately, that's where it goes. You know. So not here all the time. Not all the time. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. Sometimes these ads are like, I know what you mean. Some of them they don't do that. The line goes real slow, and you got to see the whole ad. Yeah, most of them you don't have to. You can skip through them, but some of them just kind of keep you having to watch them. I know what you mean. Again, it depends on the ad that you get. So I'm all right when I'm doing these during the ads, but if I'm not, I just want to listen to the content. It's annoying. Hey, can I ask one thing? People in the chat. Now that when I don't see the ads during my live broadcasts, I only see the live as I'm doing them. Now, when you are watching a live broadcast, do I get ads randomly that you have to skip through, like different things? Is that like several in an hour? Because I never see them. Does that happen? I don't even see them on my rebroadcast though. I've never seen them. I don't know if they do those here on that. But so I'm just curious if you see those or not. I know on my videos I see them. Rumble has ads, but they are bare able. Yeah, I noticed watching YouTube on TV, the ads they're much longer than 30 seconds before you can skip. Oh yeah, probably because you're watching YouTube TV's probably. Yeah, they do that differently. I don't watch YouTube TV. I just watch my tablets and basic YouTube. But I can imagine that. So it's different on TV as well, then, huh? I've never seen ads in your streams, and I don't currently have premium. Okay, so you haven't seen them on the streams. Yeah. All right. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just curious about that. So, uh, all right. Well, anyway, that's good. Now we learned a little bit about our ads, then, huh? So, but yeah. So anyway, if anybody has any questions about anything, either that or maybe I'll just find another rabbit hole to jump down. We could always do that, you know. Just find something that we can. You know how it works around here. Sometimes you throw a little comment out there. You throw a little bit of an enticing conversation piece, and I just glom right onto that. I can't help myself. It's like I just grab that thing and I just run with it. You know what I mean? You know how it is. You probably know what I'm like by now. You know what I mean? But as long as it's something interesting, something that I think we can benefit from, something that we can better our lives from, or just find fascinating. You know how it is. You know where I go with those, right? Oh, there we go. Nice cold water. Had to get me a new cold water here. Oh, don't mind me. Look at me spilling all over. Look at this guy. Wow, this guy's a slob over here. He's spilling all over himself, you know. Yeah, you can tell I kind of I had an easy day today. I got to be honest with you. I did. I even though it's July and it's beautiful outside, I got up a little late and I just again I planned on doing a couple things outside, but I never got around to it. But I'm just going to do it tomorrow. That's all. So, okay, I assume that the TV, they assume you might have multiple people watching on the couch, so they charge a longer ad. Oh, that could be what it is. And not only that, I think typically when you're watching YouTube TV, probably a lot of people are getting like there's a lot of channels. You can get like Paramount Channel, and you can get like Apple. There's different pay channels you can get on top of a prescription, and you can watch movies. You can watch movies with ads, and if you get them premium, you can watch them without ads. So maybe they figure with the ads they allow the commercials are a little bit more entailed or something. That's all. All right. Well, so anyway, well, Vamp, really, I hope you look into some of these things. Maybe it's all in the things you're eating or not eating or eating too much of. I hope you look into what's going on with that. You really don't have to. I hope you can figure out what's happening. Okay, really. But as far as talking about about us, and as far as like what binds the INFJ is specifically. No, when I say YouTube TV, I mean watching YouTube on a smart TV or YouTube. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. In other words, you're not talking about YouTube TV. You're talking about just the outlet of watching. Okay, I get it. Instead of watching it on your phone or your tablet, you can actually link it right in and watch it on a smart TV. So it's different in that way because it's a bigger screen. You figure people are more glued to it. They're sitting back watching a show or something. Oh, okay. Oh, I got four watching. Oh, everybody's going away. I'm talking about TVs and everybody's going away. Oh, jeez. I don't want to lose everybody here either. Um, yeah, I don't know. I figure it's got to be something like that, you know. Um, yeah, but let me see. What time is it? It is 11:15. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Okay. So did anybody have a specific? Yeah, if you had a specific comment or like I said, something talking about, we could go down as far as get a discussion going about. Um, Now, how is everybody's? And so everybody, let me ask you something. I mean, I think we're all pretty much on a quest here, whether we like it or not, whether we want to or not. I think the way we're built as INFJs, I think something's always pulling us back into where we're being led, right? I mean, typically, I think, as I was saying before about, the repressed shadows and talking about those journeys we were talking about. Honestly, I think with the INFJ mind, with the way we in particular think about our mind, I think, in a way, I think it's like we're almost by default always searching for our true selves in a sense. It's almost like it's something we can't really avoid doing because anything else that we do, if we veer off the course in any way at any point, typically I think we're always pulled back. We're pulled back by our own because it always just leads us back to a state of unhappiness, a state of sadness. It always leads us back into an incompletion. It's like we're never happy with, now this is the story of my life is that as much as I've tried to find like a little bit of like comfort into like other things and just pleasures, external pleasures, it doesn't last very long. It's almost like deep in the back of my mind, I just know I know what I'm doing. It's almost like I literally like know that my mind will tell me all you're doing is running from yourself. All you're doing is escaping from yourself, and I can never quite enjoy it. It's like in the back of my mind, I'm always telling myself that I'm taking an easy cut, a shortcut. Now, whether or not that's an INFJ thing, I don't know, but I know that's been most of my life, that's the way my mind has been geared as well. So I think in a way it's almost by default like that gnawing that gnawing conscience that we have just doesn't let us veer off too far too long. You know what I mean? It always just keeps us going back to our default because deep down, even though sometimes I know that it's painful to look for ourselves, to look for our true inner selves, and we might go through our dark nights of the soul. We may go through our bouts of sadness. Oh, we go through these, but in the bottom, in the depths of our heart, there's a little knowing that, but at least we're searching for what we're intended to search for. If you understand what I'm saying. Uh, Hey, Genesis, evening Tom and evening all. We have Justin come into the theater as well. Hello there. And Lish Lish is in there as well. And she brought a peaceful flower. Looks like she brought a rose and blessings all. Well, thanks for both of you showing up tonight. It's good to see you. Okay. Yeah, but we're just talking. Yeah, but anyway, so I'm going to say honestly that it's almost like something that by default. Again, like I've said, typically, I think other personality types, especially extroverted sensing types, um, a lot of times I think their authentication, again, what they do when they authenticate is they authenticate into the sense. They typically authenticate into the sensing world. Like I said, they got those midlife crises. All of a sudden they change, don't they? Again, this is all part of the human code, is a part of awakening that something has to change, an authenticated part of us wants to change, wants to basically, you know, metamorphose out of their cocoon, let's say, or go into their crystals. What do you say? Like that's that whole human internal code that goes on. It goes beyond the animal code, okay? But again, like I said, the a lot of types, most of your extroverted sensitive types have those midlife crises, okay? And they need to buy their sports cars. They need to go on their luxury trips. They start taking trips halfway around the world. They spend money going places, or they buy things. They start reliving their, in a sense, they're trying to recapture their youth in a sense before they get old, you know. Um, so yeah, I think in a sense, again, I think all humans authenticate in their own way, but that's where most of them take their energies. A lot of them do. Again, you get the INFJ, you get an introverted intuitive. Now I'm going to say a lot of introverted intuitives, especially INFJs, but we have four of them mainly. When they go into their authentication, I think that what I just described earlier about almost something gnaws at you that you're not going the right way. You know, in the back of your mind, something is just gnawing that this isn't the truth. This isn't your truth. That you can never quite fully enjoy a sensing escape, because deep down we know it's not where it is. It's that internal compass that needs to feel fulfilled, and as though it's changing, okay, not the external one. So again, I think that's what we're always led back to. So that's one of the things that I think keeps us on our quest in a sense, is that we always know that nothing else seems to really be the right thing. I mean, I hate to think that an INFJ is never happy. I mean, I think what brings an INFJ the greatest happiness, maybe that's what I got to talk about right now. What is exactly brings an INFJ the greatest amount of happiness? Maybe somebody can comment right down and tell me what makes you truly happy. And I'm going to say that I think that what bottom line is what makes us truly happy. I mean, it's not getting that nice new brand new car. It's not necessarily that, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think a lot of things is we like to know we're making a difference in the world. And I think honestly, if we can enlighten somebody's life and steer them into a place of happiness for their sake, that brings us happiness as well. There's something about the INFJ that lights up when knowing that somebody is inspired by them, or somebody has been somehow seen something clearer because of them. Well, not just because of them, because they revealed something about themselves that they didn't see, that the INFJ did see. This is truly where happiness lies there. It is. It's just in helping, just knowing that somebody else is seeing something beyond what they know. Okay, steering them in the right way. Okay, what do we get in there for the Lish Lish? I've been going through it, why I've been MIA for a while. Glad I caught the live. Oh, okay. Oh, you've been going through something, Lish. I notice you haven't been around a little bit. I figure sometimes I notice we drift off a little bit, and I figure, hey, everybody's got a life, and then we go on and do certain things, then we come back, or yeah. But George, so Tom, our INFJ shadow functions are NE, extroverted intuition, FI, TI, SI. Which shadow functions have you tried developing? I have improved my FI the most terms, the most in terms of sensing all of the boundary. Okay, so you've improved your FI. Okay, okay. So extroverted intuition, introverted feeling, extroverted thinking, and introverted sensing. Those are the shadow functions of the. So which ones have I actually tried to improve on the most? Um, that's a good question. Oh my goodness, very good question. And now that I'm looking at the choices that you presented on here, I'm going to say, if anything, I'm going to say what I would say a lot of them might have been. Now, what is the extroverted intuition? That is more about, I know introverted intuition is our main dominant function. And that's usually like our inner world. That has a lot to do with our own gathering of things and working with the TI. But the extroverted intuition is basically having an intuitive consciousness to the what's around them, knowing like basically it's like the extroverted, like the having an intuition into either people, like well, like seeing what people are like, what's going to happen to somebody else, kind of thing. If that's what it is, I'd say I did that. I'd say my extroverted intuition. Now, not to say the FITE, that's all thinking inside, internal, and SI, introverted sensing. Um, those have always been there somewhat. I think that I have a better idea on a lot of the different senses, but I'd have to say the extroverted intuition. You see, I've noticed that since I've been realized what the type is, and know that I've always had that right along. I feel like I wanted to get better at that, you know. Now I had a discussion with Jethro a few weeks ago about how I think I overcompensated my TI, my introverted thinking, because my FE was so very sensitive, and it was a detriment to me. I told you earlier that I was very sensitive as a kid. I felt like I was almost embarrassed and afraid to talk about certain things because I knew I might get welled up about things in front of people I didn't want to, and I didn't want to be embarrassed. So I tried to avoid certain topics or avoid certain crowds because I knew I was that sensitive. So I had to overcompensate my logic, my TI. I wanted to be more, uh, like almost be less emotional. So I overcompensated TI. In fact, like I said, me and Jethro had a discussion about that. But I think if I was to say what shadow function I overdeveloped, it would have to be the extroverted intuition. Okay. Now I feel like I'm able to read people better too. I'm able to read situations, read what's outside of me, like read like the outside intuition. I try to make sure I'm seeing a better focus on that. I mean, that's the one that comes to mind right away, I'd say. Yes, and I would say, yes, and I would say, are about possibilities and experiences. Yeah, yes, possibilities and experiences. In other words, like projecting more into the future on certain future plans, having a better, possibilities of certain plans and things like that. Yeah, I'd say that's where I'd go with that, if anything, you know. But that was an interesting question. Either way. Some of the happiest moments I have been playing music and listening to it at late night when the weather is perfect and I'm just in the right amount of buzzard. LOL. Oh, Genesis. Hey. Yeah, Genesis plays the guitar. He's got a lot of videos. He's quite the guitar player, Genesis. Genesis Klager. Yeah, he's got a lot of videos. Very good, very talented on his guitar, by the way. TG, what's up, bro? I enjoy your videos. Uh, predicate your time. Well, thank you, TG 777. I think I've seen your name once or twice. It's been a while, but you like some of the videos. That's good. So, what videos in particular? What fascinates you the most there, TG? What's up there, bro? Predicate predicate your time. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, if there's something you want to talk about, want to ask a question, now would be the time because I'm in the house right now. So that's good. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Lish, keep your head on. Glad and see you in the. Keep your head up. Glad to see you're in here tonight. Yes. Okay, got that. No, but that was a very good question, though. Yeah, I'd say definitely NI. Well, possibilities and experiences. Yeah, that's definitely where I think I would be. Okay. Um, yeah, but as far as like what makes the INFJ the happiest, I threw that. Like maybe we could talk about that. Out of everything that makes brings us happiness, I know typically we have a tough life, and what typically makes a lot of people happy doesn't always bring us the same fulfillment. How many times have you been like? Here's an example. Remember, I'm sure you were a kid and you saw some kid get something at a birthday party that just excited the heck out of them. Maybe they got a bike. I mean, I could see that that bike was exciting, or maybe it was just a new cool toy. To me, um, it never really fascinated me as much as that. I always know that with me, a toy always never really captivated me for very long. I don't know if let me ask you a question. As a kid, were you the type where if you got a new toy, you'd play with it for a little while, you'd be okay with it, but you lost interest in it fairly quick? I'm just only asking that because that's the way I was. And even a video game. I mean, I never really get too wrapped up in things, as far as stimulation. You know, Now a lot of people seem to gravitate toward these external things. I think that would be, again, that's a sensor type, extrovert sense type, where they get something and they seem to like hold on to it much longer. They can play with something or go back to it. With me, I always seem to get bored of things very fast. That's all. Are you old brown? I appreciated Jethro. Oh, what do we got here? Just in the world animator. Oh, we got a couple more people coming in here. A couple more passing through. That's right. We're on vertical. So vertical, as you know, not vertigo. Vertical. Vertical seems to be the way we go here. So, but maybe we could have a talk about that. I mean, if you think that maybe being that we're more like less apt to be extroverted sensors, where that's least dominant function, did that make you get more bored at like toys, and you were not able to find any kind of real satisfaction out of like toys that other kids would play with for hours and days? I remember seeing friends of mine that would just get things and be like, it was like, they'd be enraptured by things. I would play some, and it would just wear off within hours. I mean, maybe a day or two, but that's all. But I'm just curious if anybody else ever thought of that, if that's maybe an INFJ thing, if like we were just never really able to fixate on things too much. Now, I know typically INFJs are more practical people. I mean, they would take something that's more dependable and reliable versus something that is showy. Like, let's say a brand new car, you'd probably get the car that was more economical, more practical, than something that was showy, something that was loud, and something that was not as dependable, that burned more gas, even though it looked better. I would take the more dependable car that was a little bit less showy, only because I mean I'd look at the practical part about it, knowing it wasn't going to be as expensive. Coloring books and drawing. Okay, so Lish, you mean was that something that you enjoyed doing? Now I could, that's more like the arts. That's definitely falls into that. And typically, I think INFJ mind is artistic. Now that's a different category than a toy. I mean, that's actually I put that into that category. It's something to keep you busy. It's keeping your mind, but it's also an extension of your imagination of what's going on in your mind. And I think a lot of times INFJs are geared more to that. That's that creativity. Now, here's something too. Do you think that the INFJ women have a more creative thing for arts than men? I've never been drawn much to art, even though I'm still this type. And they say that, usually the arts are very strong in like INFJs. I'm just wondering do you think that's more of a gender thing? I wonder if that's had something to do with it or whatnot. Or do you think it's just everybody's type? Now, I can enjoy some art every so often. In fact, occasionally, you know what my favorite art is? I like that abstract art, believe it or not. That weird art you go in and it's just a lot of swirls or it just makes you think what it means. It's almost like interpreting a dream in a sense sometimes. Now, I'm not talking about the crazy stuff, not like I know there's some like crazy art there, like that's kind of, I'm just talking about some of the like the dollies. You ever see dollies art where there's melting clocks and clown faces in the middle of something, and there's a game of chess going on, but the chess pieces are like cut in half. There's weird stuff going on in a dolly. You know what I mean? But sometimes I'm telling you, I see stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, sometimes that's what my mind looks like. Sometimes I see this stuff in my mind. Yeah, abstract art, you have to think about it, or the symbolism stuff, open for interpretation. Absolutely. Um, like I said, I mean, it's nothing wrong with like a nice picturesque piece of art, but I've always been drawn to that abstract stuff. Dollies get the weird stuff. I mean, I'm not saying I'm like a big Dolly fan, but when I see that stuff, man, his stuff's weird. It gets you thinking because I mean, I don't know what his type was or whatnot, but man, his mind was like either that or he was taking something to enhance his mind. But the thing is, it makes you think what exactly you're looking at here, you know. But yeah, I mean that's what I usually seem to like. But no, I'm not very creative, and I enjoy art as a male INFJ. Okay, I'm not like a really creative. I've never been a good drawer either, George. I mean, I've been more the type where um, I can appreciate some of it, some certain types of art. But I'm not, but it's got to be certain types. Now, what I think is cool, last time I went to the Boston Museum of Science, it was probably 20 years ago, and they got artifacts from like they brought artifacts in from like the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, the uh, some of the Native American Indian artifacts, little things. Now, it's just regular art, some of the sculptures and some of the little statues they made. You see, I find that stuff fascinating because it's historic also. It's giving you a glimpse into some of these civilizations, the culture of these civilizations. So stuff like that I find cool. I always been like, old Romanesque architecture, which is in the sense of like it's like a form of art in a way. Some of the, that kind of building, the way they built these things. But again, I think stuff like that's kind of fascinating. What else do we got here? Stuff I am about the symbolism and power dynamics um, of act of grape. Okay, just and sword animator. Okay, why? You know why? LOL. Oh, oh, Sufu, I'm laughing out loud. Oh, what do we got here? Something's going on in the chat. I'm trying to piece together. No, I'm into art, but I believe exposing myself around the more grow to love it. But I'm into art such as music, orchestra, theater, etc. Oh, TG 777. I've seen that name before. Actually, I recognize that number, three sevens. I remember that. All right. Summer Joy. Are you single? Am I single? Yeah, I'm single. Yeah. I'm not married by any chance. Why, are you single, Summer Joy? Just curious. Yeah. I doubt anyone here is into grape art. What is grape art? You mean there's a whole thing with just grapes? Yeah, that's something else, huh? Grape art is really like lets you understand in ways new censored art can. Oh, all right. Oh, yeah. I've heard of poop art. You ever see these people that just sometimes some of this modern abstract stuff is like they take a roll of toilet paper, they get a toilet there, and it's amongst a white background, and that's art. Yeah. See, this is stuff that's like weird. That's like bizarre stuff. That gets into that almost works on the shadows. I think a lot of times I think too art is very revealing into somebody like the artist's personality. Obviously, that's is a it's a good look into their psyche and where their mind is. Now again, I mean, I think and I think it has a lot to do with their personality types too. I think it all bleeds out in that. I mean, some people are more conventional in their art, and I think sometimes, I mean, the talent is only so far and how much you can express it onto the canvas, right? But I mean, what you're painting has a lot to do with it as well. But yeah, I think it definitely has a lot to do with like what's inside the mind, and I think that's what I mean. The abstract art really has a lot of revealing to that. I think a lot of times too, the abstract art, I think they're actually, in a way, in some ways, they're bringing shadows. They're actually, in a sense, merging shadows within their own psyche in their art. Like they're bringing out what's tangled in their mind. They're bringing out the torment that might be haunting them, and they're putting it on their canvas in a sense too. It could be. So sometimes, in a way, I've actually I've actually heard that some artists thought of their work as therapy for them because that's what they're doing. They're able to express their innermost things, their shadows coming out in a way. Even if they're strange or abstract, this is their way of expressing. Yeah. I see. This just came out of me. I don't know where that came from. I've never thought that before, but this is what just kind of came out. You know. So we got namely some artists are just degenerates and should probably not should be digging ditches inside. Absolutely, yeah. Genesis, Justin, what you just said, you're absolutely right. There are some very degenerate type art. Like I said, the whole toilet paper with the toilet in the background. That was a tame. There's a lot of there's some exhibits that are yeah that are very disturbing in a way. Some of them get yeah. No, I know what you mean. I only wanted to keep that tame. That's just. But you're absolutely right. Some of it you look at and say, "Are you? This is art. This looks more like filth. They're just slashing filth all over the place." Yeah, I get that, man. You're absolutely right. But I doubt anyone here is into grape art. Yeah. Oh yeah, grape art. Uh, that's funny. Um, forced labor. Yeah. Okay. You know why, LOL? I don't. Why? Why the symbolism and power dynamics of actors of grape? Okay, we're talking about grape art and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, like I said, I think we originally started that because, yeah, I mean, I think that, I mean, it kind of, I think it just kind of led into that little bit of a rabbit hole again. Yeah, that's where it kind of led. But I think that has a lot to do with, I think typically, I think, especially with the INFJ mind, with the introverted mind, I think these are ways of just expressing a lot of their deep, dark things that go on. I can actually think that in what I just said about the whole thing being therapeutic in a sense for artists, I mean, I could take that and say that that's part of what that part of mindset is exactly what I think INFJs do. is that that's a therapeutic for them. It's certain. I think their way of expressing what's on their art, depending on what it is their way of putting out there what's deep in their mind or what's beautiful in their mind, whatever it might be. But in a way, I think it becomes therapeutic, and that's one of the beauties of expressing that. I mean, I think enjoying certain types and just trying to translate it and see what it is. I think that can be mind expansive because you're having to think about it. It's helping you to um, interpret what the mind's going. But it's also a reminder of how deep our minds go because it reveals another avenue to me when I see abstract art or when I see certain types of art that it reminds me that my mind is that our brain is can sometimes go into like strange places. I mean, not necessarily just because we're taking like I mean, I know drugs will make it go into a strange place. Some of these guys are taking drugs and then they come up with their art too, you know. But even despite that, I think our minds all kind of have they have a bizarre way of translating, you know, but like the introverted intuition. I mean, there's a prime example. You got to figure that's our dominant function, introverted intuition. And how was it described by Carl Jung? He saw this as is just a collection of images, symbols, patterns, shapes, sticks, caricatures of things that are being gathered. I mean, you might take an object like this bottle here. I mean, I look at this bottle and I say, okay, it's a bottle, but somehow my memory translates this bottle into a shape. You know what I mean? It just kind of keeps it into a shape, and it might merge it into some other kind of a shape, and it'll start putting things together, abstract. But But my point is that sometimes it it tells us that our minds have that strange way of computing things. Okay, and anybody with dominant intuition, introverted intuition, sees that especially. I would imagine too. Washington State. What do we got? That Dandy. Where are you from? Oh, okay. Just Dandy World. Umagasm X, Washington State, question mark. Okay. Forced labor. Okay. Understand. Not to justify it, but to understand the artist's mind. Okay. There you go, Lish. Anyone to the grape. Okay, after some of the comments I've read. Smoke. Smoke question. Okay. Yeah, but I think but it's funny how like I've never actually been drawn to creating art other than just um, I think my creation of art, if you want to say, is in my wording. Sometimes I think that's another expression of art. I mean, people get into like even poetry. You could say is a form of that too. You word certain things a certain way, and you weave a tapestry of quotations and things like that, and that turns into an art form in itself, just weaving certain patterns. Yeah, words. I don't know if I've always been good at that, but I mean, but I think that's another therapy for INFJs. Yeah, they're pretty good at the poetry and their word their word associations and things too. Living in Providence. Talking about Providence, Rhode Island. Stray from my time. Hey, Providence. Yeah, that's only a couple states away, Rhode Island. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we got a couple of new people in the chat so far. Looks like we got a couple of new names, a couple of new chats in there. Okay. All right. All right. Summer joys. All right. Okay. So, well, I want to welcome whoever's new to the channel, and that's good. I'm glad you're all hanging out, sticking around, huh? Straight time for me. Yeah. Yeah. Providence, Rhode Island. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually up in New Hampshire. I'm actually, like I said, 2 states away. So, I mean, I've been up to. I've had to go to. I haven't been to Providence in a while, but I've gone through there. On business and stuff. Yeah, business got me down to Providence. It's come from a time or two. Been a while. So, all right. Well, it is almost midnight. Can you believe it? Yeah, it's almost midnight already. That's kind of good, eh? During the conversation. So, yeah, but so far so good. So far so good. What we got here? We have 10 watching. We streamed 4 hours ago. Now, if anybody's out there would like to ask a question, if you'd like to ask a question, maybe a personal question, if you have anything, listen, if you have an issue, if you have something that's nagging at you, something that's bugging you, listen, we're all kind of anonymous here, and sometimes we need to discuss certain things, and you got to understand too that you might get my input, but also some of the people on chat are extremely, extremely knowledgeable and very, very wise. I mean, I can honestly tell you that there's some of the regulars on here are very, got very wise with things. Could give you a little bit of insight into what may or may not be bugging you. So if you have any issues you want to talk about, or if something happened you want to get talked to, let's say you lost your dog and you're just trying to get through a moment. We'll do our best to you know steer you in the right direction over there. Okay, just saying. Okay, just giving you that. But I've been studying George Washington. I think he was an INFJ. Oh, no kidding. I know they just have listen now. I didn't know that. That's something. You've been studying Washington. Now I know Washington also is. They're coming out with a new movie. I don't know if it came out. Maybe it already did. Young Washington, and I think because it's the whole anniversary and all that, and he was the first president. Maybe I'm not sure exactly what it was, but you think that. So let me ask you something, Jethro. Why do you think that? What makes you think that George Washington, our first U.S. president, could have been an INFJ? Can you give me like some specifics by any chance? I'm just curious now. You got me curious. Why? I mean, I know one thing. I can say that he was very humble. He didn't want to be. He didn't want to be looked as the first king. They wanted to make him a king. I do know that. I didn't look it up, but the way people describe him and what he did. Oh, okay. All right. How he did things. Listen, I do know one piece of history about him and why you might say that is the fact that he was humble and he didn't want to be exalted. When they made him president, they actually, okay, you got to figure too that we were still under the influence of a monarchy. And of course, which we had, when I say we, I mean the United States. The United States had fought the British, basically had a revolutionary war and declared independence from the British. But during this process, I mean, they had to come up with, establishing a new country. They had to have a leader. Now, they elected George Washington. Now, obviously, he was the first general. He was the first major general, and he had a lot of influence on basically winning that war. Okay, so he seemed to be like the most qualified, after all. But even though he was elected, they wanted to put him on a throne. They wanted to basically make him a king, like they had kings in the monarchy. But the wisdom of George Washington was deep. Okay, now he's smart enough to say, we just basically kicked out a monarchy. We didn't want King George III doing what he was doing. We didn't want him representing us. We just kicked out on. He knew in his wisdom that we would be repeating the same thing that we had just fought from. We had a war against, by putting him as a monarch, as a king. So he humbled himself, and he basically said, I don't want to be your highness. I don't want to be exalted as, King George or whatever it is, George Washington. Call me Mr. President. I am Mr. President. So he humbled himself. Now, to this day, they still address every president that goes to a podium, that makes a speech in the press conference. They'll say, Mr. President. And they ask a question, Mr. President. Now, he made himself that. That came from George Washington himself. He humbled himself, and he could have very well have been exalted, and he chose not to. Okay? I mean, is that an INFJ quality? Maybe. But I mean, that story, my fifth grade teacher told me back when, gosh, over 50 years ago, but that stuck with me. I never forgot that story. And it almost defined basically how, like the plight of our country. And that was established by George Washington. Okay? If he had not done that, if he had exalted himself, we might have had steered into a form of a monarchy in itself. The president would have been more of a figurehead, like a king in a sense, like a monarch. But Washington said no to that. So that was interesting that I thought about that, What do you think? Okay, so I took a picture of a hood of a car and looked at it under a microscope. You can face numbers, the letters, and the black matter, and facets in wood. Okay, all right, that's something else. How he did things. Okay. What do you think of the internet directly raising rates for sociopaths? Wait, what? What do you think of the internet directly raising rates of sociopaths? I don't know what the heck that is. You're taking a sociopath and you're raising rates on them? I don't know what that means. That doesn't make any sense. How can he do that? For one thing, you have to declare somebody a sociopath. Don't mind me. I'm spilling my water all over me here, people. Don't mind me, all right? Yeah. I know, I'm kind of a slob sometimes. 4th of July weekend, they had American Revolutionary War stuff on TV all weekend, as well as stuff. Excuse me. On the President Washington. Who's winning Connor? Who's winning Connor? Some of us are seeing faces in clouds. Same thing. Oh, okay. All right. I get that. All right. But okay, so you saw some stuff on TV based on George Washington stuff, being that it's right on 4th of July. I get it. I mean, I think that George Washington definitely had a very, think about some of the stories. He was the type. He made a. I mean, whether or not he chopped down a cherry tree as a kid and didn't lie to his father, I don't know what. I think that was a fable. I don't know, but he declared himself that he'd never tell a lie. I know that. He wanted to be the first president, and he was the first president. He claimed he never told a lie. I mean, that would be a very noble thing to do, because he had a very strong inner moral code, I guess. I mean, that's a good possibility you're onto something. I mean, but that's an interesting observation. I've never heard anybody type him before. That'd be interesting to know, like, what, look that up. Sometimes you can even look things up, and they can just, all they can do with historic figures now and how to do their personality type is just look at their life and look at their decisions they made, look at their patterns, how they made decisions, things they said. The quotations, there's certain ways, but you have to look at their all you can do is really look at their patterns, and you can get a good idea of what their personality type was doing all that. Yeah. But whether or not George Washington was an INFJ, now I heard they said that George Jefferson was. Now that seems to be something I've heard said before. Now he was the third president, Jethro, and I do believe they called George Washington. I've also heard that Jimmy Carter, they've called him one. Okay, now that's at least two presidents that I've heard of that they've declared that are that. Okay, whether or not it's been proven or not. I mean, I know Jimmy Carter was more recent. He just passed away a couple of years ago, fairly recently. And Jefferson, I mean, they would have had to have just done a series of, like I said, just look at his life and understand that. I'd be curious to know if you think if it's been said that way, but I haven't heard it been said. I mean, he could be like, maybe he's introverted intuitive. He could be an INTP or something, or INFP. I mean, it's possible he's another type, but it's close. Do you believe in the simulation theory? Do you believe in the simulation theory? I'd like to just watch my own research for a while, then sometimes use it my own authentication, then look it up. Well, you know what, Jethro, that's very thorough of it because you want to do things on your own. You want your own conclusion. That's a good trait, though. Um, you know, I mean, I've evaluated a couple of people in my life. I mean, it's a couple of times I've done close personal people, and I've had to profile that way. Yeah. So. But I don't really, being that I don't really know anybody personally, you have to read a lot of books. You have to read a lot about these people. Look at maybe biographies and autobiographies, and you have to study a lot about their history in order to come to these conclusions. So you got to read up a lot about Washington to find that out. Obviously, I mean, he lived over 200 years ago, so that would take some research for sure. Do I believe in the simulation theory? What exactly is the simulation theory? Can anybody tell me what is the simulation theory? I mean, what is that based upon? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that means. I mean, I definitely think of some theories about things, but mine get kind of deep, more like into like quantum physics and stuff, and about believing like, So, hey, Darius Creations is into, the Matrix, basically. Darius, are you saying that, okay, wait, so the simulation theory is basically the Matrix? Is that what you're talking about, Darius? Thank you. You know what? Leave it to Darius to come in here. That's the first I've heard you. That's the first I've seen you tonight. And you just answered the question. I'm like, what does that mean? Basically, it's like, so you're saying it's like the theory of the Matrix? Do I believe in that? Like we live in a Matrix or a video game? I certainly hope not. I hope that, I got to tell you the truth, I hope it never comes down to that because somebody can get so lost into that virtual reality. That sounds dangerous. And I would hope that that doesn't become a reality. Now, I do believe that some people can be immersed in things like that, if that's possible. But do you mean like literally putting on like the whole virtual reality thing and somehow thinking you're like assimilating into this thing? Like you believe it? Like somehow you went to another dimension? I don't know. How do you believe in that? I mean, I think the technology's there to do that already, but how far do you want to go into that? I mean, the Matrix was kind of based on a whole civilization that was, yeah. Well, put it this way. Let's hope that this theory does not ever come to truth. All right, that just doesn't seem about right. Like we live in a Matrix or something, or a video game. Yeah, that's basically what Darius was saying. No, I got to tell you though, the half truth. I I think that's a bad idea. I really do. I mean, I don't know how much of the theory. I mean, no, I don't know what exactly you're talking about a theory, other than can it be done? Yeah. Can you probably convince somebody? Can you get somebody gullible enough to surrender their entire reality and go into that virtual world? Yeah, I'm sure you could. And some people would probably be willing to want to do that. Serious, some people would, but um, I think it's again it looks like it could be dangerous. It could just lead us into uh, bad places. I feel that if the soul is immortal after this life, it goes somewhere where it's up for debate. Yeah. Well, again, we're talking about the soul and how it's immortal, where it goes. I mean, obviously, we're told that through certain religions. I mean, obviously, Catholic religion says that we go to heaven, we go to a place of, you know, we go live with God, up in the clouds. I mean, I don't know how much it's believable to that. Um, I think we're supposed to reach that level of grace before we die. I think our mind and our body, our soul is supposed to have attained that type of grace before we die. Okay? But does it continue on into the afterlife? I think it has to start in your living life first. All right? I mean, you could talk about Buddhism, and now my brother told me one time that the whole idea of Buddhism is the fact that they I don't know how true it is, but my brother said that finding nirvana is actually finding a rest from reincarnating. Like Buddhism, they believe in reincarnating. They believe that we only become a human every every so often. Most of the time, we become animals, and that reflected what we did in our past life. So if we were like gluttonous or something in our one life, we might be like a pig in our next life. And we'll live that pig life, and then you know, uh, we might reincarnate into some other animal, and then we'll come back as a human. But then we only have these brief windows as coming back as humans in order to break the cycle. So in Buddhism, I believe they find a state of nirvana, which is basically they try to find a state of peace, a state of bliss, a state of like a completion where they need nothing. They're in peace where they need nothing, and they when they pass on, they don't exist. They don't reincarnate anymore. Now this is what my brother told me. I never looked too much into what nirvana is, but that was part of the whole idea of Buddhism. Now it differs from the Catholic or the Christian teachings. I understand, but the yeah, nirvana is a state of no desires. That's what I'm saying, like a state of grace, state of yeah, okay, a state of no desires, right? Being that you have the idea that we reincarnate is the fact that we, like I said, if you are indulgent, if you are like indulgent into things, then you'll come back as a pig, let's say. That is how you reincarnate. It's what you reflect on what you were as a human being. You reincarnated in something that reflected your human life. Okay? If you were a shifty guy, like a sinister one who was always lying to people, you might come back as a snake or maybe a weasel or something. See what I mean? Because we call these people snakes and weasels for reasons. So you might come back in that form. Okay? Maybe come back as a fox or something. You come back to represent that. And then you might be reincarnated into something similar a couple of times, and then you become a human again. But again, it turns into your whole idea as to where does the soul go. But these are two different religions that believe in a certain. One believes in non-existence, not repeating the whole reincarnation over and over again to finally end it with when you find nirvana. Uh, okay, that could describe entropy. Oh, so what do you think is life you pay for in your next? What do you think is life you pay for in your next life? Well, we got a lot of new names coming in here asking questions. The Egyptians were buried with gold and such, much different. Yeah, they thought they could take that into their afterlife. Yeah. Uh, yeah, the Egyptians were worshiping. I'm not sure what their gods were. You know, I'm not sure they were. This was well before Buddha and Christ. They were worshiping like the sun and the moon and Ra. They had uh, they 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 were very advanced in some ways, but also very stupid in others. uh, Egyptians were polythomagic. Polythomic. Oh, sorry. What do you think? What do you, what do you in this life pay for in the next? Okay, what do you, you get what you give, so you give good. Okay, yeah. So what do you pay for in the next life? Well, I mean, uh, according to like Christian things, I mean, according to like Christian teachings, in the next life, if you don't, if you don't repent for what you did in this life, if you don't repent for your sins, if you don't ask for forgiveness and all that, then somehow, you die with those. You die with you die with that, and somehow you don't see the glory of God. I mean, basically, he said that there'll be gnashing of teeth and things like that. I think we have to find that state of grace before we before we die. I guess we have to find that kingdom of God within us. But I mean, I'm only going by what Scripture says. I think our payment. I don't know if we necessarily pay like we're. I almost picture like they talk about hell and everything. Everyone talks about how we go to this place, we go to the middle of the earth, and we burn alive for eternity. I don't know if that was taken literal too much, but something tells me. I mean, gosh, there's got to be certain people seem like they make it there. I mean, you have to be really bad. You get somebody like a Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy. You know what I'm saying? Are the ones that set up the Holocaust. I could picture these types really suffering from somewhere. Like you're telling me they can't be. Sometimes when they're gone, where do they go? Um, I wonder if it's just all taken as levels of your. I mean, because you can't compare somebody who's any sin compared to that. And if you don't repent for that, where do you go? I mean, these are questions that we've been asking right along. Uh, but I think bottom line is if we don't find some kind of salvation on earth before we die, we never quite see the glory of where we're supposed to be. We don't find that ultimate glory and that's to be in the kingdom of God completely. And in some ways, just not having that, not fulfilling what you were meant to be, not fully finding what you were intended to be, that could be the suffering in itself. Just knowing you didn't find the glory, and that's it. And not to say you're gonna burn miserably, and it's just that burning and mashing of teeth is just not literal fire that you're feeling you're burning. It's more just the ache of knowing you didn't make it. I mean, but again, there's a lot of mysteries there too. We never quite know because anybody who passed on, I mean, never came back to tell us what it is. If one was a glutton and is reincarnated as a pig, that may be joyous for them. Food for thought. Oh, okay, Darius. Uh, so I came up with that idea about being reincarnated into a pig. Well, that's what I'm just saying. That's what I think Buddhism is all about. They believe that stuff, right? You know. I know some of the Eastern religions, some of the Hindu religions believe that stuff as well. You know. So they come back and they get to eat and just glut everything that they might enjoy being a pig. I guess I could see that. Makes you wonder how many dead souls are here on Earth buried. It's like a big trash can cemetery. Half the truth. Okay, yes. Okay. It's grim, yes, makes sense. Okay. Personality pill. Egyptians didn't have enough information back then. They just followed what they saw. Their gods were how the world worked. I can see how they were that way. Yeah, they just, yeah, yeah, again, they had their own, if they believed in anything higher than that. I mean, you got to figure back then, even like the Greeks and the Romans, like looked at the stars and the planets, and they saw the planets. They knew they were moving, and they could see them close enough to know they were not stars. But they had this idea that these planets is where these represented the gods of the sky. They figured the gods that were ruling the universe, which at that point too, they didn't even think that. They thought that the universe revolved around the earth. The earth was the center of the universe. This is what they thought. And the entire everything, the sun, the moon, everything revolved around the earth. All the stars spun around in one day around the earth. Yeah, they thought this stuff right up until what, the 16 or 1700s. What is it? Was it Copernicus? It was some monk or something like that had a theory that he changed everything. That he said no, that we circulate around the sun and we have a solar system. And he had it made more sense that we spun around a sun. We had a day. But yeah, that back then the Egyptians believed that. So did the Romans. They had no real. They still thought the Earth was flat right up until 14 something. Remember that? They still believed that it was being held up like by Atlas on this like a tray, and when you saw beyond the horizon, and you saw that line, they thought that was the end of the Earth. That was the point of no return. You went over the edge like a waterfall. They thought the Earth was flat. They really believed this stuff. And it wasn't even that long ago. It was even in the 1400s they still believed the Earth was flat. It wasn't until the explorers started doing, experiments with, they realized there was a curvature in the Earth, and they realized that they could go around, that it was round, and they took a gamble and took a venture, and they found out they were right. I mean, that Columbus was spouting that, but I mean they had beliefs that we can't even comprehend. We're so primitive, so childlike in a way. I mean, to think that the entire universe rotates around the Earth, this was just something that wasn't even that long ago. So again, like you start having a concept of God, concepts of things when you're seeing like things like that shallow in that dimension, yeah, you're not gonna have a very deep perception of what it is. So they started putting the planets, and like I said, but again, they took gods and they had to make them a manifestation image. They had to visualize these things. They had to take God and have them into an extroverted sensing way of understanding. In other words, they had to have him look like a manifestation. They had to look like a man, a human. And of course, there were goddesses too. They believed in, what was it? Venus was a goddess, and some of these were women. Yeah, Venus was the goddess of love. I mean, they believed this stuff, and I think the Romans actually adopted some of the early thoughts of the planetary gods, kind of translated into Romans. I think they borrowed some of that religion from them, and they kind of made it their own. But they still kept some of that. But again, they just believed they all lived there. Even the Greeks, they thought that the gods we were muses for the gods. They thought we were just created for them to entertain them, like we were being looked down upon. Like the gods were putting certain situations and creations, like putting like Hercules in there, and he was he was half God but half mortal. He had a mother that was, I guess Zeus had a love romance with a woman, an earthly woman, but they believed this stuff that Hercules was divine and human, but he was super strong. He's, you know what I mean? But again, these myths that they started believing, they actually believe this stuff full heartedly. Imagine that. I mean, and they believed the Earth was flat all at the same time. So they had a very limited, very narrow look about spirituality. And you got to figure though too. I mean, again, I mean, even back then, I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of extroverted sensing types, and they needed to have that extroverted sense to feel like there was God. Okay, they needed that congregation even then, and all I can imagine is that there wasn't a whole lot they could base it on. Okay, but we've learned so much in the last 500 years. Mars and Aries, Zeus and Jupiter, etc. That's exactly. I mean, that's all your. Yeah, Mars was actually the god of war because it was a red planet, right? Because it's that rusty red planet. Aries was what? What was that? Mercury, Aries, Zeus, Jupiter. In order for the Roman Empire to survive, it adopted aspects of religion and culture they conquered. Interesting. Darius. There's a guy who's smart. Look, Darius, you were a teacher. You studied a lot, man. Roman deities were basically renamed Greek gods. See, that's what I thought. I thought that the Romans basically adopted their religion from the Greeks because it was similar. Yeah. Deities were basically renamed Greek gods. Yes, I figured that. Listen, I never studied that. I could just see the patterns. I saw that there was similarities in their the way they were. They both had the same planetary god idea. And I mean, were there Roman mythologies? I think they had their own versions. They weren't quite as elaborate as the Greeks, I would think. I mean, you heard about Icarus and flying to the sun with wings, and they got too close and his wings melted. I mean, you heard some of these stories. Flight of Icarus, yeah. Were they believing this stuff though? Like here's one that I found fascinating. You want to talk about Greek mythology? Is the fact that Achilles, we call the Achilles heel that tendon on the back of our heel, and it's that one that just gives us that motion. It gives us it's the Achilles heel, and it basically keeps that whole foot moving in there, right? Keeps the calf. Well, Achilles was what again. I think he was half god and half man or so, half something like that. I can't remember exactly what his origin was, but I know one of the goddesses. I think his mother was what, Aphrodite or maybe she was Andromeda. It was one of those Greek goddesses, and her son Achilles. She wanted to make him an invincible warrior. So upon birth, or upon the fact that I guess she took him, being the Greek goddess that she was, she dipped him in some kind of a fluid, like a liquid, like in a bath. But she was holding him by the back of his heel. Yeah. So she dipped him in there to make him invulnerable. But she dipped him in there, and the only part that did not get part of this invulnerability fluid was the back of his heel. Okay, but then I guess Achilles grew up to be an impervious warrior. He couldn't be killed. He couldn't be hurt, or he couldn't die. But somehow, some way, the truth came out that Achilles had an Achilles heel, and that's where this came from. That he had a weakness, and they said, yeah, when he was dipped in this invulnerability fluid, his mother forgot to dip his whole. She forgot to dip his heel, what she was grabbing. So somebody got a word of that. So one of the soldiers, I believe, aimed for his heel and with a poison arrow. and shot him in his poison arrow, which killed him. That's one of those myths. I don't know if I'm getting the entire story exact. That was the gist of it, of what the Achilles heel was all about. But to this day, we refer to it as when you have a weakness, like Superman's kryptonite, let's say, an Achilles heel. That's your weakness, and it's still referred to this day from that mythological story of Achilles heel. Okay, I always found that one fascinating. I always thought. But again, they believed this stuff. They really did. They believed that we were just like muses for the gods, you know. His mother asked the gods for protection of Achilles, and was told what to do. Oh, okay. Darius was father of Dalius. Hey, is that who you are? Is that where you get your name from? This guy Dalius was the father of Icarus. Hey, is that coincidence? That's your name there, Darius. Yeah, that is the same name there, guy. Okay, so it looks like in order for Roman Empire to survive, it adopted an aspect of. Okay, you did say that before. All right, his mother asked the gods for the protection of Achilles and was told what to do. Okay, so I knew his mother had something to do with having him protected. I thought she actually was the one. Like, I thought she was like a goddess or something, and she dipped him in the fluid. Apollo guided the narrow parts shot at Achilles. No coincidence, Tom. Apollo guided the arrow, Paris. Oh, Paris. So you know a little more in depth of this story than. See, thank you. Listen, I figured you would. You're a very smart guy there. My name is the same name. Yes, I know that. I see that, Darius. Apollo guided the arrow Paris shot at Achilles. No coincidence, Tom. Okay. Well, we got the full story now. I had the gist of it. I didn't know. Sounds like you had names and specifics and things like that. So, well, that's good. I'm glad you filled me in on that. But anyway, my point is that we talk about all this what exactly like afterlife is. I mean, they had a very limited scope on what to compare our religion to, and a lot of your major religions weren't even really founded yet. You know, Buddha wasn't out yet. Jesus wasn't even born yet. I mean, you probably had Moses. You had the whole Hebrew texts, and you had all that going, and that was mainly what the Word of God was. Is anybody that was. But at that time too, if you remember, the Hebrew people were thought to be God's chosen people, you know, and also, I mean, the chosen people were the ones that were chosen to be basically saved in a sense. I mean, that's also something that they said. Now, it wasn't until later on. I mean, it was the Christian. I think it was Saul or Paul or something like that said that. Christianity could be opened up to all. It wasn't just the select chosen people of the Hebrews. Everybody was okay to be have salvation now. I mean, it all changed after the crucifixion, of course. See, we're getting into some deep stuff here. We're just staring into good conversation here. Love you, Tom. I also love the classics. Yes, my name is the same. No, I know that, man. I know that. You know, I do like talking to you though here because you always are very, you've because you know a lot. You have a lot of knowledge. Well, again, you would teach you. You know, I mean, gosh, but I know you studied all this stuff here. But I'm just going back to your original question about. I can't remember how it was worded. Something about the salvation and things like that. It was something about how where our afterlife goes, where after our whole, I can't remember what it was, you know, our soul basically goes after we die. It was some question about that. And I just started kind of, started steering into everything about where we went, you know. That's all. Well, we're down to 7 watching. Okay, we started streaming 4 hours ago, 4+ hours ago, I would imagine. Oh, Okay. I got to readjust the way I'm sitting over here, people. All right, here we go. I have my foot up for a bit, you know. Sometimes I have to keep my foot up, keep the blood going, or keep it not from pooling up too much, you know. Well, anyway, so people, I tell you, if I think we had a pretty good couple of conversations going here, as I would say. Well, Darius, I was going to say, Darius. I mean, typically, still here, personality pill. Okay, I was trying to figure out. I got 7 watching. I figured a few were still out there watching, you know. But it's good to see we're all, you know. I was, yeah, I would say that this is we got a good group here. I noticed that we got a pretty good group that shows back up here once a week, and we seem to just we stare into a lot of different topics. That's all we can really ask for. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, that's. But again, I think being that we are introverted and intuitive, and I think we may not hear a lot of history about now. Maybe there's some versions of histories of people that were INFJ in the ancient world. I was Marcus Aurelius. I heard was INFJ. He was actually wasn't he not a Caesar of Rome, but he was also a very deep philosopher. From what I understand, the guy had he had written many philosophical things, and he was a Stoic for his time as well. Was Marcus Aurelius, and he's one of the great philosophers of the time. From what I understand, they look back and find out from his writings, he was easily probably the INFJ type right there was him. You know. Now I haven't really read too much on his works. I mean, I've read some of them. Sometimes I hear him quoted in videos I watch here and there, but I haven't read up too much on him. But yeah, I can only imagine. One day I hope to talk with a billionaire INFJ. A billionaire INFJ, huh? Well, are there any? Who would be a billionaire INFJ out there? I mean, listen. I think Elon Musk is INTJ, if I remember right. From what I understand, he's you look at what he's doing. The guy's a super genius. He's one of the richest men in the world right now. Is Elon Musk. Not quite an INFJ, but he's close. Again, he's got so much going on. That guy. SpaceX. He's got his Tesla. I mean, that Tesla's looks small compared. He started with that one. That seemed like a massive venture for him. But that's the closest thing I can think of. You know. Well, why would you want to talk to a billionaire INFJ? What would that do? What would that do just to know that an INFJ has $1 billion? Would that make him more important than somebody that was just maybe had a few $1,000s? I mean, would that or would you just want to know what his success was all about? Why did he become a billionaire? Yeah, I guess would it be that? Obviously, that's all I can imagine. But he is a trillionaire. Oh, we're talking about Elon Musk as a trillionaire? Well, I would have thought he'd be. I mean, you got to figure all his assets, all of his combined business assets could be add up to over $1 billion. I could probably see that. Maybe. You got to figure too. You know how much $1 trillion is? I believe it is $1 billion is a trillion. When you think about that, $1 billion trillion, $1 billion is a trillion. That's a lot of money. Then it turns into the trillion. I think it's actually no. Wait, it's yeah. What? Or wait, hold on a minute. I think it's is it 1 million? I think it is 1 million trillion. Hold on a minute. I think because of $1 million, one thousand, $1,000 is I think you need a $1,000 is a million, and then I think $1,000,000 is a billion. That's what it goes. Okay, I think it goes on that, and I think $1,000 billion is a trillion, not a billion. Excuse me, it's 1,000,000,000 is a trillion. But either way, that's a lot of money. Elon is the first trillionaire in history. Oh, so he is actually a trillionaire now. Oh, is that right? Okay, so he's beyond the billion. I figured he was a multi-billionaire. I knew he was close. I think that's the first I've heard that he actually surpassed the trillionaire mark. Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? I would have to say that he's got to be. Yeah, I mean he's got to be very very good with his money. What can I tell you? He would have to be. So, but I think a lot of it is tied up. Most of it is probably tied up in his capital. But even if he had most of it, let's say he only had a couple $1 billion in his banking account, versus he's got a billion. That's like that'd be like barely a tenth of what he owns. I mean, that'd be a lot in your bank account. Well, I only got 2 billion in my account. The rest is tied up in assets. Either way, that's quite a bit. So, I mean, I guess all you could say is you just have to cite the fact that I mean, what got him there was he was probably an incredible worker, and something tells me he's the type that he got right into his factory and he got his hands dirty. He didn't just tell people what to do. He created things. He invented things. He is an inventor. He's as much of an inventor as let's say a Tesla or an Edison. I mean, he got his hands dirty. He understood a lot about physics, magnetism, He's just like, like obviously solar, collecting solar power. I mean, he's got it all in that car. You ever see like the solar panels on top of that car, which is amazing to me. He's got that whole roof is one massive solar power. And it's actually, well, when the sun is out, that thing is generating, keeping that car going somewhat as well. So it's not just everything you're plugging in. And I think I also heard too that he has some kind of an electromagnetic generator in the brake system. Like every time the brakes spins, he has some kind of copper coils that actually generate bits of electricity while they're driving from the rotation of the disc brakes. So it's actually helping to generate some of the electricity. I mean, is it enough to actually power the car? I don't know that. Maybe is it enough to keep the lights on? Maybe keep the battery and the computer system going? Generates that kind of thing. It just helps it along, gives it a little bit more juice while it's driving. And I mean, that's just some of the things I know about that. But that car is ingenious. I mean, I'm not totally sold on electric cars, especially living in New Hampshire. And in the winter, I don't think I would trust an electric car in the middle of winter to get me home, knowing that I got to run the heat, I got to run the lights. You see what I mean? I got to run a lot of different things, and I got to drive that car. At least with a gasoline powered car, I know that alternator is going to be generating. I get gas power, and the byproduct of heat is from the radiator. So it's actually a byproduct is the heat from the engine. You don't have that with electricity. You have to generate that. See, these are some of the problems that I don't quite that I would have. I think that car would be fine if it was in a warmer climate. You get down closer to like the south, and you don't have harsh winters. You don't have snowstorms. You don't have nights that go down into the 20s or the teens or below zero for that matter. But I think you're fine. You get a car like that. I think they're more geared for like a warm weather climate. I think you could run those all year long, but I wouldn't trust them up where I live. I mean, certainly not in my winter. I mean, when I have to run all the other things. So, I mean, there's a lot to be said about that. They still have a ways to go. Put it that way. They really do. He must have been a he he must have been an early adopter of Beanie Babies. Oh, okay. I don't know about that. I think it was into the Beanie Babies, huh? Jesse Herbert. Oh, it's good to see you still out there, Jesse. How you doing that? You think Elon Musk was was in with the Beanie Babies? I don't know. Something tells me he's a little more cerebral than that. He's deep. The guy's deep. He's really. I mean, I don't know his whole history. I mean, he doesn't look it. You look at the guy. He looks kind of quiet. He doesn't look like he's very assuming. But behind the scene, you hear about it. The guy's a super genius. You know. And what I'd like to know is he naturally did he do a lot of studying in school, or does he just have his own intuition that guides him? I'm going to say he's probably very intuitive. He just has a mind because, I mean, I know where our mind can go. I know how deep the mind can go, and if he just understands the basic principles of physics, and if he has what I call the God code, maybe he's tapped into his God code. He has that. I mean, that God code is literally that. The closer your spirit gets to, the closer you have a spiritual connection to your Creator, the closer you are, the more God will reveal his universe to you. And if he has that, then he's naturally gifted into seeing, like he has, seeing his intuitive side. Okay, same thing as Einstein, Edison. All these guys tinkered in their garages. A lot of these guys didn't have to go to school. They spent a lot of time alone, just working, just inventing, just experimenting on everything. And yeah, that's how he started. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me he's a trillionaire. It really doesn't. I mean, I'll say one thing: he's probably one of the greatest geniuses that we've ever seen. I mean, he's living in our time right now, but he's going to surpass, let's say, the Edisons and the Tesla. I mean, you got to figure. It called his car company Tesla. I mean, Tesla was well beyond his time. But I mean, Elon Musk is like right into that whole sphere right there. But he's also developing, what, space rocket ships that can land. I mean, I guess they go up. Now he's got these rockets that just basically he's landing them. They don't have to splash down in the sea now. He's actually having the way of like guiding these things to land. I mean, I've heard that he's got the technology with his SpaceX. He's talking about maybe going to Mars someday with his rockets. He'd be the guy to do that. He'd be the guy to finally get up to Mars, or get to another planet and just get there finally. I could see Elon Musk being that guy. So it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. He's a super billionaire right now. So, anyway, I said a lot about that, didn't I? Huh? Must have been in the Beanie Babies. Elon is smart, but he's not the smartest. He's not the smartest. Some of it is fluff. Oh, you think so? You think so? Okay. What's the fluff? Tell me, what's fluff about him? I'm just curious now. I mean, I know, I know the way things are. I mean, his car put together, like I said, listen, as smart as his car is, I would not personally want one. They're very expensive. And again, I told you what some of the concerns are with what I thought. I already told you why I wouldn't want one, especially in this climate. I think even people up in Canada, anybody in the northern climates, I don't think they want an electric car. I'd much rather have a gas car in those climates for sure. But anyway, I don't know what you think is all the fluff, though. I mean, what exactly he did is fluff. I mean, we'll put it this way: something speaks for itself. I mean, he's got a very successful. He's got several businesses. I guess he launched that whole. He bought Twitter. He's got the whole communication thing there, monopoly. The whole Twitter thing became his. It's what is it called? X. I mean, I don't really, I'm not really into that. I don't use that myself, but he has people around him to make him look smarter than he is. My belief. Yeah, you might be true. You might be true. Yeah, yeah, it's a good possibility. What do you think? He just has a lot of people come in that are smart as him. He recruits like very smart engineers and people that are into like what astrosciences or whatever it is or what. It's a good possibility. He has a team around him that advise him. I'm sure he's not. I'm sure he's smart enough to bring other people in there to help him. Of course he is. I mean, but still, I mean, he's still orchestrating. I mean, you got to figure he's a first trillionaire. I mean, but I still think that a lot of his inventions are very innovative and very unique, and they're all patented. I would imagine he patented them all. You know, smart as him, yes, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Look at it. Of course, he has people around him that took him in. I'm sure of that. You know. I mean, listen. I know. I know. Even he had this. He was with. He had a. He was advising Trump for a while. He was smart. I know he was in with Trump. I don't know how well that friendship's going now, but that was part of the whole campaign. Um, he is super smart. Oh, of course he is. Yeah, I know that. Smart as hell. But bold. Yes, he's bold. Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, he's got all that. But like I said, I still think he's going to go down as one of the. He will go down as one of the super geniuses of all time. Like I said, we get some that we think of. He's just living it right now. He's modern. I mean, I don't think the guy is even. What is he? Barely 40 years old. He's not even that old. I think he's only like. What is he like? 43 or 44? I mean, I don't think he's that old even. I mean, he's already done all this and he's still fairly young. I mean, think about that too. I mean, so he must have obviously done something right. Something tells me he just spent a lot of time, working and tinkering in a garage, but things were working for him. He just because he had his own innovation going there. That's all. But again, INTJs, you figure if that's what they classify him as, I think I heard that somewhere that's what he's classified as. I mean, obviously he's introverted, intuitive. That's his primary function, just like that is our function. But he's got that introverted thinking. No, extroverted thinking is his second function. And then what is it? It's the introverted feeling, I believe. I think that's the main difference between the two. But I mean, after saying that, whether or not that's irrelevant or not, he's smart. He's just very logical, and he sees his introverted mind that is deep, and as it works, he's got that whole sketch going, and he's obviously he's logical. Okay, and he's seeing everything for what it is, and he put it to use. He made it work for him. Okay, he clicked up with Trump because of the money. Trump made $1 billion with Elon Musk. Yeah, also, I mean, it was part of it because he saw that I know Trump was going to be president, and he actually was thinking too that he was going to, he knew that, you know, somebody smart like that would actually be beneficial into making different, advancements that would, hopefully help the country. Especially he was fascinated with that whole SpaceX thing. I'm talking about Trump was. Yeah, he was fascinated with that too, But I mean but I mean, again, I haven't really followed up too much on the politics lately, only because it's just I don't really look too much into that, but I don't really know if they're still friends or whatnot, anymore. But I know he got into trouble there. There were a lot of people were attacking his auto businesses and his dealerships, and actually vandalizing people that owned Teslas because he became friends with Trump for a while. I know that, yeah, and of course a lot of people that didn't like Trump, were just taking it out on him as well. So I didn't know if that had something to do with it or not, but yeah. I noticed you put Trump in, you don't capitalize T in Trump, but when you have Elon Musk, you put him in capital letters. So that tells me that you don't think too highly of Trump, but think higher of Elon Musk. I'm just guessing that. I mean, I'm just guessing that. When you put Trump in non-capitals, it means you're not holding him in very good esteem. But Elon Musk is in capital letters, I've noticed. Just an observation I got. I mean, like I said, I don't get too political here, but I just kind of think, I think that's telling. That's all. Oh, but although you got to remember too, Elon Musk, he actually supported Barack Obama back during his. I think it was for this was back around the first time I started hearing about Elon Musk. Was probably back in 2012. Anyway, I mean, it was back in. I don't. It seems I started seeing him come out of the nowhere about maybe 20, maybe 15 years plus ago, and but he actually endorsed Barack Obama too. I mean, so I mean, it's not like he's one party or the other. I don't know what his affiliation is. I just know that I don't think it's necessarily one party or not. I mean, he said that a lot of it had to do with the fact that Trump looked very heroic because he survived an assassination attempt. He got wounded. He came out of it, and the way he pumped his fist, he said that looks like somebody that should be a president. That he didn't cower, even though he had his ear shot off or basically shot through. I think that was one of the things Elon Musk, he actually endorsed him after that happened. And that's what I think it was. So it wasn't necessarily a party affiliation or whatnot. So I'm random capital, not capital hit miss. I'm like that. Yeah. Okay. I was just pointing that out that you did that. Maybe Anthropic, with disruptive as Elon has been, will be as disruptive as Elon has been. Okay. And Anthropic AI. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's a lot of advantage. He's behind a lot of that AI as well. Is that artificial intelligence? I would think so. He's probably got to be behind a lot of that. Yeah. I mean, part of me is kind of seeing that it's looks sometimes that looks a little bit looks frightening that AI could be surpassing like our mind and everything. It just gives you the whole idea that could it fall into bad hands? Could that be taken in taken into bad avenues, bad areas? You always hear like things like that happen sometimes where inventions happen and the wrong people get a hold of it, and it just always they corrupt it, they taint it, and they use it for evil. You hear about that all the time. I mean, gosh, you look at Einstein's greatest theory of relativity. I mean, it was just about being able to collapse an atom to release energy, but somebody decided to take that, harness that energy, and make an atomic bomb out of it, make a destructive nuclear bomb. That was as devastating as it is. But I mean, the whole idea of like understanding how to split an atom to release energy or to mix chemicals in order to like have that kind of an insight as to that theory in itself. Obviously, it was taken into some bad hands. I don't think Einstein ever wanted to develop the atom bomb. But his theory kind of gave ideas that pushed it to that way. You can go ahead and take the most unstable unit of plutonium, let's say, or was it uranium, very highly unstable molecule, and agitate that molecule like you would anything else, all right, like you boil in water. And they found out that thing got spun so fast that squared so much, they got that thing and it started collapsing. All these particles started basically destroying the particle itself. It got so agitated because it was so unstable, so heavy of a particle. And where does that have to go? But into the it goes into the atom, because that's the nuclear. Excuse me, that's the nucleus. That's the gravitational pull of that entire molecule. And what did it do? All these particles that were destroyed by that uranium, radioactive, collapsed into the atom, causing it to split, causing it to destroy, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. Somebody took that advice and put that into destructive tendencies. Again, AI could be easily put into those as well. Elon is a foreigner. Yes, he's from South Africa. I do believe he was from Jonestown. What's that? What's the capital down there in South Africa? But I know he's South African. Yes, I knew that. I knew he was not an American citizen. Yeah, he's from. Yeah, is it Jamestown or Johannesburg or something? I did my own research and figured something out. Bro, really? A master yapper? Rapper? Oh, you're talking about me, huh? Oh, hey, we got somebody else out there. Rare Pressure TV. So you got me. You're talking about me, the master rapper? Hey, listen, man. I talk, and when I talk, listen, I just try to talk about things that are believable. Okay, things that make a difference. That's all. Yeah, South Africa got three capitals. Jamestown, not one of them. Uh, there's three capitals in South Africa. Is one Johannesburg or something like that? It's not Jamestown. Okay, South Africa. Okay, Rare Pressure. Thank you for that information. So Jamestown is not one of them. Thank you for that. Again, you know, I know a little bit about a lot of things. I don't know everything. Okay. Yap equals talker. I knew that. I know what yap is, man. I know that. You don't have to translate that for me. Yapper is a talker, man. Yap. I know that, dude. Yeah. So, but we're talking about Elon Musk. That's all. No, but anyway, Jethro, I think a lot of that has to do with originally you said you wished you could meet an INFJ billionaire. Okay, all like the closest thing I could come up with. Well, how about an INFJ trillionaire? That's all I could come up with. But I don't know. But what do you think an INFJ could be a billionaire for anyway? South Africa has three capitals: Pretoria, executive; Cape Town, legislative; Bloemfontein, judicial. I think you're very thorough on your explanation, sir. I do want to thank you for that. That was brilliant. I mean, I would have never known that. So they have three capitals and each have a different legislation of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. Well, that's deep. Yeah, most capitals have all those just in separate buildings. You know what I'm saying? One capital, different building or buildings for those very things. Okay, kind of like Washington D.C. is like that. Washington's got several. I mean, they got the executive, which is the White House. They got I think the legislative, which would be representative of the Capitol building, was where they make all the the laws. And then of course in they have the judicial branch, which is the Supreme Court, which is all located in Washington D.C., but they're different segments of the same capital. Okay, but somehow they had to make three different capital buildings, capital cities for each one. Okay, hey, everybody's got a different preference, I guess, huh? South African, just different for no reason. There you go. You were very right. I get that. Well, yeah. I mean, sounds like you know your stuff. We talked about South Africa because Jethro said that Elon Musk is foreign. I says absolutely. I knew that. He's from South Africa. We knew that much. but I didn't know that it had three capitals. I did know Johannes. What was the one? You said Pure, Cape Town. I knew Cape Town. That was it. I was trying to remember, but didn't realize that. Now, do you happen to be from South Africa? Is this how you know this, or are you just very good with your your data? You must be very well read on your facts and figures, I guess. Columbia. Oh, you're from Carl Mason, Columbia. I got somebody else out there, Carl. Got a lot of new people coming in here. A lot of new people coming in, passing on through here. Personality poll. So Hillary Clinton was a right hand man of George Washington. Henry Clinton. Well, first I thought it was Hillary Clinton. Henry. Henry Clinton was a right hand man of George Washington at one time, and they made me think he was related to Bill Clinton, and he wasn't. He was to Bill's stepfather. Bill took his stepfather. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Had no relation there then, huh? Oh, I was going to say, that's right. No, Bill Clinton had a stepfather. He took his name. He was not a blood Clinton. I knew that. I knew that. I think I do remember that as well. The way you speak is admirable. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Listen, that's why I'm here on this channel. I mean, that's why this live broadcast is what it is, because we try to come up with good conversation here. Clinton in name only. That's right. So, well, if anybody had anything they'd like us to add, now, Carl, you wrote down Columbia in this history question mark. Don't know what that means. Okay, you do have a very revered rhyme to your speech. You do have a very revered rhyme to your speech, sir. Well, really? Gee. Okay, well, thanks a lot. I guess I never thought of it like that. I thought I always rambled on a little bit myself. Part of me just says I just kind of ramble. But I just think of things as I go along. I just know things and they kind of come out when they need to. That's all. Who found America? Who found America? Well, depends on who you're asking. Originally, I think, well, why don't you tell us who found America? I want to hear what you've got to say about that. I was just passing through. Y'all enjoy the live. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Enjoy the live. Okay. Well, if you had something you wanted to talk about, I mean, mainly what this channel is, it's the channel is INFJ Experience. Mainly, I cover the MBTI types, but I do talk about other various topics as well. Anything that interests us, anything that will captivate the imagination and enthrall us into exceptionalism. How's that sound, huh? Howdy, blessing from Texas. B. Phillips, hey, how are you there? Good to see you doing all right there. Awesome. We got somebody from Texas. What part of Texas are we talking about? Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Waco. Oh, I could go on and on. There's a whole bunch of towns in Texas. Now, Texas is one of them states. It covers 2 time zones. Kind of reminds me of this girl I met. Yeah, she was fat. She was so fat, when she wore a wristwatch, and each time she'd cover 2 time zones, just about as big as Texas. Oh, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, Sometimes I get a little funny sometimes, living in, you're from San Antonio, but currently living in Dallas. You're killing me, man. Do I hear a Boston accent? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And, well, go figure. I got a Patriot shirt on here, too. Yeah, I grew up in Lynn, Massachusetts. I spent my early youth living in Lynn, Mass, which is out of Boston. Why are you from Boston? B. Phillip? You'd say a detective, but it is definitely Boston, yes. I think it was a Rodney Dangerfield accent. That might have been wrong. Yeah, but that's more of a New York thing, you know. Um, he's from New York, but he still had that thing about him, you know. Yeah, every so often Rodney has to make a visit in here sometime. So you're a Cowboys fan from the street? Uh, Never been to Boston. Knicks fan. Oh, okay. All right. All right. No, you said you detected the accent. You knew that. I just didn't know, but you were absolutely right. I'd say if you ever heard of Lynn, Mass, listen, Lynn is part of Boston. It's just it's 8 miles north of Boston on the coast. I mean, I could be to Boston in like, you know, minus the traffic, maybe 35 minutes, 40 minutes, you know, but there was no real good way to get there from here, It was only 8 miles from Boston, but a lot of traffic to get down there. So sent gold coins for 10 jewels. Well, thank you, Colton. Oh, all right. Did you do that? Oh, yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're getting into talking about a little bit of everything. Yeah, if you have any discussions you want to talk about, anything you want to, now, like I said, typically, I mean, I know this channel is typically about self-help, psychology, personality types. But as you know, we will talk and discuss other topics as well. I mean, typically. But if you got anything you'd like to share, anything you'd like to discuss, let me know. As long as it is respectful and things like that. What about God? Listen, absolutely. Okay, listen, that's another one. I should have mentioned too. I talk about spirituality a lot. God and spirituality is discussed here. Did you have any questions about that? Because I think that's something that fascinates a lot of us as well. I think typically introverted, intuitive minded people, especially INFJs, have a very strong, belief in spirituality. Hey, listen, not all of them have the same belief in the same God, but a lot of them do have a strong belief in their spirit, something deeper than their own self. Because being that the introverted, intuitive mind senses this thing, it knows that it actually intuitively just senses something deeper than themselves. They feel a connection to that. It's almost like an intuitive empathic vibe of something deeper within their own soul. Now, I think a lot of people have this, and I think we can develop that sense. Okay, everybody can, but again, it takes years of yearning, of seeking, of wanting that, of having a proclivity to that kind of clarity within ourselves. What's evil? Okay, what's evil? It's called consciousness. Okay. God is king. Let's negotiate. I follow lots of comedians around the New York. What about God? What's evil? Um, you're asking what's evil. Sent thumbs up for 10 jewels. Thank you, Jethro. I did see that little thing come up. I saw the little colored thing come up there. Well, thank you for that, sir. Um, what's evil? Listen, I think anything that is not good, anything that is not good, is got to be a version of evil. Okay, I mean sometimes we look at little things that look innocent. Okay, I mean listen, there are blatant, obvious examples of evil in the world. Okay, I mean we see people that are doing horrible things to other people. We see regimes doing that, countries doing that, people, individuals. Uh, we hear things on the news all the time. Okay, so basically anything that is against good is an evil. It is. Hate's being hate. Well, yeah, hate is a form of evil. Yeah, we should not hate anything. If you disagree with somebody, it should be a disagreement. But even if somebody is contemptible, there has to be something, a level of, you maintain a level of peace within yourself, because once you go to the level of hate, you're actually condemning your own self. When you forgive somebody else for violating you, or for harming you, you're not doing it for their sake. You're doing it for your own sake. When you forgive, you forget. You minus the hate within yourself for somebody else, because it's your own soul that's going to be harmed because of it. Hey, Nelson Mandela did say, there you go, famous South African, Nelson Mandela, talking about that. He did say that resentment is like you taking, is like you poisoning your, is like you taking poison and hoping that your enemy dies. I think that was it. Uh, eh, yeah, resentment is like you taking poison, hoping that your enemy dies. Basically, resentment is the whole thought of hating somebody, resenting somebody in your mind. Okay, but you're adding that because you're judging them. You're keeping that hatred alive. But in reality, you've taken a poison. You've taken something that's eating at you. They're outside of you. You hate them, but you're not free from the hatred that you have of them. Basically, that's what he meant by that. It's like you wish that they're dying. You want to give them the, you wish they would die. You want them to die a horrible death. But in reality, you're hating them. So you're the one who took the poison. That's what he meant by that. So yes, poison under control. Say hello to Azerbaijan, please. Not sure who these names are here. We know bad people are winning. Okay. Is Javed evil? Hate being hate. You're speaking truth, brother. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's basically what it is. That's why it's good we have to concede our hatred for that reason. I mean, it even says in the Bible, Jesus said, forgiving is, he did say to forgive our enemies. But, sometimes we think that because we forgive somebody and we forgive, we're giving them a free pass. Sometimes it gets interpreted as, I could never forgive, because you feel like you're letting somebody off the hook by forgiving them. The only reason you're doing that is to forgive is because you're forgetting in your own mind, so you're not poisoning your mind. That is the beauty of what forgiveness is all about. Is to alleviate you from the pain from hating. Okay, because it's a tapeworm in your mind. It's only going to keep eating at you. It doesn't do anything to somebody outside of you. Okay, that's basically what that is. Fear is not worth your time. That's right. Well, we have completed the trans transvestigations. What is that? Is this a reason? Fear is not worth your time. Poison under control. Okay. Looks like, so we got a lot of different people coming in and saying hello and asking some questions. Yeah, well, hopefully that helped out a little bit. I mean, I think something tells me deep down you probably know that. Okay, but yeah, but hate definitely hate leads to different things, doesn't it? I mean, hey, remember what Yoda said? I mean, sometimes little things come out in movies. One of the things I never forgot, it was on episode 1. Remember young Anakin Skywalker was talking to Yoda, and he said, I sense much fear in you, young one. And he says, what does that have to do with anything? And he says, fear leads to hate. Hate leads to, oh my God, now I'm forgetting it. Can anybody help me? He had this, it leads to suffering. He had this whole chain of where it all led. He said fear led to hate. Hate led to anger. Anger led to suffering. And of course he said it in that Yoda voice. Hey, anger leads to suffering. Maybe I got the things out of order. But basically that's what happens is like once you start embracing hatred and embracing resentment, yeah, that's where it, things just spiral out of control in your mind. Okay. And that's when you never let things go. You never let, yeah, then you kind of, yeah, it just kind of messes with your whole mind, doesn't it? How would you handle toxic family members such as parents, aunts, and uncles? Well, it depends on what they're toxic about. Now, are you talking about, now, what level of toxicity are we talking about? Because I know what you mean. Parents can be, especially especially parents, yeah, they can be very condescending, especially to their children. You got to figure our parents do a number on us. I mean, they raised us since we were children, and they put all their baggages into us. And a lot of times, I think our parents, especially our mothers can just do a number on what they twist the truth. They manipulate our minds in some ways. We're talking about bad mothers, okay? Ones that are like that. We're talking about the dysfunctional ones, because not everybody's like that. All I could say is this: is that when you start to notice that, if you get old enough and you start realizing that these things are starting to eat at you, I mean, you could address it. I mean, if you have enough of a gumption to address your family and point it out to them that they're doing this, they might return back and say you've got the problem. You know how it is. They'll always spin it to where you're the one who has a problem. You're weak. You're seeing it. You're jealous. You're insecure, and you've always been that way. And this is why you're lashing out at me. You see what I mean? So they're always going to spin that. It might come down to a point where you might have to just distance yourself. I mean, you might have to get to a point where if you can't get through to them, and if you can't see eye to eye with them, and they're really taxing on you. If these people are in your life and they are draining you when you go there, and you're always feeling angst when you go there, and it's not really helping you, and they can't be seen, and if you address things, they never own up to what they are. They never introspect anyway, and they always blame you. If they do not introspect and they never see your point of view, you might have to distance yourself. You might have to not go there anymore. You might have to start skipping a few holidays with them. They may ask why, and it's like, you don't have to answer why. You might just have to do that. It could come down to that. And a lot of times, that's what it comes down to. But it all depends on what exactly and how deep their dysfunction is. And if they're really draining you and you can't handle them, then yeah, you might have to just distance yourself. My mom is the devil, Daddy said. Did you delete my question? I thought I had a valid point. I didn't delete anybody's question. I mean, YouTube can take down certain things too. If it's, the algorithm does that. The AI will look at things and it will take down certain posts it won't. I didn't do it personally. I wouldn't do that to you. So I mentioned, only if you get really vulgar and rude, I would not do that. So I mentioned this because you were talking about forgiveness, and I struggle to figure out if I should keep forgiving. Listen, if you're talking about dysfunctional family members, yeah, all I can say is if you can find the gumption, like I said, to address it to them calmly, make sure you say it in a calm manner, point things out rationally, logically, in the moment. Say, you see what you just said. Now that if you mention things and you're calm about it, but if they never own up to anything, if they always switch it back to you being too sensitive, too weak, too insecure about yourself, it's never them, then these are the people that you might have to distance yourself. If they never want to own up to that, but you might have to try to address it. But you have to remember too, don't ever let the anger, don't let your emotions get involved, because once that does happen, then you've already altered the whole message. You've already taken that message out of it and you've already made it about you. And now the fact that you are angry, the fact that you are tangled is exactly what they're going to say is the reason why you don't understand. So now you've already proved their point. But if you remain calm, they have nothing to feed back on. So you have to keep that anger and that resentment out of it. But again, if they never see anything, if they always blame you and are never wrong, yeah, all you can do is you might have to set out a little bit. okay, and distance yourself. And yeah, you might have to do that. Listen, I've kind of had to do that in my own family. I only say that because my own family, I've had my own issues, okay? Now, I don't have my parents anymore. I have a couple brothers, but there's been some issues with my brothers that I think they're disrespectful in some ways. But I'm not going to get too much into the details, but thank you for being my therapist. Well, hey, you know what? I mean, I think that's some solid advice you got right there, okay? Uh, buy my boy a car. Yeah, no, I'm not God, man. No, I am, listen, no, I'm just a guy, man. I'd like to think I have a lot of inspiration by God. I'd like to think that somehow I have some enlightenment. I have some wisdom. I got some, listen, I'm just a guy, man. Definitely. I'm an average guy. Look, I drive a truck for a living too. You know what I mean? And, but all I do is I just try to, I just try to be me. Now, listen, what else? You got any other questions you got here? Too much forgiving is not good. Too much forgiving is not good at all. All right. Hey, Dr. Balls. What? My word in life is peace. No matter the person or place, remaining peaceful will keep you sane. Make your repentance peaceful, and people will find arguing with you to be worthless. Peace. Yeah, that's a very good. That's a very good explanation you got there, Doctor Balls. That's quite a name you got there. Okay, buy my boy a car, huh? Give me a car. A monkey can drive a truck. Yeah, I know. You're right. All right. I guess I'm a monkey. What are you trying to say, man? You help. Good man. No, Carl Mason. That's cool, man. Listen, you have some questions, man. You says that's what I'm here for. I said if you have anything's bugging you, that's what we're here for. That's kind of what this station's all about. I try to cover a lot of different topics, and sometimes I like to just troubleshoot people's issues. You know what I mean? And a lot of them have to do with just that, man. Family members are a big, major one we have, especially dealing with like toxic parents, man. They mess our heads up, If we got toxic mother and fathers, especially, well, a lot of times it seems we got a toxic mom and a weak father, ones that just kind of get that counter the mother. A lot of times that's how it works out, doesn't it? Dad don't dare to speak up to mom because she's got him whipped. And then we resent dad for not stepping up for you because mom's got, pardon the pun, by the nuts. Okay, and a lot of times it's like that, and so we kind of see that. So, I guess bottom line is we get dysfunction in that family, and sometimes it's blatant, but a lot of times it messes with our heads, and it's not till we grow up and move on, and then all these things that went on in our head that we just were filled with they never leave our head. Sometimes we relive certain events in our past, in our childhood, things that we knew we should have said or done at the time, but we gave in. We just let pass, and see these things keep rehashing on us. Like we are, and then we blame ourselves. We should have done this better. I wish dad was had more of a spine to stand up to my mom. I wish this could have happened or that, and then we go through this. Okay. But a lot of times too, I mean, but again, like I said, and then we're always subject to having to see our family all over again. We see them on holidays, or, it depends on the level of what relationship you got. Maybe they're involved in your life too. Maybe they're babysitting your kids, and then you're worried about your kids getting the same kind of stuff that you got. And do you want to trust your kids with them? Yeah, so it can get complicated. There's a lot of different facets of where it could go down. I understand that, but bottom line is sometimes you have to make that decision is of whether or not you actually want to, um, whether or not you need to distance yourself, and sometimes it might come down to that, and sometimes that if nothing else works. But you got to find it within yourself, no matter how long it takes to not to resent anybody, especially your parents. I had some resentment from my own mom for a bit. I mean, listen, my mom, she had some good qualities, but she had ways of twisting things and manipulating me and my brothers. I knew it. I saw it. She also did that. I mean, at the same breath, she had good qualities, but at the same time, she had ways of manipulating, and she had ways of twisting things. And she never wanted to be wrong about anything. Never could be wrong. So, I mean, you got to take the good and the bad. Sometimes you have to remember the good qualities about your parents, if they had any, because all of our parents have certain good qualities. I mean, you got to remember too, they fed you. They did give you a roof over your head. Let's hope they did. They gave you a nice bed to sleep in. Let's hope they did. Sometimes I know they got under our skin. They said things, they twisted things, they manipulated things, they messed with our head. But you gotta almost sift out some of the good things they did for you. The times they tried to do good for you and teach you right moral lessons, if they did. Now some parents maybe never did. But if they did, you gotta sift these things out and find some kind of good qualities you had. And also you have to sift out the bad things they did. Okay? Because no parents are gonna be perfect. Okay? So you got to find some good qualities in them as well, okay, and take those for what they are. All right. If you could go back in time, what one thing wouldn't you do? Oh, just one thing? Can I have like 5 or 6 things? Oh my gosh. Uh, can I tell you something? Metal forever? Sure, if you'd like to, go ahead. Don't ask. Just print what you want to say. Just print what's on your mind over there. If I could go back in time, what's one thing you wouldn't do? Oh my goodness. Uh, oh, well, get married. Okay. Well, I don't know. That's one thing. I think. I mean, I could think of a couple other things. Listen, I thought at the time I got married, it was the right thing. Years later, when I ended up, 20 years later, when we got divorced and we split up, then it kind of, everything that you thought was good in your marriage, all of a sudden, didn't look too worth it anymore. So, I mean, I don't know if I should, listen, if I didn't get married and have the life that I have, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be. I mean, a lot of it had to do with it changed me. I mean, the fact that I had to get married and I had to get divorced. I mean, I did spend 5 years post-divorce, living in finding a house, living on my own. You see, that 5 years after the fact is what, this was some of the best growing moments of my life spiritually. I mean, it's actually enhanced me spiritually. This is one of the reasons I started this program, this channel was for that reason. So, but if I had never got married, would I have gone down the same path? Would I be the same? I don't know that. I mean, but there's a couple other stupid things I would have done different. Maybe I wouldn't have done a couple things as a kid. That's all. I would not have bought bitcoins early. Oh, okay. You get burned of bitcoins, Jethro? Yeah. There's no doubt they love me, but my kids and I. Oh, wait. We're going to catch up on some things here. My parents traumatized my brother and I by fighting and yelling, and now I'm as 29 years old. They still fight and don't have their blank together, and are bad examples for my children. But they love them. Again, like I said, I mean, there's always it's we hate to see the dysfunction in a family. We always see glimmers and pieces. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we see glimmers and pieces of niceness, of kindness in our parents, but it's always overshadowed with that, with what you're talking about. Now, some more than others. I mean, but again, it just sometimes they just feel like they have a hold on us, don't they? Like I said, all I can say is if you got the fortitude, and if you have the spiritual strength, and if you can stay calm and state your position without emotion, without any kind of anger, and address certain things that you don't like about some things, especially in that moment. But you know, the thing is too, sometimes people don't like to hear things in that moment. Sometimes people react. Now, if they don't come back to you in a day or two, or call you up and say, you know what, I thought about what you said, and I kind of see your point. That might be all they look. You know, sometimes in the moment they might reject you or just go back to their old way. But if they really love you, and if they really have a heart and they have some kind of something in within them, they'll think about it, and they might say, I didn't realize that hurt you so bad, and you know, maybe I shouldn't have done that. It might come down to them. You never know. If you handle it calmly and smoothly, you might get that. I'm not saying it will. Maybe no. Maybe they never admit they're wrong about anything, but you might tap into something, some semblance of reason in there, right? Maybe, you never know. But it all depends on your delivery. It depends on how you handle yourself in that whole thing, okay? That's all. Were you unhappy for 20 years? I always found it crazy that people have been together for decades just break up. Well, was I unhappy for 20 years? I'd say not 20. There was some moments in there. After the first 6 or 7 years, things were okay. And after about maybe the last 9 or 10, I noticed things were kind of not going well. Now we have my young son, and we stayed together. We tried to piece it together for him in his youth as much as we could. Tried to keep the house intact, but it only could last so long. But once he got older, things fell apart. You know, once he was old enough and legal age, it just kind of fell apart at that point. So yeah. So you know, but yeah, I guess for 20 years was a marriage, but again, like I say, I said, should I have not got married? Well, if it didn't lead me to here, it was a reason why I did, and if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have ended up here. Maybe I wouldn't be talking to you right now in this way I am right now either. So there's a reason I'm here, you know. So yeah, that's all. So hopefully, I hopefully, you know, you asked that question about the parents and everything. That was a very good question, I got to tell you. But hopefully things work out for you. All right. You just have to always remember when you're dealing with people, though, is to use no emotions. And that's sometimes that gets difficult because, you know, because we're an emotional creature, and especially with our parents, the ones that raised us, and the ones that had so much control over us. These are the ones that will probably. It's very difficult to find that because they have so much history in our head from the day we were born, and it takes a lot of us to, you know, depending on the level of whatever it is that they did, whatever psychological, physical abuse, whatever it is they did, I don't know, but it takes a lot, especially with our parents, because they had a hold of us from a very young age, and then they're going to try to maintain that hold. They think they'll always have it because they're your children, you know. And again, it depends on what exactly, you know, how exactly the deep the hurt goes, you know. Yeah. So, well, okay. Was I unhappy for decades? I can't believe it. It's already 1:30 in the morning. How long have I been doing this already? I have 6 people watching. This was quite a chat we had here tonight. There's no doubt about that. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to go till 2 o'clock, and then I'll shut down the chat because it is getting late, and so we're going to go up till 2 o'clock in the morning, okay? And that ought to give us a little bit more time, okay? So how many do we got? Let me see. Hold on. Let me scroll that up. I got to get 6 watching right now. 5 are joining the stream. All right. Yeah, so if anybody else has any other questions, those are some excellent questions I had there. Kamala 2028. Actually, I'm hoping Kamala runs in 2028 too, to tell you the truth. Um, I mean, she's such a weak candidate. I mean, she'd be very easy to beat on the other side. I'm like, I shouldn't have said that, people. Okay, I usually try not to talk about politics on this station here, but honestly, I don't know. Listen, it has nothing to do with the fact she's a woman, but I mean, she doesn't talk very clear. Those word salads aren't very cogent. You know what I mean? Really aren't. So, you had me going for a second. Oh, you heard that, huh, George? Oh, yeah, I really hope she wins too. Yeah, because she'd be such a weak candidate. She'd be yeah, yeah. I mean, think about that. I mean, funny thing is that, well, I know this is one rule I always say to stay away from politics, but somebody put that up there. No, I just don't. I don't see her as being a very good president. I really don't. I just don't think she's equipped for that kind of thing, Uh, had you going for a second there, huh, George? Yeah, yeah. Hey, listen, I know in California, I mean, obviously, I know it's probably one of the most Democrat states in the country. I know one of them. I mean, you got Illinois and you got New York. I know, but not, but excuse me, California definitely is. And I know they lost a lot of population because they got so restrictive on some of the rules, regulations, tax rates, and I even believe, from what I understood too, I believe they actually were going to ban the sale of any gas combustion engine in the state of California. I don't know if they did that, where all you could do was buy an electric car. I mean, I heard they were going down that way. I'm not sure they did that, but I don't notice it too much as you might think in California. High taxes, though. Yeah. Oh, you don't notice it too much in Cal? Okay. Um, High taxes, though. Yeah. Well, you notice that. I mean, that's all. Um, I mean, again, I know some of the big cities, though, they actually, I guess the homeless problem is almost out of control, from what I understand. And when I was in California back in early '80s, I ran away to San Diego, and I was homeless. I mean, I was a homeless kid. I told you, I ran away. So Joe Rogan moved to Texas from California. Yeah. Hey, speaking of Elon Musk, too, we were talking about Elon Musk earlier, Jethro. Now, he moved his entire Tesla plant from California to Texas as well, back a few years ago, because of the same thing. They were just taxing his Tesla business. His whole company was being taxed way, way too much. I think that had a lot to do with it. His regulations and things he had to meet, and it got him out of moving his plant to Texas from California. That's one of the things Elon Musk is. We were just talking about him. He had to do that as well. So, but you know what? Joe Rogan's not the only one. There's been a lot of celebrities. Joe Rogan, I know he's got his podcast. He's probably got the biggest podcast in the country, I believe. He's one of them. But I think he's just one of the few, one of the many. I mean, there's a lot of even some of the what do you call it? Even just some of the average people, just a lot of just you know left California. I guess the population has dropped like millions of people. Texas has issues too. I wouldn't move there. Weather isn't great there. Yeah, if it's just the I mean, Texas has its issues too. Yeah, I mean, the thing is too. I mean, I think the fact is that because everybody's moving out of California, moving out of Colorado, moving to Texas, it's actually gotten too big. In a way, it's like it's one of those very popular destinations. And sometimes when a population in a place gets too big, it wrecks it. It actually makes it doesn't make it the same. I know what you mean. Maybe Texas was a good appealing at one point, and but then of course the population grew by millions very quickly. As a matter of fact, I think if anything, I think they had to. I think they actually had to shift a couple of congressional seats. They had to take a few. I think they took one or two out of California. They moved one or two into Texas, and they've been taking some of these states that have lost all these population. They have to take these congressional seats out of them because the representation's gone now, and they have to put that into another state that people are going to. So there's been a lot of congressional demographic shifts as well in the last probably 10 or 15 years. So yeah, they were trying to tax people even after they moved from California. Really, how do you do that? Oh, just because I mean, I'd like you. Yeah, I'm trying to think how they do that. Only to say that maybe they still going to keep the tax on what they earned in that year in California. That's the only thing I can imagine um, that they do, but I can't figure out how they do that. But that just doesn't sound quite right, does it? Uh, Pill. Yep, they don't like people moving from any tax state to a non-income tax state. Yeah, well, then here's the advice: if they don't like people moving out of states, either drop the tax, or get rid of it. Then you won't lose your population. Um, I mean, it's almost like they expect you just to stick around. Now, Darius, I don't think he's still in the house anymore, but I was talking to Darius Creations a little bit earlier. He was here. Now, we talked a lot about his move. He moved from New York State. We had a guy, Darius. He was from upper state New York. I think he told me this town he was in. I can't remember what it was. But he was pretty much grew up there, and he moved to Louisiana. And one of the reasons was just that. He said he couldn't own a house. The only way you can own a house in New York State is to, like, you know, I think you have to make like over $3,000 a year or something like that. It was something crazy where you had to earn an astronomical amount of money just to even get a basic house in New York State, and that's upstate New York. That is. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons that got him out of there. And New York State is another one of those too that people are just getting out of. You know, I considered moving out of the U.S. at one point, but never did. Oh, you wanted to move out of the U.S.? Yeah. You know what? I know that the United States. You gotta ask yourself too, man. I know the United States has its problems, and sometimes we're fed a lot of things from the media and a lot of like negativity from people on how bad things are in the U.S. The second you go to another country, and I mean, you go anywhere else other than the U.S., anywhere, even Canada. Canada's got its own, it's its own tax rate. It's very like restrictive up there. But you go anywhere outside this country, and you're gonna right away, you're gonna see how different it is, how unique the United States is. We take that for granted. We think that by leaving this, going to another country, is going to somehow make things better. You go to some of these other countries, and it is no better. I mean, just about every other state has a lot of governmental control on you. And they don't even have some of the same rights that we have in these very high tax countries as well. Most of them. I mean, you'd actually be wanting to come back. You'd say, what were you thinking? Once you go outside the United States, your eyes are open to another country. Trust me. Canada is super cooked. Canada is definitely, yeah, they're very much they're basically a socialist country right now. Peace. Lish. Oh, food is better. Oh, Lish is out there. I want to move out too. The food is better. Where are you thinking of going, Lish? Oh, you want to move out of the country, huh? Uh, like I said, you know what? Good luck though. If anybody wants to move, you're going to find out. You might have to have your eyes open. You're going to realize that, uh, preferably a Muslim country. Lish, you're a woman, right? Now, you know, do you know what Sharia law is? You go to some of these Muslim countries. Uh, yeah, women are treated very respectful in these countries. You know, Dubai. Yes, Dubai. You know, you got to know that. I mean, we think that you got you got no rights in the United States. I don't even think some of these countries don't even let women drive. I mean, I know that's the way it used to be. I'm not sure if they've lightened some of those restrictions, but some of these Muslim countries are still very, yeah, they don't treat women very well. You know, you got to take that in account. Now, I mean, I would imagine, are you Muslim or something? I mean, is that your religion? But you got to remember that too. I mean, some of the rights that women have in this country are probably. Uh, oh, so you are okay, but you got to take that into mind that you know that they're I don't even think some of them are able to vote. They can't drive cars. I don't know if it's like that. I don't know what country. Some are more worse than others. I know Saudi Arabia is very much like that, and like Iran, Iraq. Most of those very Middle Eastern countries are like that. Now, listen, Dubai. I don't know exactly what exactly that is. I know Dubai is a very rich city now, but yeah, but you notice that your rights are going to be violated right away. You're not going to have the same ones. You got to understand that women can drive. No, I know they can, but I don't know if they can drive in certain countries. I know certain ones don't. Maybe it was up to a point. I know at one point they could not. And some of these countries are so radical. Maybe it's different now, but I know they used to have to wear the burqas and the whole body, like the cloaks, and keep their eyes covered. I know this is some of the extreme versions of Sharia law. I know that even Libya was like that. I know but there are some countries that are like that. And some of these ones are very, uh, what America says about women over there is propaganda. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe you have to go up there and find that yourself. You think that's just propaganda? That's all that is? Okay, so I'm just believing a bunch of lies then, huh? Well, then, Lish, maybe you should try doing that. Maybe you should try going to a Muslim country and give it a try. That's all I can say. Cardiovascular B did concerts over there. Okay. Well, then they make me want to try that out. I mean, Iran has the biggest mall in the world. Does it anymore? Aren't we at war? We're at war with Iran right now. I mean, at this time, just but they also now I know that we're hearing a lot of things go on right now, but um, you got to remember too, Iran is still is very Sharia law. So is Iraq. I mean, all those Middle Eastern countries. But I guess that's all propaganda. I don't know what I'm talking about. I guess I'm just believing all the lies I've been told too. I don't know. Yeah. So Sharia means law. Yeah, that's Sharia law, but it's also law that's it's a very strict law, I believe. From what I heard, it's a very it's a very stringent law, especially limiting rights to like women and stuff like that. I mean, that's just things I've heard about it. I know it's been very uh, interest is bad in Sharia because it puts people in debt. Okay, so the interest is bad in Sharia. It puts people. Okay, so very high interest rate. Is that what you're saying? So you can't really purchase anything without owing a lot to. Okay, got that. No. Well, any kind of interest is good, is bad if it's very high, if it's unmanageable, if it's like that. I'm aware of Caucasian women who lived in Saudi Arabia for a time, but she came back. No interest isn't allowed. Oh, Sharia means law. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I don't know. I'd probably, if anything, I'd probably move to a place where, I mean, I'm in the United States. I mean, I would just stay out of certain states, certain areas. I mean, there are certain big cities I'd probably never want to go down. I'd probably never want to go to New York City or Chicago, um, Philadelphia. I know this, even parts of Boston. Even now, listen, I grew up in Boston. I know Boston pretty well. There's certain areas of Boston I'd go, but there's certain areas I never would go. I mean, there's certain parts of this country I would never step foot in, but I think there's plenty of parts of the country I think I would step foot in. But let's see. That's the extremists blowing up too high from the propaganda. Uh, like America profits off people being in debt. Well, I mean, you know, the way I think of it is, when you're talking about banks and stuff like that, listen, I gotta be honest with you. I think we have a bloated uh, government in some ways. I think our government is out of control, and I think a lot of times we have corrupt politicians in there pushing things. But I think a lot of bad things are being said about this country as well that aren't necessarily true. I don't think we're a perfect country, but I think a lot of the propaganda said within our own country is isn't good, you know. And I think a lot of times our own mainstream media puts this out too. I mean, a lot of times I think our own media puts out a lot of propaganda. Too many, too many no-go places for me to go to. Mexico, South America, probably Costa Rica too. I wouldn't go. Oh yeah, those are very. All of those places are extremely dangerous. Yeah, especially if they knew you were American living in those areas. Yeah, you probably wouldn't live very long. They'd probably target you just for that reason. American banks flipped yachts and turned them into interest and debts. Yeah. Instead of helping the less fortunate, the rich get the best of it. Well, the thing is, too, you got to understand. I mean, this whole thing about you know trashing rich. I know that's always easy to do, but you got to remember too. It's unfortunate. Nobody dreams about being successful and having money, but once you get there, it's almost like you become a villain in the eyes of just of people. Yeah, you do. It's called that whole class envy. That's all part of a psychological game that they play on us. They like us to think that anybody that has more money than us is somehow they should be giving it to less fortunate people. I mean, they can do that, but typically what they do is they create businesses where they give people jobs so they work for it. That's typically what the whole idea of it is. Usually these rich people, they are just rich for nothing. They built a business, built a fortune in some way, and typically they give back by hiring people to work for them. Okay, now that's usually the way capitalism works. I mean, but somehow it's. I mean, I know that you can come up with all these things about corrupt capitalism and all that, but bottom line is, it. I think it's the best system that works better than all these other systems. All these, you know, socialist and communist countries don't have the same rights in that. But again, I think has a lot to do with that. That's propaganda right there. And unfortunately, I think our schools are teaching that kind of thing too. Really. Um, it's, it's capitalism, and who owns the media? Them boys. Uh, instead of helping the less fortunate. Well, like I said, I mean, don't you think the rich are helping less fortunate if they're giving them jobs? I mean, do you expect them just to give all their money away? I'm sure there's certain charities that they might want to give to. But bottom line is, how, people that get rich and attain that put other people to work, give people jobs. And that's bettering their life right there. That was the whole idea of it. That's supposed to be what that's supposed to be what capitalism's all about. I still believe it's. I don't. I think it has pockets and corruption like anything, because human beings still run it. I think it's the human element that gets into any kind of system that can taint it, because human beings, some take it down that way. Okay, I can't blame the system. I think it's the fact that it's a human thing. Okay, they get the write off the charities. They make them richer. Write off with their charities. They make them richer. Um, well, again, just anybody that's money is just somehow evil. I mean, so you're in that idea, but you'd rather go to, like, what, a Muslim country that, you know that is less poor, less fortunate. I mean, I don't know what the logic is. I mean, again, I think a lot of what we're believing, a lot of what we're being told, we've been bombarded since in most of our life, through schools, through education, to believe this kind of stuff. To have resentment for our own country, to think somehow it's evil, it's oppressive. Um, Again, it's not a perfect country, but I think a lot of that is just is that we believed a lot of toxic venom lies and propaganda in itself. Okay, and that's what I'm hearing right now. Unfortunately. Now, I'm not nothing against you. I don't dislike what I mean. I think this is one of the reasons I don't like talking politics. This is one of the reasons I told myself never steer down this way, because this is where it's going. Because I knew there'd be disagreements with some of the people in some of our policies, but I do see that now. See, and it's something I never wanted to do because of this very reason. It's because I knew that it would do just this. But I I personally think that again, I think it's a human element, and corruption is human. It's not rich. It's not in class. It is what it is, and you got to always take that into mind, because I think the human element is what corrupts it. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Okay, uh, it's okay, Tom. Hello. Listen, like I said, I mean, I don't want this to become anything personal. That's why I'm just talking. We're talking. Obviously, we disagree in certain things. Um, we're never going to quite see the same thing. Woo. Yeah, I know we're not going to see eye to eye, but I don't, But again, that's you can see why I try to avoid that subject. You know what I mean? Because I know we're all different. I've told you before. Remember, I said just because we all have the same similar personality type, that we come from different backgrounds, different political affiliations, different parties, different party affiliations, religions, agnostic, atheist, believers, spiritual, everything. See, we definitely are very diverse in that way. And I said I knew that. So we're not going to agree, even though we got the same thing. We don't think the same way. We get different beliefs. We are still learning. I get that. Of course we are. Of course we're still learning out here, right? So, it is coming up on 2 o'clock, isn't it? It's coming up on 2 o'clock. I said I was gonna shut this thing down because of time constraints. But the funny thing is, like I said, I mean, I got a good core of us stick around right up until like the very end. Typically, there's usually 7 or 8 that are always watching at some time. So we are still learning. All right, well, people, I want to thank you so much. Listen, we had a great. I thought we had a good night. Okay, and I think we touched on a lot of different things. I thought the last half hour with the political talk, I was getting kind of like, why did I go down here? I almost felt like, again, I went down a rabbit hole I didn't want to go down. I've always said I don't want to go. And now I just proved that's why I don't want to do that. I should have stuck to my own instinct. Well, but we started getting somewhat into that, and but again, people, I just like to think that we're still, even though we don't see everything eye to eye, we're still here. So my friend is going to Mexico. She says it's expensive. Oh, when you say going to Mexico, I mean going to live there, or just you're going to like Cancun and spend like a couple of weeks there in a resort. What do you mean by that? Because I would think Cancun's probably very expensive. Lish, yes, in many ways it's cheap here. Yeah. Oh, to live there. Oh, okay. All right. Well, and she says the houses are expensive. Yeah. Well, I don't know a whole lot about. Honestly, I don't know a lot about the Mexican culture and all that. I just, I guess that would be an experience now, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess you'd have to find the right town, right place to live, and it depends on what you want to do for work. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's got to be some work out there. Uh, like a normal house. The houses are expensive, even there, huh? I think something to do with being an American citizen. Oh, you mean because of the fact you think because you're an American citizen and you're going down to Mexico, they treat you different? They raise the rate on a house on you because you think you're. Oh man, you think they're discriminating because you're from another country? I wonder if they do that. Wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, well, people, thank you. I'm gonna end up gringo pricing. All right. Well, okay, people. Ooh, um, I gotta get up. I gotta walk around a little bit. I've been sitting too long. So, all right. So, people, thank you so much for showing up again. We had another good week, and we're it's getting to be now that these Saturday nights, these weekends are just they're fun. They're fun, and I feel like sometimes I sometimes feel like I'm in a good groove. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. It all depends how things go. And I think a lot of times what dictates the direction of these live broadcasts also is the participation of you out there. And sometimes I mean, a lot of it has to do with me, of course. I'm the guy talking, but yeah, sometimes your input and what I see out there really helps with the direction as to where things go. All right. But I think the bottom line is I think we're nice, nice, Tom. Peace and blessing. Oh, of course. Thanks, Lish. Yeah. So we're gonna plan on doing this another weekend next week. Okay. Same bat time, same bat channel. And if something comes up and I can't do it, I'll let you know. But that hasn't been happening too many times, really. It's usually, for the most part, it's there. All right. Okay, good night, Lish. All right, well, thank you so much again, people. And so until next week, until next time, have yourself a wonderful week. Have yourself a wonderful time and have a great rest of your day as well. And until next time, all right? And thank you for all your support, and thank you for making this channel what it is. I want to thank you all, okay? All right, people. Thank you again, all right? I'll turn this around and turn it off here.